生と死、君らに選ぶ余地はない。
消化勝利。さようなら。長期間見据えるのが成功の秘訣。人事なす。
Hey, how you doing?
Can you shut the fuck up?
Do not get a dog pillow off of Temu. Oh my god. There's something wrong with this thing, bro. I swear. I don't want this pillow anymore.
Have you seen the state of her body? If I beat it out wearing a Johnny Adiola, wanna roll with a geezer. Is it me?
生と死、君らに選ぶ余地はない。
長期間見据えるのが成功の秘訣。立ちなさい。牧さんは無為無常なり。天木不破。
始めよう。
評価を始めるね。生産しましょう。占いましょう。落ち着いて。素晴らしい時はさようなら。
君らはこの生と死、君らに選ぶ余地はない。
呼吸するその感覚覚えておいて。市場が錯綜してる。長期間見据えるのが成功の秘訣。牧さんは無為無常なり。チェックメイト。立ちなさい。カーブ焦らないの。言ってカブ。これでこのプロジェクトは完了だね。一休みしよっか。 スマホのバイブもオフにしよう。はい、トパーズ。どうしたの？うわーまあでもここはソファーもほんと。
The whole time I don't even have to do anything.
Yeah, when that happens, I seem less awkward because I don't have to talk.
Exactly, like
You just sit there.
Dude,
and then you just like laugh along.
夢が叶うまであと何回剣を振ればいいんだろう。いいところに来たわね。さようなら。そうよ一体。人事なす。月光を剣とす。すべてを照らさん。
That muffin is looking awfully like a hamster. Someone baked a hamster into my muffin.
Hands, and I could have had him as a body literally last week if I wanted to.
I don't give a shit, dude!
Show me. Show the meat.
Oppan Gangnam Style. You.
月光を剣とす。すべてを照らさん。さようなら。湘南に過ぎない。落ち着いて。陰陽転換。これでこのプロジェクトは完了だね。夢が叶うまであと何回剣を振ればいいんだろう。 まだ立ち止まる時じゃない。グッドボタンで幸運が続々。前途は錦のごとく宝物に満ちていますね。前途は錦のごとく宝物に満ちていますね。グッドボタンで幸運が続々。グッドボタンで幸運が続々。
YouTube! The Z Fold 5 has been a lot better than I anticipated, but is it still the best foldable? Let's take a deep dive into my 3 months with the Galaxy Z Fold 5 and discuss the current rise in the foldable competition, because it's getting spicy, and the ugly truth is...
This video is sponsored by Best Buy. The Galaxy Watch 6 Classic has a sleek silhouette, rotating bezel, and large display, all while maintaining the look of a traditional watch. You get the benefits of a smartwatch that has advanced sleep coaching. Use the Galaxy Watch 6 Classic to plan bedtimes, detect snoring, and track your sleep stages: awake, light, deep, and REM. Also elevate your style and match any mood or outfit with a variety of bands that now swap even easier with one click, and emphasize your look with an assortment of new watch faces. The new, bigger screen, which you'll feel confident wearing anywhere, as it has a durable sapphire crystal glass that keeps your screen looking great while protecting from bumps and scratches. Stay connected on the go. Take calls, texts, listen to music, and more with a watch that syncs seamlessly with your Galaxy devices. It makes for a great gift this time of the year, and it's available at Best Buy with in-store pickup and fast delivery options. Just visit the link found in the description below.
Now, this is my favorite Z Fold design to date. The matte black aluminum siding in combination with the frosted glass back just equals all matte everything. The weight reduction is nice, but I still stand by the want for a wider package. Now, the competition is getting real, and OnePlus and other manufacturers have made the foldable design that I think Samsung should have made. And that right there is the ugly truth that Samsung might grow to regret. Now, the one advantage that the Z Fold 5 holds over the competition is the opportunity for one-handed use when open. For some users, if your hands are big enough. But one-handed use only really benefits the S Pen users. And how many of you Z Fold owners actually use your S Pen? Let's be honest here. As an S Pen user and fan, I know the majority typically don't use S Pens. At least it seems that way from the comment section. Now, it's no secret that I'm a fan of the S Pen, but I admire and like the other foldable designs more, although the Z Fold 5 design is still good. Especially these displays, nothing but pure Samsung OLED goodness, and I'm here for it. This includes the outside and the internal OLED panels. Both are absolutely phenomenal. They're both plenty bright and easy to see in direct sunlight.
This display right here is nice, color accurate, and bright as necessary. Now, again, it's not reaching the top of the charts in nits, because now we have what, 2000, 2400 with the pixels and so forth. It's getting out of hand, but I'm pretty sure the next generation shall have that. But even at where it is right now, this performs extremely well. Whether it's the inner main display or the outer, they perform extremely well. They look great. They both are that Samsung goodness that we know and love.
Now, my only gripes are with aspect ratios, especially on this front OLED panel, which is way too thin and tall for my liking. It's not what we're actually used to. It's far from the 16:9 aspect ratio that we've all grown accustomed to. And the reflectiveness of the internal OLED panel, although it's not a deal breaker, is one thing to note from this screen protector and that plastic coating. It's quite the reflective OLED panel. But put those gripes aside, and I'm enjoying watching anything, playing anything, and scrolling anything on this Z Fold 5. To be frank, a foldable yields a viewing experience that no other normal smartphone can duplicate or match. Now, let's talk about platform, and let me give a major shout out to the consistent update and security patches that Samsung has been on top of. It's like update after update, and it's as consistent as it can be. Although we still don't have Android 14 just yet, but One UI 6 is right around the corner, and I think I might install a beta. If you guys want to see that, hit the comment section down below and say One UI 6 beta video, please. Now, it's no secret if you watch my videos, and if you don't, I'm going to inform you, I'm a Nova Launcher fan on my Android devices. But One UI in combination with Good Lock is giving me quite close of an experience that of to the Nova Launcher I'm used to. I can use my custom icon pack, as you guys can see. I can increase my row and column count for apps, and you can customize lock screens, keyboards, and so much more using Good Lock in combination with One UI. This all yields for an ideal user experience that just goes even further with features and so on. It's been a smooth and efficient experience these 3 months with the legendary Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. Performance is enough and the features are tenfold. Now the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 is legendary. For real. But we're gonna talk about this in a future section. As great as the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, it couldn't save the Z Fold 5 from this one thing. But before we discuss battery and what seriously needs to change, let's talk cameras.
Now, when it comes to the Z Fold 5 camera system, this year I was honestly impressed, especially when I did the head-to-head between this and the S23 Ultra. But there's a reason why I still feel like the Z Fold series device, this flagship foldable, which is top of the top, should have flagship cameras such as the S23 Ultra. Let me explain. On the rear cameras, of course. Okay, so my reasoning for wanting flagship camera quality and camera hardware on this device is simple as this. If I opt in to run the Z Fold 5 as my main device, which means I'm passing up on the S23 Ultra, passing up on the S24 Ultra, and so forth, if I'm passing up on those devices to carry this device because it offers an experience that those devices cannot, but I want the camera system of those devices, what do I do? And why is it that I don't have that offering in this design package? And again, it could be sizing, okay? I say make the device wider if that needs to happen. And another thing, let's be real, everyone likes to act like one company, which is the Fruit Company, is the only company out for profit. Think about it, if I put a cheaper camera hardware system in here, which costs less, my profit margin in this device is higher. Again, it's just speculations. You know what I'm saying? Samsung, hit your boy up, Coco. Your boy been putting on for y'all for a minute. But again, I'm impressed with these devices. I'm using pro video mode right now, 8K video recording. I got it unfolded. I can see myself. I can see my framing. I can see if the coyotes is coming for me behind me. Cause you know, you play, I gotta watch this back. It's serious out here. They done got big too. They didn't grow up since last time I told you about the coyotes. If you don't know about the coyotes, you ain't been watching my videos. Shame on you. Let's go inside and continue the conversations about cameras. At the end of the day, these are great, impressive cameras for the Z Fold 5. Good job. Just one thing, make them ultra.
Now, these are capable for most and slightly short of the ultra camera experience, which would be flagship caliber. Now let's discuss battery. Here's where Samsung needs to listen and hear me well. The battery needs to get bigger, period. Every other foldable has a bigger battery and larger footprint, which is exactly why the Z Fold needs to increase in sizing. And not only would increasing the size allow for more room and a larger battery, it could get slimmer, the cameras could get bigger and better, and the front display becomes normal. Now the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, as legendary as it is, it can only squeeze about an extra hour of usage time out of this battery in the Z Fold 5, which is an improvement over the Z Fold 4, but is it enough in comparison to the competition? And that's the ugly truth about the Z Fold 5 3 months later in current time. But ultimately, I have enjoyed my 3 months with the Z Fold 5, and I think others would as well. It's more polished of a foldable on the market, but is it really still the best foldable? Hit the comment section down below and let it be known where you stand on the Z Fold 5 in comparison to the competition.
Ooh. No watch, no diamonds, no watch, good timing, yeah. New watch, no diamonds, new watch, good timing, yeah. Need no middleman, I'm the man to man, send it in. I like what I like, me, I know my rights, just sipping in. I like having fun, I do what I want, it's what it is.
Have a good day.
Today my mission is quite simple, and that is to attack the butter-eating world record, which has been standing since February 21st, 2002. Now the butter-eating world record was set by legendary competitive eater Don Moses Lerman, where back in 2002 as part of Glutton Bowl, he ate 7 quarter-pound sticks of salted butter in 5 minutes. Now it has been said that this record will never be broken. And even back in 2012, I failed to eat 7 sticks of salted butter in 5 minutes, where I could only get down 5. But today, I'm going to give it one last shot, and in the process, inject 6,480 calories of pure fat directly into my bloodstream. I am the LA Beast, and Don Moses Lerman, I salute you. I have my water, I have a glove so the butter won't slip out of my hand, and I'm gonna go until all 8 sticks are gone, because that's how I roll. Oh, the time to beat is to get 7+ sticks of butter within 5 minutes. Whoo! Fuck it. Have a good day. With a minute and 40 seconds left, 2 pounds of butter, 8 sticks of salted butter. I can feel the fat flowing through my face. Yes! Hi, I'm okay. I thought I was having a heart attack there for a second. I'm the LA Beast, and I just ate 8 quarter-pound sticks of butter in less than 5 minutes, beating a 15-year-old record held by Don Moses Lerman. Oh, yes! Have a good day.
Have a good day.
Warning, consuming 82-year-old Charms candies may cause botulism. If you don't know what that means, it's on you. Pretty much it's on me too, because I don't know what it means. Please do not recreate or reenact anything that you see in this video. Thank you, and enjoy. LA Beast here, and what I have in my hands is a very rare Vietnam War era, circa 1968, LRP, also known as a Long Range Recon Patrol ration. Now these specific ration meals, numbered 1 through 8, were not issued to regular troops, but they were actually issued to special forces, such as the SOG, Ranger, and LRP units, which would actually be out in the field for long periods of time without resupply. And about almost 2 years ago now, the co-creator of Rick and Morty, Justin Roiland, on March 16, 2021, sent me 3 of these, issuing me a challenge if I could eat all 3. And most likely because I can't read too good, as my reading level is probably on a 5th grade level, as the last book that I actually read was The Giver by Lewis Lowry. Now, I misread what he wrote, and somehow, some way, here in the year 2022, I have one final LRP left. And after almost 2 years, the one final flavor that I have left, this thing has actually been sitting up in the attic for the past 2 summers, to where in my attic, I can probably get up to like 115 degrees. This flavor, chili con carne, has actually been sitting in my collection trunk, which has some like sweet collectibles such as the complete set of 1992 Marvel Masterpieces. It has some Michael Jordan Pogs, which I spent $6 on back in the 90s. The last LRP that I consumed was 51-year-old spaghetti and meat sauce. Now, it was actually pretty amazing. Like, honestly, for 51 years old, I put warm water into the bag of spaghetti and meat sauce, and it was like as if I was eating fresh pasta. And then they had some Maxwell House coffee, put some warm water, and it was like I was drinking a fresh cup of joe. I totally disrespected the history community. So all that I plan on doing, again, this flavor, chili con carne, I've been dreading actually consuming this one the most. And today, here in 2022, we're going to do just that. But this time around, even though these LRPs do have a dessert included, I decided to purchase some 80-year-old Charms candies from World War II. Even though quite possibly, in my opinion, this probably is going to be dangerous, I'm still going to do it anyway and try and consume an 80-year-old Charms. Like, I'm not quite sure. Again, here, this is, it says circa 1940. So these are 82-year-old Charms candies, and like, just for reference, products that Charms still make. Lifesavers. Charms only makes Charms stuff. And I don't know what else they make. As I actually take the first sniff of this for the first time ever, it's like, you know what? It's as if like a 78-year-old grandmother left these in her purse for 50 years and they smell like a fart sock. So without further ado, my stomach is already rumbling for some reason, which is probably not good. You know what? Probably it's not good because leading up to this challenge, I've actually been taking probiotics now, which helps like cleanse out your gut. We will see if this freeze-dried olive circa 1968 LRP long-range ration recon patrol thing is as good as the last time I consumed one of these things. I have a close-up camera, I have my tray, and I have a tactical spork. So what I'm going to do tactically, we're just going to, here we go. I'm going to have to edit this somehow. So Okay, well I did it. Here we go. There's no turning back. Okay. All right, and you know what? I actually graduated somehow, some way, with a 2.3 GPA from Fordham University, and I think for my senior thesis,
as a history major,
I got a C-. If I can find the report card, I will post it, but probably not.
Couldn't find it.
Okay. Oh, you not. Okay, you know what? I ruined it. I ruined it. I ruined it. Okay, I ruined it. Let's just open it. Okay, I have no idea what to expect. I have my special tray. Let's get that here with the compartments. And here we go. Oh. Again, it's like a staleness. It's very stale
and smells like dusty old books.
But like there's chocolate too. I have like a chocolate staleness,
which smells like wet, musty box and chocolate.
Ooh, okay, you know what? My close-up camera is not on. Interesting. That is the first thing that I saw. Now, if we have to like speed things up, close up. Let's get a close-up version. Again, it seems like it's very freeze-dried, and that like nothing within the past 54 years has gotten into this.
Mark Ruffalo's 54.
Sure, you know what? If you have clothes that you need to store in your closet, get a suction bag for it. I don't know what that is. All right, so we have the main meal, which is going to go here, now in that part of the tray. We have a spoon. Nice. We have double Maxwell House coffee.
The slogan is "Go to the last drop."
To me, the coffee the last time tasted really good.
Literally to the last drop.
Ooh, we have some cream substitute. I think, again, I left out the cream substitute the last time. Yeah, you know what? It smells like a stale peanut. Ooh, the sugar seems a little bit damp. It seems like we have some damp sugar. I guess you can, I don't know, it looks damp. Again, it smells like a stale peanut. So I think the sugar and the cream substitute we're going to put off to the side. These matches.
There were probably many uses for the matches.
It says coconut. Whatever coconut is, whatever there's grease. I feel like I have grease if I just go like this. It's like wax paper. Let's see if I have grease up. Yep, I have grease on my finger. There's a glisten. There's a glisten. So there's definitely glistening grease from the Vietnam War on my fans. And then you have like the toothpick. Boom, we have some special toothpick action. Stimulent. We have a stimulent toothpick. And honestly, we have some toilet paper that quite possibly somebody from the Vietnam War wiped their ass with. This toilet paper. And inside the bag, that's how it was sealed. That is exactly what it looks like inside. This is like an olive tarp. This is chili con carne, menu number 2. And again, if you want to see what the inside of the bag.
Enough with the inside of the bag.
Okay, we got the second camera rolling. I have my coffee cup, so we're gonna put the coffee cup up here. Let's make a glass of Joe. Ooh. Directions, I think it says directions. Empty envelope in the cup. Add boiling water. Stir and serve. 4 calories per cup. Okay, it's not... Whatever's inside is not really going too well, but... How about I just shut up and just do it? Okay, I've ruined this. Alright, like so far, it feels like... Okay, like I can only imagine I think the last Maxwell House coffee, this is like as if I'm eating charcoal. Like if you just had a bonfire and you have like charcoal in the glass. There you go. It's like there's like a piece of charcoal. Okay, well you know what? Let's just get it out of the package. Some 54-year-old Maxwell House coffee. If you can't see it there, well, smells like coffee beans. It totally smells like coffee beans.
You know, I don't know why, but in this moment of time, I decided to over-document close-up shots of the inside of the coffee cup. Up until the point where I pour the warm water into the coffee cup, still shooting close-up shots. You get to see this beautiful sight.
That's weird. That's weird. Okay. Stirred around with my tactical spork. It tastes like piss. Okay, whatever that... you know what? I don't think the water is warm enough in this specific bottle, so I do actually have reserves here. Okay, we have our glass of coffee, which is not quite warm enough. This is pretty warm. All right, now we got some steam. We got some steam coming out of this guy. All right, so we got the coffee ready to go. We have our coconut dessert. And I think with the chili con carne, again, it looks very damp. We have a damp looking thing. I'm just going to very neatly, again, right in the back, cut a quick line. Okay, you idiot. You went right through the package.
Phew! Fool.
Like, why would I do that? I was like, hey, let's do it gently, and then I screwed it up. Again. Whew. Okay. Boom. I think chili con carne is really just chili and beef. And okay? Oh my gosh. Okay. There's beans. There's 54-year-old beans in this. Right there. They look like turds. If you're like baking brownies or something, it looks like the dough with beans. Here we go. And then I think you just add a little bit of warm water. Which we're about to do right here, right now. Nice. Okay, that's probably too much. Let's stir it around with our tactical spoon. Oh. No way. Like, no way. It's like, you know what? Honestly, go Buffalo Bills. You're 5-1 right now. It already smells like as if I'm at a tailgate at a football game, having somebody's like world famous chili. I think that's actually pretty insane. Let's add a little bit more water here to show what it looks like there. That looks like chili. That looks like chili, and it also looks like poo. And quite possibly as if I'm spewed this up. But the smell, that's insane. Like, I can smell the beans. It smells like fresh beans and like fresh chili con carne. So let's see if I can get, I doubt it, but let's see if I can get the thumbnail photo. Probably not.
I didn't want to do any cuts to this video because I wanted to make sure that everything was legitimate. So even though this is long, a pretty long intro, 13-minute intro here, we're going to get down to business in just a second. Okay, you know, we're still speeding up, still trying to get, none of these are used as a thumbnail. Okay, here we go.
So without further ado, as I just sped all this up here, I am the LA Beast, and with my tactical spork, all that I plan on doing, I feel like even though there's a hint of staleness, I think I'm going to enjoy some 54-year-old chili con carne, which is really just beans and beef that's 54 years old from the Vietnam War, circa 1968. I don't know about the dessert there. It's a little oily, but here we go. The flavor that I wanted to try the least. Oh, gosh. Okay. I just dripped it on my favorite blanket. Wow.
The beans are definitely a little bit hard. That's what she said. They're like kind of stale. Wow, like the flavors are there. Just in case I need some caffeine. Oh my gosh, man. Like, it's weird. This is so weird. Like, I think this is like a weird, amazing phenomenon. That like I'm eating this thing that's 54 years old, but again, the way that it's packaged, the way that it's sealed is like... There is no phenomenon. I'm just eating really old food because I chose to eat really old food. It's like I'm eating chili at a tailgating event. Man. Okay, well, here we go. This is me just speeding everything up because I kept repeating myself that, wow, I'm amazed that it tastes so good, and that it's 54 years old. Now my question is, now if there's anybody out there, and then we'll speed this part up, now is there anybody out there that knows whether or not it's safe? Like, what I'm saying, it's like it smells kind of stale, the beans are kind of stale, but it tastes really good. The flavors are there. Is this safe? Probably not. According to this search, some MREs can last up to 30 years. But my question is, what is the ultimate safety level consuming something 50 plus years old? The world may never know. And also the world is your oyster. Yeah, the one thing I've thought about, if I'm eating beef that's 54 years old, a cow died 54 years ago. I'm just stating a simple fact and not trying to piss off the people at PETA. So I'm eating an old-time cow. Like, I don't feel nauseous. I don't feel sick to my stomach. Weird. Weird to me. I am weird. I'm a weird guy. You know what? I'm gonna double the audio to when I'm a weird guy. Weird guy. Not bad. And you know what? Honestly, I would like to meet the creator of these I'd like to meet the creator of these LRs. Oh hey, how's it going? LA Beast here. Just like to say thank you for visiting my website. But before you end, hey, LA Beast here. Today, I'm going to relive my childhood memories. And in order to do that, I went on eBay and purchased an item that's 20 years old. This item was discontinued in '93, and it's a highly coveted, sought-after item that people wish they could have. And I probably highly overpaid for it. But you know what? It's going to be worth it. What I did, I bought a 20-year-old bottle of Crystal Pepsi. And as you can clearly see, it's yellow. And for all I know, the guy who sent it to me could have somehow urinated in this bottle and sent it to me. But you know what? I'm excited. I'm going to drink it anyway. And hopefully this, you know, it's like getting in a time machine with Doc Brown. And hopefully it sends me back to '93. I'm going to feel like a kid again. So, I guess without further ado, I really kind of don't want to even open this. But I feel like I need to drink it. So, let's open this up. This has not been opened in 20 years. Crystal Pepsi, my friends.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's good. Kind of smells like an old man's nutsack. An old man's nutsack. I don't know what that smells like in syrup. So, down the hatch. Not bad. Cheers. If somebody from Pepsi's listening, let's bring back the Crystal Pepsi. Holy shit, that was fucking awesome, dude. Oh my god, dude. The slogan is, I've never seen it taste like this. You're goddamn right. Oh my god, that was amazing. I don't think I have words to describe it. Amazing. Supposed to sit there in your stomach like that? Don't feel so good. Don't feel so good. Oh boy. Whew. That was fucking awesome, dude. That was awesome. Crystal Pepsi. Tastes like no other. Whew. Beast here, and today what I plan on doing is quite simple. Now, with the power and spirit of the Ultimate Warrior, and all of the mind over matter that I have managed to muster up today, I plan on dominating the best of the LA Beast Challenge's Gauntlet Challenge, featuring myself. So what I've done is take all of the top YouTube challenges that I've completed in years past and combine them into one giant challenge. And all I have to do is eat this entire carton of eggs with the shell still on it, swallow these 4 hot dogs without chewing them, chow down on this gnarly looking cactus, consume this entire package of sugar-free gummy bears, which will hopefully clear out my intestines, so I can then consume 4 ghost peppers, wash those down with this giant Red Bull and milk, which is curdling at the top right now and it looks like sloppy oatmeal vomit. Then, of course, wash it all down with this 23-year-old bottle of Crystal Pepsi. Why? Yep. Alright, let's get started. I am the LA Beast, and what I'm about to do is dumb. So kids, please do not try this at home. LA Beast. Good day. Then chew that up all the way. Put them in, chew, swallow. I had to swallow them down. Alright, one with eggplant's best today. Okay. Alright, dude. Mind over matter. Here we go. Ugh. The egg yolk acts as an agent to help the cells go down a little bit easier. Okay, dude. Last two. Got a shell stuck in the back of the throat. Carton of eggs with the shell. Done. Now I'm going to take these ordinary hot dogs and consume them without chewing them. Like an absolute boss. Be a man. Okay. Just shoot them on down. Holy shit, I did it again. I did it again on the first try. I need some water. That one almost didn't want to go down. Alright, this one's gonna be a tricky guy. Mind over matter. Hot dogs without chewing. You man! Okay. Not again. Let's do this. Damn it, I didn't want to go down. Be man! Like an absolute pro. Like some guy who's been swallowing hot dogs his whole life. That didn't sound right. Okay, dude, shut up. Ooh, okay. After I finish these two hot dogs, I get to chow down on this cactus. Be man! Have a good day. Okay. I don't know what it is about this hot dog, but it sure doesn't want to go down. Okay, come on, dude. Okay. I got this, dude. This is so gross right now. I think the neighbors are gonna get concerned. Okay. Yes! I'll sit down. 4 hot dogs swallow complete. This thing is no joke. Okay. I am about to eat this cactus like an absolute boss. Oh my god. Okay, these spikes are a little bit longer, a little bit sharper. Okay. My eyes can't move. I'm crossed. Okay. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay. Okay, my lips are bleeding and it hurts. Okay. This is hard. This one's hard, dude. Okay. Look at those spikes. I'm so almost there. I got this. There is no pain. Mind over matter. Spirit of the ultimate warrior. All day. Oh, the spaceship with the rocket fuel. With the members of the LAP station, my lips are bleeding. Spike just went in my nose. Oh my god, dude. Okay. There is no pain. There is no pain. Oh god. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, I said, oh my goodness. I can't speak right now because I have so many spikes in my lips, in my tongue, in my mouth, in my nose. How do you do this? How do you do this? A little bit at a time. Okay. I guess I gotta take one giant bite and just, I gotta do this, dude. Oh my god. Okay. I'm not making a long video here. Oh. I'm taking one more big bite. I can't speak anymore. Oh, okay. We're done. We're done. See that? Those are spikes in my lips. In my mouth. Spikes, that is gross. Okay. Sugar-free gummy bears. Now it is said that sugar-free gummy bears contain a special ingredient that is exactly like laxatives.
And I ate 2 of these bags last night because I was hungry and had no other food. And explosively, gastric exorcism from my butt this morning. Okay. At least these are the most delicious part of the challenge. Okay. Oh, these are dried ghost peppers that I got from Alamo Peppers. Okay, this portion is gonna be really fast. Ghost pepper has over 1 million, oh god, Scoville heat units. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh my god, I can smell it already. These are dried ghost peppers. My life. Oh my god. Okay. I need milk. Okay, how much do I? Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, come on, dude, keep drinking. Oh, it's so hot. I might throw up. You can't even see it, I might throw up. Come on, you're man. We're so close. It's so far. Okay. I might throw up. Feels like somebody took a stove, put it inside my mouth with needles and eggshells. I don't think I've ever experienced this kind of pain before. It's just, I think now I'm getting the endorphin rush from the peppers. I don't know where I am right now. I don't know where I am right now. Finish! Okay, I should get my bearings straight here. I need to get my bearings straight. I feel like a 98.765% have to throw up right now. I got this. Okay, I just may need a second. I may need a second here. Okay. The pain from the cactus needles is unbearable. My lips feel like they're burning. Okay. I've never done this. Okay. I'm holding it. I'm trying to hold it. I'm trying to hold it. I don't know if that constitutes as a fail, but my mouth is on fire. I'm the LA Beast, and I feel much better now. Apparently, I don't know what I'm doing with my life anymore. Have a good day. It's been about 2 hours, and I'm finally starting to feel a tad bit better. Although those gummy bears are coming on a little strong in my stomach, I may have a gastric exorcism in the next 10 minutes. But in the meantime, I'd just like to quickly update you on the Bring Back Crystal Pepsi movement. It is amazing. In 1 week's time, over 17,000 people have signed a petition to bring back Crystal Pepsi. Link is in the description. If you haven't signed, I think the more people who sign it, the more serious Pepsi will take us. If we can get 30, 40, 50,000 signatures, that's a pretty serious petition. So if you haven't signed, please sign below. Now on May 11th, 2015, with the $2,000 that the members of the LA Beast Nation have generously donated and $2,000 from my own pocket, there are going to be 15 billboards going up all throughout the Los Angeles area, and we've targeted 3 of the Pepsi headquarters out here. And oh yeah, you see that painting right there? The Crystal Pepsi painting finally sold on eBay to a legitimate buyer for $5,000, and that money will be used to put billboards up near the Pepsi headquarters in Purchase, New York, and to also fund a fan meetup outside of the Pepsi headquarters, and hopefully we'll have a news outlet there, a major news outlet to cover this. And yeah, I can't say thank you enough to the relentless, consistent effort of each and every single one of you tweeting at Pepsi or commenting on their Instagram and Facebook pages to bring back Crystal Pepsi. It's all day, every day, thousands of phone calls to the customer service line. Can't say thank you enough. And I'm 100% confident that if we keep this going, even though this is not going to happen overnight. It may take months, it may take a year. But if we are consistent, relentless, and do this on a daily basis and fight to bring back Crystal Pepsi, we will 100% be successful. That's it. There's nothing else to say. So, thank you. Continue to be relentless, continue the hard work and effort, and have yourself a Crystal Pepsi day.
The PlayStation Portable has to be one of the most underrated handheld consoles of all time. After years of Nintendo dominance, Sony decided to try their hand at the portable market, and what we got was something that still to this day is packed with exclusives and cool games you can't get anywhere else. Also, advertisements only the mid-2000s could conjure up.
But this portable nut!
PSP, it's like a nut you can play with outside.
Despite this nut selling well over 80 million units, heck, outselling the 3DS and other famous consoles, I don't see it getting the recognition it deserves. It's got its classics like God of War, Ghost of Sparta, Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, Monster Hunter really took off on this thing, and I'll play some Lumines anytime. But for each one of those, you've got 10 lesser knowns or games that time has forgotten. I mean, heck, the PSP has nearly 2,000 games, and I'm not just talking about JRPGs, although you could easily fill an entire well with the sheer amount of these things. Instead, we're gonna be talking about your battle zones, your Pengya Golfs, your Lord of the Rings tactics, bizarre games that have never been ported, probably never will be, and they'll be relegated to the ticking time bomb in your closet. Speaking of, it's time for the yearly PSP battery check. I've lost 2 this year alone. My limited edition Hannah Montana console, rest in peace. So yo, it's Austin, and today we're gonna be diving into the vast world of forgotten and weird PlayStation Portable games. Also, don't worry, I got my PSP going on a shelf right here because I need to check that thing at all times in case the battery explodes. I unfortunately had my original break on me after a devastating 2.5-foot fall off the side of my bed, so my time was short, but you just know I was staying up late playing Portable Ops and Jeanne d'Arc until I was getting in trouble. What's a PSP release you think time's kind of forgotten about? Let me know down in the comments below. We've got a lot of games to get into today, but before we get started, we got a new sponsor, and it's a really good smelling one. Make sure to wash off all that gamer gunk with Dr. Squatch. You see this here? This is soap by Dr. Squatch, and it's the sort of thing that you need to keep yourself smelling good. Dr. Squatch are soap bars made of natural ingredients without any harsh chemicals and are perfect for any kind of bathroom. They've got all kinds of scents like pine tar, cool fresh aloe, bay rum, and birchwood breeze. I found myself really enjoying the wood barrel bourbon. It's got this nice outdoorsy smell without being too overpowering or chemically. That's the good stuff. Each bar has a nice texture to it that feels really great on your skin. They also lather up nicely. You gotta take care of yourself. So, for my viewers, Dr. Squatch has a special deal of buy 3 get 3 bundle. That'll get you a total of 6 bars and a little soap saver on top. That's around 28 bucks off, and it rounds out to about $4 per bar, which is a great deal on soap in general. So head on over to their website at drsquatch.com/Austin or click the link down in the description for the Get 3 bundle. The offer's for all new customers, and I'll be picking up a few as gifts as well, because we all got a couple stinky friends. Don't be surprised come Christmas, that's all I'm saying. That's Dr. Squatch, buy 3 get 3. Treat yourself with some soap today. Thanks to Dr. Squatch for sponsoring today's video, but for now we need to get back to the tiny world of forgotten PlayStation Portable games. And I figured, hey, why not start with Sony themselves? Prior to dropping out of the portable game entirely, Sony was putting a lot of money and effort into their PlayStation Portable library, a lot of which hasn't been seen or referenced since then. For example, when was the last time you heard the words Pursuit Force? Pursuit Force might be most famous for being one of the free games offered up after PlayStation Network got breached in 2011. Sony really went sorry and put Pursuit Force in the barrel alongside Little Big Planet, Infamous, Wipeout HD, and other dope releases. But what you probably don't know is that this game is great. It's a really simple concept. You are the Pursuit Force, aka super video game law enforcement, who are able to jump onto moving vehicles and blast the baddies away with no caution. We've got the warlords, the convicts, the Capelli family, some of which is filled to the brim with goofy Italian mobster dialogue. You gotta love it.
I told you guys to lay off the cannolis.
This probably doesn't look like much of anything in 2023, considering this is now 18 years old, but for the time, this type of action happening in the palm of your hand was awesome, especially when it wasn't that far off from the type of video game you'd be playing on the PlayStation 2. You chase bad dudes down with carts, boats, on foot, or by air in a helicopter that has no problem fitting into the tiniest of tunnels. It's simple, fun, stupid, and absolutely the type of game they don't make these days. And it'd get a sequel in 2007 called Pursuit Force Extreme Justice, which is just a slightly better version with a more balanced difficulty curve. Both of these games aren't going to be winning any kind of award for originality or importance, but this type of dumb, pure-ass video game is something that I think's being forgotten over time. At the very least, Sony's ported them over to the PlayStation 4 and 5 via their classics section. Although one look at the cover of this might make you think you're looking at shovelware and not, you know, a first-party Sony game. Speaking of Fat Princess, a flash-in-the-pan PlayStation franchise, but one that's practically synonymous with the PlayStation 3. When Sony was going all in on the PlayStation Network, the original Fat Princess was a big part of that. But in order to give the fans a similar experience on the go, they also released Fistful of Cake for the PlayStation Portable. It even supported online multiplayer, and while it was limited to 16 people versus the PlayStation 3's 32, it was a pretty dang good port, just overshadowed by the big boy version released prior. I don't know if it was a sign of the times, but Sony was doing all sorts of weird online-only stuff with the PlayStation Portable, especially on the Japanese side. There, we'd get Ape Quest. Y'all know Ape Escape? We all want more Ape Escape, although I'm not sure if a downloadable-only turn-based RPG is what the people were clamoring for. Not bad at all, and still packed with that wacky Ape Escape humor. It's just a silly spin-off that in fact existed. Just like Hot Shots Shorties. No, I didn't say that wrong. Also known as everybody's stress buster in Japan, which is just an awful thing to call someone. This was a set of micro games that you could pick up for $5 each on the PlayStation Network, which if you've never seen by now is totally lost to time. Sony started to really push the store at the PSP Go, but I don't think old Stress Buster here was going to be selling any extra handhelds. There's not much to it, most of the games are kind of mid, but it's interesting to see Sony try and take the Hot Shots franchise into other directions. It wasn't all micro titles and digital only releases though. Sony was putting some big bucks into fully fledged video games, and one of the biggest ones that I can remember was Killzone Liberation. Killzone kind of fell off the face of the planet, didn't it? From being one of Sony's premier franchises in the mid-2000s to that final launch title on the PS4 and then radio silence. But early on, when they were still trying to find its identity, even prior to Killzone 2, we'd get Killzone Liberation for the PSP, and this thing was really cool. The original was a first-person shooter on the PlayStation 2 in the pre-Iron Sights era, which of course means the PSP game is going to be a top-down isometric shooter. It's not the most in-depth or RPG mechanic heavy title out there, but it was really good looking for something that you'd be playing on the go. You could put this thing through a few emulation upscaling filters and there's uglier things coming out now. Liberation focuses on the running and gunning, and I think that it does that pretty well. It takes place right after the original game narratively, which I don't think many people noticed or cared about, but more than anything, it was a sign that the portable consoles could get high quality experiences on the go. And in 2006, when this came out, that was big. It's simple, it's fun, it even had a multiplayer mode where you could blast your friends away online, and frankly, you weren't gonna get that experience in many other places, except Metroid Prime Hunters, I guess. I don't think Killzone really found its footing until 2009 with Killzone 2 and its gorgeous visuals at the time, but it'd only be around for another 4 years before Sony pulled the plug on the entire franchise. Liberation may not seem like much in the current times, but when it came to the glitz and glamour of something appearing AAA in the palm of your hands, this was a big deal. It's just, if you want to be remembered over time, you gotta have people be able to name a single character in your franchise. It wouldn't just be Sony bringing big names to the handheld, there were other publishers bringing big titles to the thing because they wanted a piece of the pie as well. Since obviously making a game on the PlayStation Portable was going to be easier than making something for a fully fledged console, tons of publishers were able to try their hands at the little thing. Which means yes, the 90s mascot wars are back in full effect. Platformers are back. I think one of the most famous games on the PSP has to be Daxter. Sure, it wasn't a launch title or anything, but it was a big Sony character having their first big adventure. It got great reviews, it sold over 4 million copies, and it's one of the first things people probably think of when they hear PSP.
Oh, and you may want to shave some parts. Trust me on that.
It's hardly forgotten, unlike Sonic Rivals 1 and 2. Sonic? Forgotten? No. But after the Dreamcast's untimely demise, Sega was throwing darts in every which direction and none less inspired than the Sonic Rivals series. It was a really simple concept. You pick a character and go through 2D Sonic-themed levels against a rival who would change depending on the story and the character you pick. Then you just run to the end while putting up with some of the most off-putting, egregious, and fun-killing AI rubber banding this side of Mario Kart. It doesn't matter how fast you go, the AI is right there with you. Even speedruns of these games have your rival right up on you. This game does not care. Both Rivals were developed by Backbone Entertainment, who you might recognize from their launch title Death Jr. or one of my favorites on the platform, Rock Band Unplugged. They did a decent job of making the mechanics work. It looks and sounds like a Sonic game, but the inherent Rivals gameplay design just doesn't work. So much so that it didn't even make its way over to Japan, which was incredibly rare for Sonic. The sequel's a smidge better about rubber banding, but I think in the end, anyone would rather play the much better Rush or Advance titles over on the Nintendo handhelds. You just won't be able to play any of the dope Capcom remakes over there. Capcom and the PlayStation Portable had a really interesting relationship. They were obviously deep in the Monster Hunter dimension during this time period, but we'd also see other big things from them. Beautiful Joe Red Hot Rumble's Smash clone this got itself a port from the GameCube version, and Speaking of ports, the Power Stone collection was something I played for hours. If you never got to play Power Stone 2 via ad hoc, you missed out. Based on sales, y'all also probably missed out on the Mega Man and Mega Man X remakes from the time. Maverick Hunter X and Mega Man Powered Up. Near perfect remakes of two timeless classics that sold poorly and prevented future versions of this. Early on in the PlayStation Portable's lifespan, Capcom wanted to innovate on their classic formula and pump these out for veterans of the series. Between the two, I think Powered Up is probably the better game. It actually had a stage creator feature that was online until just a year ago. You could create, upload, and download stages from other people to see if you get bodied by the pros online. But the edge-loving 90s kid in me will always love Maverick Hunter X. This wasn't even the first remake of X. There was Extreme on the Game Boy Color. However, only the PlayStation Portable version lets you play a series favorite, Vile. Okay, maybe they should have put Zero in the game. It's just good old NFT-loving KG Inafune thought that was, quote, too obvious and boring, which is something that no reasonable person has ever thought. Maverick Hunter X is real good. Most of that's the fact that Mega Man X is real good. And it's a shame that we don't get more remakes like this. You know, just add voice acting, make the graphics a little shinier, but still true to the original concept. The most recent examples I can think of this are Star Ocean Second Story R and Super Mario RPG. Just classic games, slightly shinier with a little extra content for old heads, even if it's just a Vile. Perfection.
XXX. Why does everyone like that guy?
While those remakes of Old Rockman might be forgotten, Mega Man himself is not yet. But when it comes to the PlayStation Portable, there's a lot of non-remake exclusives that are well on their way. These are gonna be the type of games that you'd bring up in a conversation that would make like one or two people pop off, such as the case with me and Deadhead Fred. If you haven't heard of Deadhead Fred, I don't blame you. The developer, Vicious Cycle Software, was never really known for much beyond the Mad Hazard games and that Kung Fu Panda Smash clone. This thing hit the PSP when the system was in the middle of its lifespan, had a smaller print run by D3 publisher, and was a weird concept to begin with. I don't think many people would look at this cover, donning a dude who's just a brain in a jar and go, I gotta have it. But, well, maybe they should have. Deadhead Fred is a 40s noir-styled action beat-em up that has a strong emphasis on head. By that I mean swapping heads for powers granted by your enemies. The combat isn't that great, and in fact it's a little tedious and time consuming. What makes Deadhead Fred interesting is the world that they created and the ridiculous amounts of writing. It's got this dark sense of humor and goofiness that you'd only see from things like Grim Fandango, and I think this nails it. Heck, it was the first video game ever to receive an award for writing from the Writers Guild of America. That's basically its biggest accolade. Overall, it's kind of a mixed bag, one with a doomed concept, considering gamers in the mid-2000s were all about that Halo, Oblivion, and, well, not God Hand. Though anyone with a PSP or a soft modded Vita should definitely give this a try. If anything, it'll make you laugh.
I'll think of you every time I find a slimy worm.
Fat chance emulating though if you decide to boot up Invisimals. PSP camera required. Yeah, smack this ugly thing right on top of your PlayStation Portable and hold the console directly in front of you and grab yourself a pack of Invisimals AR cards. It's time to watch 3D models fight in your bedroom. Through a camera only slightly better than a Motorola Razr. I'm sure that the kids who played this when it was new loved it, but I was 20 years old and already stuck in the work dimension. There's no time for running around with a camera. Instead, I was playing Work Time Fun, the game with a built-in ramen timer.
Ramen timer, start.
Are you ready?
WTF, Work Time Fun is hardly a video game. Despite being developed by Sony and originally promoted as a big deal, this game is more a collection of things. It's a satirical take on good old working society where you do a bunch of menial tasks for the lowest amount of money possible, all for the reward of spending it on gachapon machines. Ooh, a nightclub host finger puppet, back to capping pins, 84 cents, let's go! I don't think Work Time Fun is very good, but it has a sense of absurdity that is infinitely memorable. It's the type of game that you toss at your friend as a joke. It's a game that doesn't mind taking the piss out of society, corporations, the player, and also attempting to sell it for $40. Who is this for? I have absolutely no idea, but if you've beat this thing, let me know. Was it all for handbell delight? If you're looking for a game you could play on your work breaks though, there's always Half Minute Hero. I loved this thing when it came out. It was the reason I bought a replacement PlayStation Portable after mine got smashed. It's like an RPG for RPG fans who don't got a lot of time. The concept is in the name. You've got 30 seconds in order to save the world. Now obviously the game's longer than 30 seconds, but it's done in a clever way. You originally die and the world ends before the time goddess comes down and is like, sure, I'll give you more time in exchange for money, which is pretty accurate to the way the world works. You then figure out the meta puzzles of each level as you grind your levels, buy upgrades, and figure out hidden conditions to win and get unlocks. It's so simple, almost a micro game that you would see in like a WarioWare release, but fleshed out into a full title, which was super entertaining. I'm glad that Xseed brought this over, and it's actually gotten a few sequels and a remake over time, so they realized people like this one. Unfortunately, the developer Opus seemed to have disappeared, but the remake and sequel are on Steam, and I highly recommend both. It's also just really funny. So how about a game that isn't funny? No more jokes, it's time to pull out the old PSP, get your serious face on, and talk about Coded Arms. Coded Arms is peak Konami weirdness. When it came to the PlayStation Portable, it felt like they were going all in on weird concepts that you wouldn't expect from a handheld. The Rengoku games were a duology of bizarre action RPGs, the sequel being the real gem. They also put out a ton of licensed games for anime like iShield 21, Fairy Tail, and there's even an awful Frogger game from his Cajun reboot. Then you've got Coded Arms and Coded Arms Contagion, two high-concept first-person shooters on a console that only had one stick. That probably sounds like a death sentence. A vast majority of FPS on the PSP were bad. Coded Arms, however, took that idea and shattered it. Coded Arms is a dungeon-crawling first-person shooter with roguelike elements. You go through the stages looking for exits, risking your life in order to potentially find more supplies. All the environments are randomly generated, and while they might get a little old after a while, they have such a striking look that might have been a bit too much for the PSP. This thing is capped at 20 FPS, and it's very obvious that it was trying as hard as it could. The controls aren't great, as you're forced to use the face buttons in order to aim. It's got that PlayStation 1 first-person jank going on, so you'll have to get used to it. Despite that, I think it's one of the coolest PSP games. Unfortunately, the sequel took out a lot of the randomness and turned it into more of your generic first-person shooter. It does look and run better, and some of the atmosphere elements shine louder because of that. However, the original just has this irreplaceable vibe and aura that I don't think Contagion properly captures. Still, a fun game and a totally forgotten IP from Konami in this era. There was actually a PlayStation 3 sequel in the works, Coded Arms Assault, that was actually shown off at E3 2006. It was just unfortunately canceled despite looking interesting, and it's wild that this franchise never escaped the handheld. But alas, none of that came to fruition, and now if you want to play something that feels like it was released in the wrong decade, it's to the emulation mines you go. Emulated, hard-coded, 20 frames a second. So, how about a first-person shooter on the PlayStation Portable that, sucks? A vast majority of PlayStation Portable first-person shooters could not really get around the face buttons for aiming thing. It was just clunky. It didn't matter how good of an idea your game was, or if it was based on a famous property, you would be losing like at least an entire point for that. Which was exactly the case for Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. Ghost in the Shell is popular, no doubt about that. It's one of the only anime franchises to have every single one of its video games hit the States. That's rare. So when the standalone complex anime was taken off in the mid-2000s, we'd get a PlayStation 2 third-person shooter and a PlayStation Portable first-person shooter. You would think that the roles would be reversed considering the technology, but nonetheless, standalone complex did its best. As a game, I don't think it's awful. It plays a plethora of characters, mostly Major Motoko Kusanagi, as you run around with your android butt hanging out while shooting everything in sight. The hook here is the Tachikoma tank that you can customize. As you play through levels, you get new bits to upgrade it with, and you can ride it around while blasting people, which barely changes the way anything looks or plays. I don't think this is terrible or great. I think it would have been regarded way higher if it was fleshed out on a console with a proper aiming controller, but I will say whoever was in charge of the lip syncing deserves a raise.
The report on the attempted rebellion in the far north.
Are you here in your other role as chief of the JSDA watch?
Makes me awfully suspicious.
Keeping it with anime, the PlayStation Portable actually had a ton of licensed anime games. It's just most of them failed to have a Western release. Sure, we got multiple Narutos, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Heroes and Dragon Balls, but we never got something like Soul Eater Battle Resonance. Not that I think there was much demand for that, or like Sunday vs. Magazine. That's right, screw your Jump Force! I want a fighter starring Inuyasha and the dude from Get Backers. Or how about Heroes Fantasia, the only time you'll see characters from Slayers, Sorcerer Stabber Orphan, and Sergeant Frog next to each other. This game was made for me, yet like so many others is stuck overseas without any kind of fan translation. So maybe we don't get a fun crossover anime RPG. At the very least, we got Lord of the Rings Tactics. Did this need to exist? No, probably not. But for the Lord of the Rings fans who simply could not get enough, it was decent. Lord of the Rings Tactics was a pretty direct adaptation of the Peter Jackson films. It had little clips from the movies and functioned like baby's first strategy RPG. The genre that's a dime a dozen on the PSP. Granted, there's way better that you could be playing, but those games don't give me tactical Gollum boss fights. This era of licensed video games was, to say the least, loud. At a certain point, publishers realized that they could shove anything out the door on the PlayStation Portable for a fraction of the budget of a main console release and get lots of sales. There's no other way to explain the portable version of Napoleon Dynamite. There just isn't. But it doesn't stop here. Just about every big movie that rolled out would get itself a PSP tie-in, even if it was the only one. For instance, 300 March to Glory, aka the one movie with Gerard Butler kicking a dude off the cliff that was so popular, it created a domino effect all the way to Batman vs. Superman Dawn of Justice. You know, it's true.
Why did you say that name?
Well, for some reason, despite the cultural impact so loud it became the personality of a few people I knew in college, it only ever got this one PlayStation Portable game. Take a look. Yeah, that's about what I expected. You'd think that a 300 game would be a simple thing to stitch together, but the end result is just a series of waves of enemies. It feels so simplistic, and even though there's a few cool ideas with the shield, there's barely anything interesting going on. This is unfortunately the case for a vast majority of licensed portable games, which makes something like Star Wars Lethal Alliance all the more special. The PlayStation Portable and Star Wars actually went together pretty well. There was the technical third entry in the Star Wars Battlefront franchise, Renegade Squadron, a super ambitious title that did its best to capture the scale of the console releases from the time. Lethal Alliance, however, wanted to try something totally different, and I think it did it really well. For starters, it's the first non-MMO, rest in peace Galaxies, where you play as a Twi'lek, one named Rihanna. Prior to Disney deciding my entire childhood of Star Wars video games and novels weren't canon anymore, they'd make all these cool characters and stories. None better than Kyle Katarn, who's actually in this game. Let's go. Lethal Alliance is a third-person shooter that has a decent amount in common with Tomb Raider. Rihanna does a lot of fun athletic jumping, climbing, and swinging, all while doing cartwheels and blasting the Empire away. But she's also got herself a little robo-friend that helps not just with random video game mechanics, also combat. Lethal Alliance has a certain amount of jank that you would expect from something like this, but it's highly ambitious and pretty easy to look past. I mean, there was even a multiplayer mode you could play. Ubisoft Montreal really had something special here. It was like a roided out version of a PlayStation 1 or Nintendo 64 game like Shadows of the Empire, and that charm absolutely drags me in. Reviews from the time ended up as a big ol' meh. Lethal Alliance and the DS version have never been ported, and Rihanna was made non-canon. Which probably makes sense because it was essentially the ending of Rogue One with the Death Star plans. I miss it when they made things like this, but all of these old Star Wars games now fall under the Legends umbrella. So if you want some classic Kyle Katarn action, you know where to look.
Rihanna?
When it comes to licensed games, there's just way too many to talk about. In fact, recently I've been thinking about putting together a little series where I do exactly that, like 5 or 6 at a time. I don't know. Someone's gonna talk about Beowulf on the PlayStation Portable. Just not today. Because for now we're gonna be talking about something cool. The PlayStation Portable was just packed with neat exclusives that you're not really hearing about these days. It is a crime that Hammer and Hero's never been ported. Never heard of Hammer and Hero? I don't blame ya. It's one of the rarest games on the console with a complete in-box copy hovering around $100 for a PlayStation Portable game. But that's okay, we've got the internet. Hammer and Hero is the latest and final game in the Japanese series called Hammer and Harry. It's about a humble carpenter fighting against big construction and their condos. Harry's gonna beat the crap out of anyone trying to destroy historical landmarks, and he's gonna do it with a massive hammer. Well, there's a ton of these games games, and a vast majority of them never made it stateside. At least until 2008, when Atlas decided they were gonna port Irem's PSP release and call it Hammer and Hero. This thing's a punishment platformer. Well, you do exactly what I just described, except Harry here can also change jobs based on the level. Is he hammering? Is he sushi-ing? Is he a baseball player? That's up to you. Hero is a fun and lighthearted game that really harkens back to the Super Nintendo era, and while it's criminally short for a full-priced PSP title, I think there's a lot of charm here. It's exactly the type of low-commitment thing that I'd want to play portably back in the day, and I think it's perfect for what it is. Also, yes, you do control a massive construction worker mech near the end. Fun game, just totally forgotten about these days.
You haven't seen the last of me!
I doubt it.
I think he should be alright.
Then you've got something like Exit. Developed by Taito, Exit is something that no one would pay attention to in the year 2023. When you can play something like Genshin Impact or, the entire Steam library in the palm of your hands, a puzzle platformer like Exit looks a whole lot less impressive. It's a shame that people might think like that though, because I think it's a very well made one of these. You play as Mr. Escape and your one goal is to, exit. Put out fires, escort the youngs, yes, that's what they're actually called, and go level to level till you're out of them. Simple, portable perfection, and something they definitely don't make these days. Same with Battlezone, a modern remake of the 80s classic arcade game. Battlezone is car combat. Well, floating tank combat. This thing reviewed in the 5s and 6s, with the big selling point being multiplayer with your friends, obviously. I've got a real soft spot for car combat games like these, like Twisted Metal, Battle Tank, and Star Wars The Clone Wars. Yeah, maybe the genre was an overused mistake, but anytime one of these pops up, I'll play for however long others will entertain me. Maybe Battlezone isn't perfect, but sure is for me.
I think we've all got a few of those, the me game, the thing that someone can hand you, and even if it's got like a 4 out of 10 kind of review, you're gonna love it anyway. For example, anytime a brand new arcade sports game comes out, like your Mario Golfs or Mario Tennises, no matter how bad the perception, I'm hopping on it, such as the case with Pengya Fantasy Golf.
Pengya Fantasy Golf is a silly, over-the-top version of your standard arcade golf game. In the same vein as the Marios and Hot Shots, but with everything looking a little more like Kirby's Dream Course. It goes a little more into the, fantasy realm and even has dudes with swords. You might actually know this one as Super Swing Golf over in the Wii or the Korean MMO Pengya, but there's something about the PSP version that sings to me. Which brings me to a big one and something that couldn't be any more different. Kenka-Bancho Badass Rumble. A video game about trying to become the ultimate bancho. What's a bancho? Why, that's a leader of juvenile delinquents, as in high school gangs. So Kuwabara, the video game. Sound good? Well, it is. This thing starts with you rolling into a fictionalized version of Kyoto on a school field trip and then being like, you know what I need to do? Beat up everyone. So you do. You walk around beating up randoms, looking for other students' itineraries, taking buses, subways, and stepping onto their turf to beat them down and make them recognize you as well, the Kenka-Bancho. It's an incredibly simple game in concept, but one that's perfect to play on the go. It's stupid, it's got dumb little systems in order to fight people, like QTE smack talk before battles. Then you get people's phone numbers to become your henchmen after fighting them. It's the exact kind of over-the-top nonsense that I love, and wouldn't you know it, it's actually the 3rd game in the series. There are a lot of Kenka-Bancho games, even as recent as 2019 on the Vita. Each one of these seems to escalate the concept and keep it wacky as heck, but we've only gotten this single entry on the PSP. It's niche as all hell, so it makes sense, but it's unfortunate that this series ended here for Westerners. Although it seems that it's gone in a different direction lately. Kenka-Bancho is far from perfect, but it is the exact type of game I love to play on the PSP. It's a shame that we didn't get the 3DS sequel.
I got one more me-ass game to talk about today, and it's something you probably already saw in the thumbnail. Despite being from a franchise so popular, I feel like the portable Metal Gear games are being left in the dust. That goes all the way back to the Game Boy Color, but for me though, when I think of a game that's forgotten, weird, and very me-core, one of the first things that comes to mind for the PlayStation Portable is Metal Gear Acid.
2. Also, yes, Metal Gear Solid Ghost Babel deserves support. That thing was awesome. There's a good amount of Metal Gear Solid releases on the PlayStation Portable. You had Portable Ops Plus, Peace Walker, a freaking graphic novel, and of course, Acid 1 and 2. But only 2 of those were freak tier card game strategy RPGs so ahead of their time they'd fit right in today. Metal Gear Acid, standing for Active Command Intelligence Duel, was a ridiculous concept that famed series director Hideo Kojima did not direct. It's a side story that isn't technically canon, it's got a true to roots nonsensical narrative, and a gameplay concept that is a borderline galaxy brain. You build decks that come out as random cards in a turn-based stealth situation. You can only do a few actions per turn, and then you wait depending on the cost of the card. There's a lot of dialogue in this one, sometimes taking place in the middle of the stage, and it's a lot of words not saying too much. Some of the cards are convoluted, the equipment system is very basic, and it reeks a lot of potential. Acid has this very loud style with cool dramatic zooms anytime you do an attack. There's something here, but it's not all quite together. Reviews of the time felt it was a big ol' 7 out of 10, with retrospective ones being a little less kind. Movement is a pain because it makes you go step by step. The interface is a little confusing, and some missions take forever due to how stances work. But for a launch title on the PlayStation Portable, it was cool. On the other hand, the sequel, Metal Gear Acid 2, that's the good stuff. Acid 2 is the animeification of Metal Gear. Quite literally, the visuals are heavy cel shaded, way more colorful, and it almost looks like it's from a different franchise. Acid 2 came out only a year after the first one, this time with Kojima on board as a producer, and I think it's a vast improvement on the original. There's way more cards to pick from, pretty much everything about the interface is dramatically improved, and you feel like there's way more options. Rather than having to select actions from a menu, if you want to knock on a wall, you just press the knock button. You can also crouch like this. It's simplified in a way that's not just newbie friendly, but also veteran friendly, as you're able to do the whole turn-based card game thing with way less frustration. Acid 2 also came with a pointless accessory, the Solid Eye Tobit Acid. This was a big piece of cardboard that you would slap onto your PlayStation Portable that would basically allow you to look at the game in 3D, despite the console not having a 3D option. Apparently, this also had a chance to cause epileptic symptoms in some players, so it's not really talked about fondly. I mean, just look at the thing. Who's gonna use this? Metal Gear Acid 2 is a totally bizarre sequel to a bizarre game, but it's one of those things that I loved playing as a teenager. The idea of turning Solid Snake stealth action into a turn-based card game RPG might sound like a terrible one, but hey, the reviews were great, people I knew were loving it, and it's truly one of a kind. Or two of a kind. The heavy electronic soundtracks here would get your blood moving. The levels are memorable, and if you were looking for some Metal Gear on the go, this was a great fix. Peace Walker and Portable Ops weren't out yet, so Active Command Intelligence Dueling was the only way to go. If I had to make any major knocks against it, it'd be the lack of voiceover, especially considering the high amount of dialogue, but hey, this game has Venus, and she's peak character design. Seems the developers thought so too, because they keep panning the camera up and down anytime she's on screen. Good old Metal Gear. I hope that one day Konami decides to port some of these lesser known Metal Gear titles and spin-offs. It's been nearly 20 years since Acid 1 and 2 released, with hardly any mention or recognition of them at all, and that makes me sad knowing that they're slowly being forgotten. 1 is pretty skippable, but 2 is the finished concept of one of the weirdest and coolest games to come out on the PlayStation Portable. Check it out via any means necessary.
I'd hit that!
So there we have it, a bunch of weird and forgotten PlayStation Portable games, which means now we've done but 2 is the finished concept of one of the weirdest and coolest games to come out on the PlayStation Portable. Check it out via any means necessary.
I'd hit that!
So there we have it, a bunch of weird and forgotten PlayStation Portable games, which means now we've done every Sony console up to the PlayStation 4, and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find enough for that one. I've actually been thinking about hitting up the PlayStation 2 again, because there's like 4 billion games on that console, and also that video is pretty old at this point. But if there's any cool PlayStation Portable games that you think I should take a look at in the future, let me know down in the comments below. I'm always looking for weird stuff, and when it comes to the PlayStation Portable, you'll always find some strange stuff when you least expect it. Like 300, like come on. Also, I miss the Vita. I think we all do. Rest in peace, Vita. If you like today's video, check out the sponsor, Dr. Squatch, for the buy 3 get 3 bundle, or if you want to support the channel directly, you can head on over to my Patreon or buy a t-shirt over at the Pixel Empire. I'm thankful for all of your support, and hey, happy November. We've made it to the end of the year, which means video season is upon us. Well, hopefully. I got sick again, and it sucks. Anywho.
On today's episode of the Game Chasers.
Donkey Kong, old stuff. The maturity level of this ragtag group is about a 2 out of 100.
It's a wasteland of rednecks.
Oh, crap. I'm not saying things can't be haunted. We've never owned anything haunted, to my knowledge.
Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
All right, it is time to hit some flea markets, and we got stupid redneck Chris with us today.
Really?
What's up, dude? So Chris has been MIA for a little while, but lately he's been very much into everything, very much into game chasing and filming and trying to find new leads.
I'm systematically trying to find and hunt down the games that I had as a kid and find those hopefully boxed. Gotta go say bye to her or she'll turn my head off. Hey, I love you. I'm out of here.
What a little bitch. Chris is becoming less redneck. Do you want to get into all that? Maybe he sold his truck. He sold his dirt bike. He's driving an SUV now.
I've got the hunger. I got the eyes of the tiger, baby.
This is the cold season. This is where it's really hard to actually go out to flea markets and find games and stuff. Believe it or not, it does get cold in Texas. However, Chris has found a new flea market. I don't think we've ever been there before, so it's worth checking out at least.
It would have been nice to go somewhere like, I don't know, like 10 o'clock, and now we're gonna get scraps because it's noon, because you can't even communicate with each other and figure out whose house y'all gotta be at. I thought the whole plan was for Billy and Jay to be at my house at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Billy was supposed to come to my house.
No, I didn't. I said come to my place.
Chris didn't know where to go at all.
Billy is like, oh, I thought Jay was coming to pick me up. And then I text Jay and I'm like, where are you at? And he was like, I thought Billy was supposed to meet me here at the apartment. And I'm like, this is...
Around what, 9 o'clock? We all start texting each other like, hey.
I was supposed to be at your place?
Where you at? Where you at? Where you at?
I found a flea market. I don't know if it's gonna be any good. It's supposed to be open today. It looks more like one of our flea markets, like a open Saturday, Sunday kind of deal, and not once a month.
Stupid Chris has actually been doing some homework. He found a flea market that we've never been to before, so naturally we're gonna go check it out.
Yeah. Game chasing has gotten so much more. You have to be spec op elite to know where to go because everything is so picked over now, dude. It's like, it's bad. It's so bad. You're not, Metroplex is done. Metroplex is tapped. You're not, very, very rarely, unless you're gonna be like me and hit up every freaking place on the way home and just be happy with finding like a Mad 94.
Chris is like a madman right now with collecting. He's on some sort of mission to just literally find anything and everything that he can find out there. To the point where he picks up a Madden for like $3 and is like, look what I got. He'll text me and Billy a picture and be like, oh, look, check it out.
How many times have I texted you, look, I got games, and you just text me back,
You can still find a lot of stuff out there. The problem is finding it on camera, because you don't.
I film everywhere I go.
Unless you're faking stuff.
I don't.
You know, you're not finding stuff every time you go out and film. It's just not the reality of it.
Lately, I have.
Good stuff.
I've been on a pretty good streak. It might not have been like excellent stuff, but I've been finding stuff.
All right, we pull up to this flea market, pull to the parking lot, and it is a complete ghost town. There is absolutely nobody here at all.
There's nobody here. Nobody's booth is open. They got a smushed face Clint Eastwood painting on the side, and nobody is here.
Do I even turn in? Do you want footage of this?
This is what we get when we let Chris pick, but whatever.
Melvin and I came to this place, and it was closed that day too, which was a Saturday. No idea that this was that same place, or else I could have saved us a trip and said, guys, it's not open.
This has a potential to be a good little flea market, but why is there nobody here?
Well, the reason no one's here is because it's a Saturday, and apparently it's only open on Sundays.
Why?
That's weird. I guess it's kind of our fault for not checking to see what the hours were. We just assumed that a flea market would be open on a Saturday.
It's supposed to be open today.
It's Chris's fault. He brought us out here to a dead flea market.
No, it's Google's fault. It's freaking Google's fault. It's crap, NSA, SpyGrid, freaking Google, Alexa, screw all them. That's whose fault it is. You would think with all this, with them listening into our phones and whatnot, that they would have known that this place was not open on a freaking Saturday, and that they would have been like, oh no, it's not open Saturday, it's only open Sunday. But yet the almighty Google had us waste our day and drive all the way up there for jack crap.
So what games are you looking for?
A lot of Super Nintendo titles. I probably played more in N64 than you ever did, but
Yeah.
I really don't like there's certain games I like, but I really don't.
Well, the day is not, completely ruined. There are estate sales, not garage sales because it's too cold for that crap right now. People don't like doing it, but estate sales, for the most part, there are a few here and there spread around. So we're gonna take a look.
I've never really had good luck at estate sales, but here we go.
So the first few we went to, nothing was happening, and that's normal.
So we're pulling up to what is right now probably the third estate sale.
So the first room we get to walk into with this estate sale is the garage, and it's semi-promising. There's some older stuff here, some VHS tapes, there's VCR, old PlayStation controller.
I don't want to let Billy or Jay, get past me.
Ding, 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 ding. Gold. I don't know about gold. Okay, so one thing that we do collect for, all of us collect for, are etch glasses, these old glasses that you would get from McDonald's and Burger King back in the day.
Love it, 1983 Pizza Hut.
It's pretty good. You gotta get a couple of them.
I think I do, right?
Definitely coming home with me. They're $3 a piece. However, 50% off today, $1.50 a glass. Absolutely, I'll take that.
What'd you find?
One of the ladies there, I ask her, I go, are there any video games? Sure enough, she takes us to this glass case, and there's a Zelda Twilight Princess on GameCube. Just chilling there, just sitting there, just minding its own business. And we all walked past this thing. None of us saw it.
Everything's 50% off.
Now, what's really awesome about this is two things. One, it says $70, but it's half off. So we're looking at $35 right now, and it's sealed.
Crap. Good find.
I don't think GameCube had the little sticker thing on the top.
That's factory sold, because that's how my PS4 games go. Exactly like that. Good find.
I really liked Twilight Princess. I played it on the Wii, so it was really good. The motion controls, meh.
I personally love Twilight Princess. I played it on the Wii back in the day. I got that at launch with the Wii, and I loved it.
In all honesty, though, screw the motion controls on the Wii.
Twilight Princess, I'm gonna have to say, is probably up there in my top 5 Zelda games. Gotta be honest. I like it.
Where'd you find it?
Oh, right
back in the other room.
Well, it actually is in that.
Where my spidey sense was going off. But
Is that a display? We all of us walked past it though. That's the thing. But it's half off. For $70, no way I do that.
That's $35 for a sealed Twilight Princess on the GameCube.
That makes me so super mad. I mean, you found something, because you're a... What's going on is you're a chode.
Yeah.
That's what's going on.
Why are you so jealous of that?
I'm not. We are leaving the estate sale, and I've got to piss bad
So one thing about estate sales is you're not allowed to use the bathrooms there. I've never been to an estate sale where someone has used the bathroom or someone's been allowed to use the bathroom.
If Chris actually thinks that he's gonna walk into this porta potty and just have a nice, pleasant, peaceful piss, then he's got another thing coming. I ain't having that.
Can't even be mature enough to let someone excrete their excrements. The maturity level of this ragtag group of ruffians is about a 2 out of 100, which is why I hang out with these guys. So yes, if someone's gonna go into a porta potty, they're gonna get messed with. It's just the way.
Not happening. I honestly expected it.
Why would you not mess with somebody who's in a porta potty in the middle of some random neighborhood? You just gotta do it.
What's wrong with these guys?
You ain't getting me out of here. Might as well just take your rightful seat in the back. Oh, damn!
So that was the last estate sale in the area. It only makes sense at this point. We're already out. Let's just go to a game store, and the closest one right now is Freaks and Geeks.
We're going to Freaks and Geeks.
I already knew that you were gonna come mess with me, but dude, seriously, you rocked that thing so bad it was like splashing turd logs around in there.
The new location is great. It's bigger, way more room. They're able to display things.
Freaks and Geeks. They do still have all the stuff that they normally have. The toys, the video games, the miscellaneous stuff. It's all there. I'm going through the shelf. I'm looking around. I'm seeing a bunch of NES games I already have. I see a bunch of Super Nintendo games I already have, but then I look up and I see some stuff that I know I have to have, and that's Atari ST games. And I'm seeing all kinds of games. One of them, RoboCop. Well,
spent 35.
So I'm seeing RoboCop 3 here, and I've never played RoboCop 3 on the Atari ST. However, I have played RoboCop 1. Actually, it was one of my favorite games on that system that I have really good memories of playing. Now, another game that I'm seeing here is Quadrillion. I don't know how you pronounce it, but the front of the cover looks really cool.
I'm leaving here with an Atari ST game. I'm gonna do it. Definitely gotta do it.
It's intriguing. I'm gonna put it on my maybe pile.
I'm nerding out in this store. Even if I have to pay for it, I'm gonna find something.
Chris is definitely gonna buy something here, and there's this big case with all the really good stuff.
Contracts, got Donkey Kong.
Hey, look, Mortal Kombat 2 in the box.
How much?
I don't know, it's right on the edge.
I'm on a mission to find the games I had as a kid, and I would love to have those games boxed, complete.
And he finds Mortal Kombat 2 on the Super Nintendo.
This is fragile, because it's the same way in my case. 37. Mortal Kombat 2.
Once we had the Super Nintendo for a few years and Mortal Kombat 2 finally came out, I actually convinced our grandmother to get it for us. And man, did I get in trouble. Not from my mother, but from Chris's mother.
What I remember about Mortal Kombat is my mom not liking me playing it because blood and guts and fatalities, and that's why I wanted to play it. That is a crispy cart, dude. That is a clean cart. Look at that. That looks brand spanking new.
He wasn't allowed to play it with me, which sucked because then I had to play against the computer because I had no friends. They weren't going to come over to my grandparents' house and play Super Nintendo.
I enjoyed Mortal Kombat back in the day, especially Mortal Kombat 2. Mortal Kombat 2 was fun.
I do believe this is going home with me today.
Can I see the camera again? This is what gets my video game weenie vibrating. It's video game stuff. They have video game stuff here, and by that I mean the Super Mario 64 35mm camera.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't even know they made anything like that.
Does it surprise me there's a Mario 64 camera? No, it doesn't. I mean, if they have a sewing machine, why not a camera?
Do you know if it works?
Holy crap, what's that?
I haven't tested it.
I've never seen that before.
6.4 camera. I have not tested it.
Mario is the king of licensing and branding and making money off of merchandise. No, did I say Mario? Nintendo is the king of licensing.
Do 15 for you.
I'll do it for 15, yeah?
Yeah, well, if you don't, I would.
I'll do it for 15. Yeah, why not? Thanks, man. I'm good with that. I'm going to buy it. You don't run across something like this every day.
There's film in there, dude. I want to develop that.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not mine. It's not my film, so if there's some weird stuff.
There's actually film in this. We need to go get it developed.
That's smart, motherfucker.
Hey, you got a secret storage area?
Nope.
Not in this place?
Nope. This place is 2.5 times the size of the other building.
Yeah, he said there was more area in the back. We'll have to go take a look.
I passed through this little hall area and I see Jay's old arcade cabinet for one.
He sold it to him because he literally didn't have any place to. Oh, crap.
I look up and I see arcade marquees. And I see one that's Star Trek. Star Trek Strategic Command something. Klingon Battle.
Legit. That's really freaking cool.
Well, how much? They're not selling these, are they?
I mean, there's only one way to find out. We ask, right? I don't go see.
I've rarely played the arcade, but my God, do I love old school Star Trek.
I want to go ask on this.
And yes, I absolutely love Star Trek, despite the fact that freaking William Shatner blocked me on Twitter for calling him a chode. Even recently, he still holds a grudge on it. This was like 3 years ago, and he still holds a grudge.
15?
15 is absolutely as no-brainer of a no-brainer you can get.
Did you used to have that?
Yep.
Oh, look what I found.
So me and my dad, it's Evander Holyfield boxing on the Sega Genesis. My dad would come home from work and we used to play the crap out of this. So this is, I've been looking for this game. I haven't been able to find it. It's a common, $5. It's here. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna pick it up.
So my maybe pile here consists of the Quadrillion on Atari ST and the Super Mario World and Super Mario 3 Game Boy Advance boxes here. And I've got this Star Trek arcade marquee.
That's what we're looking at right here with getting one of these free.
Okay. They got this buy two, get one free deal going on here. So everything that I had all came to $45, which I'm completely happy with. I think I got a really cool haul here.
You have $5 cash?
Yeah.
And then he asks you for money.
It's about right.
Wait, no, hold up, because I gave you 40 for that other one. It was 35. So actually, you owed me $5 anyway.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but I paid for your
Need a bag?
glasses, which were $3.
Well, we'll call it a wash then. You're out 3. I'm out 3.
What? No.
How does that math work?
That makes me out 8 now.
Stop pointing out the fallacies of that logic, all right?
Oh, all right.
Stupid.
So at this point, I have Mortal Kombat 2, the Super Mario 3 box, and I've got Evander Holyfield boxing, and this is my haul from Freaks and Geeks. I'm getting Mortal Kombat 2 for $30, Evander Holyfield for $5, and it's buy two, get one free, and so they just knock off the Mario 3 box. I got that for free.
Later, guys.
All right, see ya.
Bye.
Later, thank you. Freaks and Geeks is awesome. If you're in the Denton area, definitely check it out. You never know, they get new stuff in quite often.
I still always have a good time when I'm here.
Turned out great. And they were able to find some games.
When the evil shredder
Them turtle boys don't cut them no slack.
All right, it's Sunday. It's actually colder today than it was yesterday, which means the flea markets are going to be more dead, and more dead means less vendors. But we got to try.
It's balls cold and the wind is blowing 100 miles an hour. Let's go get some games.
I can't wear skinny jeans. My nuts don't fit.
When I go hunting and it's cold, I'm in cold weather gear, gloves, hunting boots, full coveralls, head wrap, and there's no skin showing. And I'm in a blind where I'm covered from the wind. I hate wind. I hate getting wind chapped.
I mean, no one likes it.
We're here at this really super freaking redneck flea market here, and it's just it's completely dead. Completely dead.
All right, got the fire going. Got the fire going.
It's a wasteland of rednecks, and I mean, I would say they're my people, but I mean,
I think Chris is going through an identity crisis right now. Let me help you out, Chris. You're a redneck. That's it. You're a redneck.
So what's up with the camera?
We have a YouTube channel.
We're looking for old video games.
Old video games, huh?
I will. Donkey Kong.
Old stuff. Old stuff. That kind of stuff. Nintendo, Atari.
Pong.
Yeah, television.
I get those things in every now and then, but they go pretty quick.
Yeah.
That's nothing to get them in though. Well, look around, we got everything else on the sun in there.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
I don't know. We just all have problems.
I think Billy's getting desperate. I mean, he's literally sifting through piles of junk. But you got to search every nook and cranny when you do this kind of thing, right? But there's nothing here. There's nothing here.
Look at this. He's got his like little hideout back here.
Find a plan that's right for you.
It's kind of cool.
Freaking living room.
We're going into some of these rooms here, and it reminds me of like something off of Ready Player One. Or something. It's just it's nobody has video games here.
I got some here.
Wait, what?
Games. Low bridge.
I don't know what you're looking for.
Ah, okay.
Jesus.
Where is it? It's not that close. It's
Where's
15
the
miles
place?
away.
15 minutes away.
Or 15 miles away.
15 miles away.
So last night I get a text from Chris, and he's claiming that the Mortal Kombat 2 that he had purchased at Freaks and Geeks, he took it home to try to play it, and it's apparently haunted. And he is dead serious.
I'm the only one in the house, and there's one controller hooked into the Super Nintendo. There wasn't two, and as I'm playing Mortal Kombat, it just all of a sudden just like, nope, player 2 has entered the game. And I'm like, wait, what? This Mortal Kombat 2 is haunted or possessed or whatever you want to call it. Player 2 has entered the game and wants to play with me. And I'm kind of freaked out by that.
Really? The man going to the moon is not silly, but this is silly.
But I completely took the game out of the console, put it back in, hit the power, started playing it, fired it back up, started playing it again.
No, we've never bought anything that's haunted. What's the matter with you? We don't buy haunted things.
I'm not even thinking about, you know, what had just happened. You know, I'm over it. Like, I'm just chalked it up to it's a glitch, right? Nope. Freaking right around midnight, player 2 has entered the game. I'm like, okay, yeah, we're gonna go play some baseball or some Pilot Wings.
Well, I guess we've just been lucky. I'm not saying things can't be haunted. We've never owned anything haunted, to my knowledge.
Kind of odd. I mean, I've never even heard of that. I mean, I would think that the second controller would have to be plugged in for that to even like remotely happen. How would it go into? Explain it to me. How is this even plausible?
And remember, watch out for shadow people.
That's the way game chasing go.
So we're gonna head to one last flea market here. This is actually the goods flea market. One we found a lot of stuff here.
He's not Jeffrey Robert over there.
Red jacket?
Yeah.
Okay,
All
cool.
right.
Thanks, man. Have a good one.
We're walking through the flea market when I hear the sound of this majestic redneck ring into my ear.
Remember us? We bought your PlayStation.
Oh, yeah.
What's going on, man?
Wow.
Good to see you.
How are y'all doing?
Doing good. Got any more PlayStations to sell us?
I don't, and y'all missed the steal of a deal yesterday.
Here?
Yeah, I had a Donkey Kong panoramic from 1984.
That's my PlayStation.
Wow.
Brand new, still worked.
Yeah.
With brand new batteries in it, sold for $80.
Oh, man.
When we walk off, he's telling everybody, yeah, that's like the 6th time I've been on TV. He's telling all his other redneck buddies, yeah, that's like the 6th time I've been on TV. I'm like, God, we got to get out of Johnson County, man.
That's my PlayStation.
It's random as hell.
Why are you so cold?
Because the wind's blowing 500 miles an hour out here, and
You were a bitch like that.
cold. I don't do cold. I don't do cold. So I'd never make it as a seal. I'd die.
That's the reason.
That's the reason. You never make it as a seal. I don't like the cold.
For whatever reason, we do actually have a bunch of people coming up to us and saying, "Hey, you guys looking for video games?" And we've actually gotten a few contacts here.
What y'all talking about, right?
Oh yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
I got about 15 them, 18 maybe.
Yeah.
And then I got 3 of the games.
Oh, the systems?
Yeah, systems. There you go.
What if, could we come by and take a look and see what you have? I know you said you don't want to give it away.
Okay, so we got a potential lead here. We got a vendor who doesn't have anything here, says he has a whole bunch of stuff at home.
What?
Sounds good. Thank you. Sounds good. How much you want for this? Do you want this?
No.
Any, or do you already have it?
I've already got that one. We'll put them all together and everything, let y'all look at it.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I mean, maybe in the future you'll see something transpire out of it. We did get some contact information though.
At least if you don't leave with any games, you still plant the seed of retro, and hopefully one day it'll grow into something and bloom. Nice, beautiful little uncommon carts.
All right, nothing here, but at least we got a lead, something potential for the future. Unfortunately, that counts as a win right now.
Oh, it was a mayonnaise too. I think it was sour cream, mayonnaise, and yeah.
I don't have a weak stomach, but the smell of Eric's dick and mayonnaise will make me fucking almost puke. That was disgusting. That was fucking disgusting.
He wasn't wearing boots, was he? He was wearing freaking tennis shoes.
It's at the butt crack of dawn right now. I just picked up Melvor, and now we're standing in Jay's apartment.
All these years of his trash talking, that I'm the sleepy, lazy one that always makes us late, and we don't get the good deals and stuff. Not only am I up, Billy was at my place at like 6:20 this morning.
All the trash talk over the years of me being the lazy one, me being the one oversleeping, and making them miss stuff like that auction, which is bullcrap. That was not my fault. It's Jay this time. Jay, hold, no.
Put us behind Dom.
Jay's sorry butt is still asleep right now.
Hey, what the f, dude? What are you creeps doing?
I go into his bedroom, cameras blazing, and he goes, ooh, like that, all stupid looking.
I would say it was creepy waking up and having Billy and Melvor stand over me, but it's not the first time. God damn.
We got that on tape too. You look so stupid. You look like the biggest fool.
There's something fucking disturbing about you two, man.
This is embarrassed face.
Fucking just watching me fucking sleep like some fucking weird fucking creepy fucks, man.
Stupid.
What is wrong with you two, man?
I don't know that we've ever gone out this early, I gotta be honest. Flea market? Maybe? I don't know. Where are we going?
Dude, buying 2 pounds of meat doesn't mean I went home, sat down, got in my underwear, put on a fucking baby bib, and just started nom.
I don't know. Probably not going to find anything, but it's worth a shot. We're not going to find anything if we don't show.
One of the biggest issues that we've been running across is we tend to get kicked out a lot more often than we used to. And this particular flea market, we've never been kicked out of.
The bad thing, however, is I guess when you're up this early, there's no one here, and it is so dead.
There's nothing here. I think it's too early. I think it's too cold.
So just when all hope is lost, we see a man at a booth, and he's got a box full of Nintendo games. Ooh, I love the smell of napalm and boxes of NES games early in the morning.
How's it going, guys? Hey. This y'all's? Yeah. Yeah? How much for the games?
Okay, so we're here early. First one's looking at these games, I'm gonna assume. Anytime I see a bunch of games like this, the hope is to just get them all.
So we come to this booth, and we're this guy.
Got more right here.
That's why I separate this, because somebody took over the prices.
Okay.
All of them got prices.
If this was 10 years ago, whole box, $20, would have gotten it easily. Nowadays, everything is individually marked for all of them, and this is no different. Although, they're not horribly priced, so at least we got that going for us.
One of them being Dragon Warrior 2, uncommon game. Dragon Warrior 2 is an RPG. No, I've never played it. If you've been watching this show longer than 5 minutes, you know I'm not gonna play it because I don't do RPGs. But at this price, you gotta pick it up, especially if you need it.
It is so boring to me. I just can't get into those games at all, and I don't see the appeal at all. And I'm definitely not getting this at all. Well, I have it, but it sucks.
I don't think I got the greatest footage here. Hopefully something that could be used.
So one I am interested in here is Power Punch 2. I have the game, but it does not work. Very rarely will I come across an NES game that just will not work no matter what you do. Well, my copy of Power Punch 2 is that, along with Cool World. Cannot get those to work for the life of me, all right? So I'm interested in this.
It's an unofficial sequel of sorts to Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. No, it was not made by Nintendo. However, the character in there is absolutely Mike Tyson. He apparently has conquered everyone there is to conquer on this earth, so he decides to become an intergalactic traveling humanoid. He's a human, not an oid.
There's no way that that's the actual story. Legit?
I'm not making any of this. No, this is it. I'm not making any of this up. So basically, think Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, just not as good, except you're Mike Tyson and you're fighting aliens. That's the game. That's literally the game.
That's too ridiculous to not get this game. And it's only $10.
That $3. Yeah, is that his price on there? It's on there, Rainbow Island.
Another game I'm seeing here is Rainbow Islands. This guy right here loves Bubble Bobble. Now this is Rainbow Islands, the story of Bubble Bobble Part 2. Not Bubble Bobble Part 2, but the story of Bubble Bobble Part 2. That's very confusing. But it's only $20. I say only $20. Are we to that point now that we're spending $20 for a game at a flea market? I don't know about this, man. I don't know, but I'm not doing it.
Would you be willing to do $40 for all these?
No, sir.
So you're
sorry.
We're not working.
No,
we're not working.
No, we're not working.
This dude is a no-go. He's a hard sell. He's not budging at all. The price is what it is.
So we'll get this one too. It is almost half. It is in pretty good shape too. Yeah, it's not bad, I guess.
All right, man. We'll take these two.
All right.
Not only does this guy not want to, try to negotiate with what's in front of us, he apparently has a box of games in the van, and it's just outright said, no, you guys don't get to see them. What? What?
Everything about this situation is like we should walk away, but at the same time, there are games here that we need, and they're priced below what they normally go for, so it's like, and where else are we going to find games today? So we ended up getting the Dragon Warrior 2 and the... What is it? What is that? Was that freaking Power Punch 2? Wow, how did I forget that? For $30. So yeah, for $30, we got those two games.
It is what it is. We found some things. Be happy with what you got, and let's go try to find some estate sales.
I had to pick some up to sit down. You can't count that.
Okay, yeah. I just have dirty underwear fucking strewn about my entire freaking, on my couch, in the fridge. You two have a seriously fucking warped view on reality.
You know what? There's just something not right about the estate sales. It's like, hey, this person just died. Bring on the vultures. Sure, we're doing that, and we're looking for video games.
That one. Money
more bills.
A little fancier house, fancier neighborhood. I don't know why that matters, so let's go look.
I look up on the shelf and I see 2 PC games. I'm not much of a PC collector, but one of these games is really sticking out at me because I remember this being advertised in Nintendo Power, and they had an entire section dedicated to the then nameless Super Nintendo CD-ROM attachment, which we later found out became the PlayStation, essentially. And this particular section in Nintendo Power highlighted one of the games that were potentially going to be on it, and it was called Seventh Guest. I was just so fascinated with this, and I couldn't wait for it to come out, and it never came out. I never heard anything about it after that, and it was just kind of like, gone. It's out of existence. And then I found out it came on PC and other stuff.
Billy found some PC games. I gotta be honest, I don't even know what he picked up. I don't care what he picked up. I'm not into PC game.
I've never played these 2 particular games, and I'm probably not gonna play these 2 particular games either, but I wanna pick them up because they're $5 each, and it's 25% off today. So that puts the price at $7.50 for both of them. So I'm happy with that. More games, more games, more games.
You're gonna love this. I found the best thing here so far. Rocky 3 soundtrack on cassette. Like,
Of course.
Jeez.
You know, for the few hours that we had, I guess it was okay. It was worth coming out, actually.
Not a horrible day, not a great day, but not a horrible day. We did find a couple of games, couple of uncommons.
It was worth getting up. We got some stuff, and it was fun. We had a good time today. We enjoyed each other's company. Not each other off, but you know, still, it's good stuff.
No, I'm not going to bed tonight thinking about you two. No.
You look like the biggest fuck. Games. You ready, Chode?
So I'm meeting Chris here at this antique store called the Thirsty Pirate or something. I've never heard of it. This is something that he found apparently on Facebook.
This thrift store popped up, and I noticed that there was a person in here that had a listing for retro games. So I was like, come check it out. So we'll see what we find.
I grabbed the camera. Let's see what he picks out. Hopefully it's something good.
I dig it. I dig it. Let's go check this out.
Chris is definitely going to be buying some stuff here at this place, so I wanted to come out and talk to him and maybe talk him into some things and maybe potentially talk him out of some things because the boy needs guidance, and I'm just the one to guide him.
You know what? I think I'm going to sit this one out. I got too many things to do. They are kings of calling last second and being like, show up here, and I'm just not able to do it. So I'm going to let them two have their little date afternoon by themselves.
I'm going to need you to come over here so we can get a stack of games going. Yeah.
If there's a game that I want and it's within what it's supposed to be, if it's priced at what it's worth, I'm going to pick it up if I want to play it.
DuckTales, Chip and Dale. It's in the orange sleeve.
There's some really amazing titles in here, but I'm drawn to Chip and Dale's Rescue Rangers because I opened that on Christmas morning as a kid.
I distinctly remember stupid Chris opening up that Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers.
That's funny because I have video of you opening Chip and Dale on Christmas.
I remember thinking to myself too, I have this copy of Super Empire Strikes Back on the Super Nintendo, and here I am playing Super Nintendo, and I was that stupid kid that was like, why would you want to play with NES games? And I'm looking at Chris and it's like, you got an NES game, you little baby.
I actually almost picked it up in box complete from Billy McDonald one year at Retropalooza, and I didn't do it, and that was stupid.
What? 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 That doesn't even make any sense.
Chip and Dale's Rescue Rangers is a side-scrolling, little action platformer, and I really enjoy it. The gameplay on it is fun. I don't think it's a bad game. It still holds up to this day for me.
Chip and Dale, pretty good game.
Okay, Turtles 3.
What do you mean, okay, Turtles 3? Like,
No, Manhattan Project. It's right. It's close to you, right there. Yep.
Ninja Turtles 3 wasn't something we ever owned. We rented that. But the thing is, that came out at a weird time to where we were all anticipating Turtles in Time coming out on Super Nintendo, but this was like a nice little stopgap.
It's a good Manhattan Project, right? It's a good.
Like I had to convince you to get that. Like you were.
No, you didn't. Look, I love these old Funko Land sleeves.
Finally starting amassing what I actually want to play, and I think that's kind of what hindered my collecting. Like, not that I didn't like collecting in the beginning, but I didn't really have anything that I played, and I didn't have anything that I connected with. And once I started actually getting a hold of the stuff that I had a connection with, I think that that's really what brought it out of me. I mean, as far as wanting to actually collect.
Why are they? They're so puppety looking. I mean,
You probably played it because I rented it.
I played Star Fox, but looking back, I think Star Fox was kind of hyped. I don't think it was as good as everybody else thought it was.
Yeah, I've seen it up to upwards of 30, man.
It's got that
Plus,
cool
hey, dude, look, it's got a
Blockbuster.
Blockbuster sticker on it. Look, man.
So
That's. I'd keep that on there, man. Look at that. That's been on there since the renting days. Look at that.
So that was a rental cartridge.
That was a rental cartridge, yeah, absolutely.
What I remember about Battletoads is you and me playing 2-player and getting to the freaking level where you have to swing and just dying over and over and over until I was finally like, I can't do this anymore.
I remember renting Battletoads, and it was a time that I had pink eye. And first of all, people were saying that you get pink eye from crap in your eyeball. Well, I mean, maybe that's a way, but also another way is that it's highly, highly contagious. So if one kid gets pink eye in class, then a lot of kids get pink eye in class. And that's exactly how I got pink eye. I didn't shove dog shit in my eyeball. Or people or any shit in my eyeball. Freaking stupid Frankie had pink eye, and that's how I got it.
Put it down, play something or do something else, and then come back to it, and the exact same thing would repeat itself.
That's a really good game.
Really? Really?
Oh, well, how does he see that?
Because you probably can see the back of the camera.
I'm not psychic, bro. I can just see your legs popping over there.
What's wrong with these guys?
So this is your haul right here. Are you trying to pare it down, or what are you trying to do here?
I'm trying not to take the whole entire display home.
Right, I get that, but are you considering all these?
Yes.
This is your maybe
This is
pile.
my maybe pile at this point.
All right.
I see some games that I want that I can't afford today, which is really paining me. Just the way things are, and for what I want, the games like DuckTales and Chippendales, I'm just not willing to put anything back. So we're gonna adhere to this budget, and I'll have to come back and get the rest of what I want.
I know I don't have that one. I'll do Strikes Back.
Super Empire Strikes Back. I'm always going to recommend the Super Star Wars series. I love these things. In fact, the same day that he got Chip and Dale on the NES, I got Super Empire Strikes Back, and I immediately took my 14-year-old lanky, dumb, dorky ass into the bedroom and started playing that game because it was freaking cool, and I anticipated that game coming out so long.
You never beat that game, did you?
I did.
You're a liar.
I did. Swear to God.
You got too much time on your hands then.
Super Empire Strikes Back is just garbage.
How much is it?
7.
That's pretty good.
He's just going in, just devouring everything, just reckless abandon. Hey, I'm going to throw down $100 here and just get all these games that I remember playing as a kid. Now, that's one way of going after it, and hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
This should have been a big part of my collection for a long time. It's kind of sad that I'm just now getting around to getting these games, but whatever. I mean, they're here now, so.
Got a little bit more than $100 on me. Right now, I really shouldn't spend it, so I'm going to try to keep to this $100 limit.
So 103.50.
Damn, we're only $3 over your budget.
Yep.
Look
That
at
is
that.
not bad. Super
I mean, I
awesome.
could go buy more, but.
Jeez, pace yourself, man. Jeez.
Jeez Louise.
How about you come back and visit us?
Somebody's got to reel you in, man.
Go up to the counter and, they hit me with $103. I said I was going to stay at $100. $3, no nuts.
Hey, it worked out for him.
Could you do better than Chris? I think so. On this particular day, I think Chris is the option, though, so.
I was playing it one controller there.
no other, just mine, and it kept like right around midnight. It was like player 2 has entered the game. I was like, nope.
No, I'm not giving him that.
Did you smell it?
No, I did not.
You did.
All right, so it's a Tuesday. And for whatever reason, we have a flea market that's opened up on Tuesday. And it's the same flea market we went to already. But it's going to be much busier.
So this time, it's Wood with us. And yes, we're going to the same flea market.
And we know there's not going to be video games here, so we might as well play with this candle.
All right, I went ahead and bought Griffey.
You bought Griffey? How much?
I did. Total $6 for both, but this is something else. This don't count. So
I'll give this to Chris because he's going to be all butthurt that he's not here. Well, he's at work.
What?
He's at work.
Whose
so
fault is that?
It's his. But I already have it. Do you have it?
Yeah. Let's go find some stuff. Maybe the Aussie. He thinks he's good luck. He thinks we find stuff every time he comes out with us. So let's see how good luck he is.
So it's starting to get a little drizzly, and I'm already seeing people pack up. So this is just great.
It's just our luck. Just our luck.
Because that's what happens to us. We finally are able to get together and go and videotape for a flea market adventure, and it's gonna rain.
All right, it's starting to rain a little bit. Vendor's starting to pack up, which means we need to go.
Quick shot. I think I got like 2 of these.
What?
Never seen that before.
What's the move too? I've never seen this before either.
I see underneath buried an actual good game.
Might be a rare game.
Hey, did we just miss this?
Yeah, I think we did.
It blended in with the blue table. It's all getting wet.
Bible adventures. I don't give a damn what anyone says. I like Bible adventures. It's good. It's not good, but it's good. I have good fond memories of Bible adventures. Yeah. No, it's not good, but it's good. It's not bad.
Billy found a Bible adventures on Common Game.
I think we found Bible adventures in the water. How much for these?
This is $7.
$7? How much is this one?
5.
5?
I think more around the $5 price range is better for this game.
I think that's probably high.
Yeah.
Now, I, of course, have Bible adventures. What respectable human being doesn't have Bible adventures? But I know Chris doesn't have Bible adventures. God, no, he would appreciate this. So I have to pick this thing up for him.
$5 for both? $5 for both of them. It's raining, you're leaving. You want to make some money?
$10.
Hey.
9.
Okay, 9.
All right, so Billy got the Bible game Bust a Move 2 down to $9. Not bad.
Honestly, I don't know why I got Bust a Move 2.
Somebody's got to buy them.
Honestly, I probably should have just got Bible Adventures, but I ended up getting these two. And then Jay comes in and wants controllers.
How much are the controllers? Hang on, how much are the controllers? 5 each.
How do you feel about that?
I mean, that's not horrible, right? You can always use controllers. Yeah? What do you got going there?
$9 total.
Tell throw these in 20 even.
Well, she said $5 on
Wait,
those.
that don't make sense.
That's you're paying an extra $1.
That's my Grand Prairie education right there. Hang on a second. Wait.
So dumb. He's so dumb.
I'm not thinking. I wasn't thinking. What do you want me to do? I wasn't thinking.
I like to play dumb because it's a mechanism for laziness. No, it really is. But when it comes down to it, I know I can beat anyone in an IQ test. I assure you of that. Dang. Bible Adventure.
19? Do 18?
Yeah, it's fine.
18? I got. Knew it. I knew it. The controllers are yours, so what are you bitching about?
Oh yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I got. You give me 5, I got 8.
Here, just pay the lady. As he puts his money back in his wallet. What a fucking scoundrel. And that's what I meant by I knew it. No, I don't want it.
Here,
Then
take
you're gonna
it.
buy lunch later. Forget about it.
All right, so nothing super awesome find-wise, but still some decent stuff at some decent prices, and that's the name of the game.
I have, in all seriousness though, I have like $13 on me. So, I have $13. Thank you, appreciate it.
Plus my change.
Oh, he noticed that, huh?
So we got everything here for $18 total. Not too bad for a day that, you know, kind of was getting rained out.
Kind of something that hasn't happened in a while is actually finding a semi-uncommon, it's not rare by any means, but semi-uncommon NES game out in the wild. Not that it's too uncommon, you know what I mean. Usually it's Captain Skyhawk or Hoops, so I consider today a victory already.
And I know that Chris is gonna go completely bonkers for this Bible Adventures. I've paid around $4 or $5 for that one.
Get out of here. Yes! Are you serious? Are you serious? You actually ran across this in the wild without me?
Yeah.
Okay, that now it kind of pains my soul.
Chris's mom made him rent it.
Mom took me to Jars. It was my week to go be the grandkid to rent a video game. Of course, I get conned into renting this game. I should have known as a kid. I'm like, what is this turquoise light blue piece of crap cartridge? Like, is this a Nintendo game, Mom? Nintendo games are freaking gray, and they don't look like this. Somehow I got suckered into this. Christopher, you should learn about the Bible.
The weekend he rented Bible Adventures was completely ruined, by the way. It was just because we got Bible Adventures.
I bring it back to Billy, and you should definitely play the bum 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 bum, because that was the exact look on your face when I was like, he was like, "What'd you get?" Bible Adventures, and Billy literally was like, "You fucking chode, like what the f?"
Now that I've gotten older, I look back on that weekend, I look back on that time, and it's like, oh my God, that was actually funny. That was good memories. And that's a part of the thing that happens whenever you look back on a lot of these games. The games in themselves are only a part of it. It's the memories attached to it. And while I can honestly say objectively that Bible Adventures is probably not good, I do have good memories with it, and I like it.
I cannot believe y'all ran across it in the wild. That's pretty. What did you paid $5 for this? What'd you pay for this one?
Bundled it with something else. But yeah, roughly $4 to $5.
$4 to $5 for a non-licensed Nintendo tape. But you spent the money because you knew that it had the backstory and it was sentimental, and I appreciate it.
The Dick Handle was cool for what it was.
But Billy, it's the fault of the YouTubers like yourself. So we know someone named Nick in the Arizona area. Now this guy's always been cool to us, and out of the blue one day when we were in Arizona, he said, if you're ever back in this way, I've got an arcade unit that I want you to have. The thing about it is, we're always in a car, and no way to haul this thing back home. Well, luckily, we were in SoCal Gaming Expo, and I took a truck.
So why aren't I here? We were at SoCal Retro Gaming Expo. We were taking a bunch of stuff, and I was taking Eric with me. And I wanted to leave earlier than Billy and Wood wanted to leave. So I left a day before them.
So we're driving back home to Texas. We really want to get home, but there's this arcade cabinet that Billy wants to go look at.
I'm not exactly in my hiking shoes and boots. I'm falling. It's all good though, because I'm super excited.
So here we are at Nick's, and he opens up the garage, the light comes through, and boom, right then and there, I see it. It's a TMNT cap. What rational adult would spaz out because they saw video games?
No, my neck hurts.
Games.
So, where did you come across this?
I am absolutely obsessed with owning a Ninja Turtles cab.
Well, on the way to the flea market, I saw a house that had these machines like underneath the tarp, and they just looked like they were just dead. I went there, said I'll give you $100 for all 4 of them. Boom.
Nick owns a video game store in the Phoenix area. We met him actually at Game On Expo a few years back. Really cool dude, kind of pretty handsome, and he can dance. Fuck you, Nick. You got everything going for you.
Jealousy is at max because between the Turtles cab and the Simpsons cab, these are the 2 that I really want, and that's the one he's getting.
They've been sitting in here for about 2 years now.
Damn.
I mean, we have our video game store like down the street, but it's time, it's money, it's the know-how of doing it. I didn't want to fix it up because I always thought that like Turtles was a machine that it's cool, you'll beat it 10 times, but then you're having more fun because your friends are enjoying it when they come over. It's like, I'm Donkey Kong Centipede. Give me those high score games because they never run out.
Now this thing is definitely not in good shape. It's in bad shape.
I would imagine that this was probably a Pac-Man first, and then they put a. I mean, I don't know anything about arcades. It just makes sense because Pac-Man came first. That they would take it and they would repurpose it as a Turtles arcade. But I mean, I guess there's no way to know for sure unless I go over there and look at the board, and I would assume it said Turtles on it, but I'm not 100% sure.
I mean, we can pull it out.
Yeah,
it's more than welcome. We can just, I have these chairs easy to move out. We can do whatever we need.
Well, it says Konami, so I would assume that it is actually a board for Turtles.
It was definitely something before it was a Turtles cab, but right now it's a Turtles cab.
I mean, I've been watching you guys forever, so I know that that's like your most sought after. But it's not Sherry. I mean, it's a project.
Now this thing is definitely not in good shape. They say they haven't plugged it in, so I'm just curious if this board even works.
I don't know anything when it comes to the electronics of an arcade, so if it didn't fire up, I would have no idea how to fix it. But I can imagine that I can eventually find someone that does know how. So.
It's rusted, it's falling apart. It looks like if you sneezed on it the wrong way, this thing is falling into pieces. I don't expect it to work. There's no way it's gonna work.
Crap, it sounded like a monitor turning on.
It was a monitor turning on.
And then it works. Somehow, magically, this thing turns on.
I mean, monitor needs to be replaced, but the whole thing's firing up. Look at that.
The board itself works, and that's the heart and soul of the arcade unit. Now, the screen itself is toast.
It's still working. It's playing. Billy's playing Turtles on this hunk of dilapidated arcade cabinet.
Bang.
Playing, it's working. The only thing it needs is obviously a new monitor and speakers, I would assume, but yeah, it's playing.
The monitor is not, completely calibrated or going bad or something, and I don't know how to operate on arcade units, but at least it fires up. The audio isn't working.
Suddenly, the sound just kicks on out of nowhere.
Game.
Is the image always, I've never played it on an arcade, is the image always kind of squished?
No, that's because the monitor is going out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm taking the whole thing home. We're gonna somehow get this thing on the truck, and I absolutely gotta have it.
You sure you don't want anything for this?
Nah, man, just keep making new videos. All of you guys. Seriously, I've been watching for 2011. Yeah, it's been sitting in the garage for at least 2 years now. Yeah, just collecting dust, and I just didn't have the money to fix it up. So if you can do it, it's awesome, man.
All right.
The sound is cutting in and out though.
Yeah.
So maybe the speaker's odd. Maybe it is the speakers that just.
Or it could be just be a wire.
Yeah, just disconnect or something.
A little corrosion on something.
Yeah.
Because this, I mean, you can tell this has been at least near some moisture at some point. The back here is all wilted, and you can just tell.
I mean, regardless of what it looks like, without anyone coming over your house and seeing it, you could always tell people I have a Turtles cab in my house, and they'll instantly think you're cool. They just won't know the truth.
Let's lift up the end and you close the gate.
Okay. Would you?
Yeah, I've always had a thing for downtown.
Now, if I was smart, I would probably just unhook the board and the marquee, just get the marquee and then haul that home. Unfortunately, I just don't have the time to do that, and I don't want to mess anything up. So we're just going to take the whole arcade unit itself and put it in the back of the truck and kill our gas mileage getting home. But that's what we're going to do here. And hope that it doesn't rain, by the way.
I'm really worried that this thing isn't going to make it all the way back to Texas. Doesn't even look like it should still be standing, period.
You just gave me 20 bucks. Here's a Kickstarter money, back to your movie. There we go.
I need to give you. You kept on saying you're
One more
taking
handshake,
you're
man.
taking the cabinet. You're taking. I insisted on 20 bucks. Sure, it's only 20 bucks, but I'm like, I got to give you something for it.
Yeah. No, you're good.
Okay.
Dude. That's for the movie. Get some burritos.
Thank you, man.
Now it's just a matter of getting this thing home in one piece. Not that it matters, because it's all going to be replaced anyway. I plan on restoring this thing. And when I say I plan on restoring this thing, I mean Chris. I plan on Chris restoring this thing. And by restoring this thing, I mean building an entirely new cab and then putting the heart and soul, the board and the marquee into it.
Awesome, guys. Well, safe drive. And you guys got water, it's cool.
So I am at the point where I'm just going to get it home and then figure out what I'm going to do with it afterwards. But at least I have it, and I'm stoked.
Yay!
Billy sends me a text. So I look down at my phone and it just says like the notification, Billy text. And I'm like, And I open it up and it's a picture of his truck with stupid wood, like looking at his phone with like mountains in the background. And I'm like, what's so special about this picture? Like there's like, do you think your fucking truck looks cool with mountains in the background? And then all of a sudden I look at like what's hanging out of the back bed of his truck. And I'm like, that's a fucking arcade cab. I'm fucking coming.
I have so many memories with this thing, and we went to Chuck E. Cheese and I played it. I was not a big arcade guy. I didn't get to go to the arcade.
You know what? We didn't get to go to a whole lot of arcades. By the time I got old enough to be able to go out to things like that on my own, they were phasing out. I mean, you had like tilts in the malls.
I got this Turtles arcade cab for free, Chris, and it's in the back. You see all these beautiful mountains, and we're out here enjoying ourselves. And where are you at? You're at work.
That's how I played TMNT. I went to Chuck E. Cheese, and we'd have these parties and Showbiz Pizza.
This is one of those games I have come across as an older gamer, and I love it.
I would play this thing so much. It was my favorite arcade. Absolutely, bar none, it was my favorite arcade.
They had one at fucking Sack and Save. Every time me and Grand Papa would go to that freaking Sack and Save off of 303, there was they had like it was a Street Fighter cab and a 4-stick Turtles, and I would beg, plead to play it, and Grand would always be like, you know, here's a couple quarters, and I would get to go play it and I would die instantaneously because, you know, obviously it wasn't that great.
Doesn't really look like anything official though.
No, it looks like somebody just created their own cabinet. This looks like.
The way it is now, it's dilapidated. It's gone. It's falling apart.
I mean, whatever it was yellow and red here, but I don't know.
It looks like someone did it themselves.
I don't know. I might try to take some like sandpaper or whatever, just as, because it's not like I'm gonna ruin the wood at this point.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what's underneath it. That's all.
Well, I guess you lucked out then. Hold on. Who gave it to you? Was it somebody you know, or is it somebody you like a place you walked in and they were like, just get this fucking out of here?
It's gonna be fun. We're putting this thing together and making it, you know, sparkle and shine again, and have myself one of my favorite video games of all time.
So what we do is we just take a pattern, build a new one, and go to a graphics company and have them reprint off vinyl graphics, put vinyl graphics, new T-molding, new joysticks, new buttons.
Oh man, please let this thing stay in one piece.
We'll definitely get it going again. what we have to work with is a marquee, a board,
Can't even open the door.
Well, it's that time again to wake up sleeping unbeauty once more from his slumber so we can go out and go to a flea market and look for video games.
Test 1 2 12 1 2 balls.
Oh, he has arisen. Good morning, sir.
Trying to get me a game?
I was really hoping he'd be asleep so we could get to wake him up again and watch him go. "Rawr!"
You look like the biggest
Balls, 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 balls. What are you doing? Why are you always fucking filming me?
Didn't we say, was it 9:30? We
Yeah,
said
9:30.
Huh.
My alarm's been going off since fucking 8:30. Y'all aren't here, I'm not waking up. Yeah.
That's a good point. I do the exact same thing.
All right, so we are going to a flea market, little small town outside the Metroplex.
Yeah, he just mowed a bunch of lawns yesterday and did some yard work, so he's got some money to spend. Oh, by the way, we're all gonna need that, by the way. I guess it looks a little bigger once you get up close.
It don't look like much though. This flea market looks pretty bare.
This is a new flea market for us. We've never been before. It's about an hour and a half away, pushing 2. Well, for me, it's about 2 hours. I hope they have something.
Switching. I don't have a good feeling about this.
This place looks like a barren wasteland.
My sweat was running down my ass crack.
Start over there or start over here?
I'll take it batteries.
A bare flea market like this could go one of two ways. A, nothing here to be found and everyone knows it sucks in the area, so that's why they're not here. Or B, no one's here and there's gonna be a treasure trove of gaming goodness.
I don't have a lot of confidence in this whole anything.
Pro pad? You need a pro pad?
Whenever we go to a flea market, this always happens. We see a little controller here, a memory card there, AV cables there.
I'm seeing like a bunch of alarm clocks and calculators and gadgets, and usually it's just worth looking just in case there's a Game & Watch. I don't know.
Video games at one point used to be here, and who knows, maybe they still are, but it's like little breadcrumbs.
Oh, a chorus line? Nice, nice, nice.
I do look for some VHS when I'm out. I don't buy anything and everything. I keep it, I guess like most collectors do. You're gonna buy the stuff you want.
You can check there, but I don't think on the other side.
So we come to this booth here, and I'm looking at CDs, and usually people will put games, movies, CDs all together.
Melrose Place soundtrack.
It's close to a video game.
Maybe as close as we're gonna get.
Definitely nothing that I'm interested in even remotely.
It's a little closer.
We're getting there. Oh, well, there we go. It's like that game. You're getting warmer. Except I'm not really warming up to anything I want.
This right here is kind of a bust, but then I look and I see that there are some PS2s.
How much you asking for these?
10 each.
10 each?
Mm-hmm.
So Billy came across 2 PlayStation 2 Slims here. If you can get these cheap, it's always worth picking up.
I'm interested in these because they're a lot more uncommon than the big fat ones, which I have.
I prefer the Fat Boys, honestly.
This place is, like I said, a dusty bowl of just dirt, and these things are covered in said dirt. The ground I'm standing on is dirt.
Think about this, I have no idea if these work. Would you do 10 for both, like together?
I definitely want to try to bundle them up. Maybe one doesn't work, but the other one does. You're hedging your bets a little bit.
15.
15 total?
Yeah.
There's one cord.
Yeah, that's one for that.
I'm okay with that. So it's essentially $7.50 each.
$7.50. You're assuming all risk.
All right, yeah, that's fine.
Looking at them, I'm doubting that they work. Who knows? I might be surprised, but looking at them, they don't look like they work.
Gotta get something. You look like you have a lot of video games stashed away.
No.
To my knowledge, I don't think they go for any more than the original Fat Boy PS2s. I think they're about the same.
So we mainly look for the old stuff, like old Nintendo, Atari, stuff like that. You don't have anything like that laying around at home?
I don't know. Notice the Atari algo?
I'm always asking, and usually it's no, but sometimes you get lucky. Didn't get lucky here.
Check with us next weekend or the weekend after.
Sure.
And I'll check on them.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
All right, so outside of these PlayStation 2s, not much being found. We're gonna, canvas the rest of this flea market. Hopefully we can find some gold, some old gold.
That actually looks fun. Price is right on the Wii.
All right, so we go into this 110. There's a gentleman here that he doesn't have any video games outright, but you ask.
Can I have like old school video games, like Atari, Nintendo, stuff like that?
Look, last thing this guy's gonna have is games.
Yeah, like we collect all the old.
Oh yeah, like the ping, pong, all that stuff. Yeah.
And he's saying that he does at home. Actually in his storage unit.
I got a lot of that shit. I got a bunch of them storage too.
Really?
You know us. When we hear something like that, we've gotta go dig through it. Please let us dig through it.
Well, if you want to let us dig through it.
I can bring it up here because I would say it's an hour appearance in my storage.
One of those classic cases of I got some stuff in my storage. Well, can we go? And that's a no-go. He's shutting that down like immediately and often.
Not up for the idea of us going to his storage unit and rummaging through his stuff. He's not even up for us going to his storage unit, period. Like, to even know where it is.
I'll be honest, like, Smoothwood and Billy there, I wouldn't let us come to my storage either. Look at us. I mean, look at Billy. He's obviously up to no good.
We'll just meet you somewhere halfway. You can just get the boxes out. No. Can you at least give us your number so we can know?
I'll be bringing a bunch.
No, the more the merrier. It's according if I can get all the dominoes in a row where everybody's where they need to be, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, the more the merrier.
Okay, so here we go. He'll bring the stuff next weekend. We're never gonna see it. Like, that's a promise. You know how many times we've heard this?
Like, there could be just boxes and boxes of amazing stuff just buried away at a storage unit.
Yeah, that dude was like, oh, you look at those Nintendo tapes too? Those Nintendo tapes? He's like, I got that one with the boxer on the front. Mike Tyson goes, yeah. In the box? Like in the box? He goes, yeah.
Well, I guess we need to come back next week and done. All right, so we got a potential lead here, and honestly, 99% of the time, leads don't pan out. They forget about you.
His biggest reason for us not doing all the legwork was that he had guns in the storage unit. I still don't know why that's an issue.
Please bring them next weekend, or at least give us your phone number, and since you're not going to do that, then please just bring them, since you said you're going to bring them. That's all I ask. Otherwise, just say maybe, or I don't know. Don't say you're going to bring them!
What'd you do? I spilled soda all over my crotch.
We're going to take the long, almost 2-hour trek back home. Luckily for us, there's some few places that we can hit on the way, and one of them is a big, giant flea market. Well, it's not so big, somewhere in between a flea market and an antique store, probably leaning a little bit more towards an antique store more than anything.
Honestly, with antique stores like this, it's not a matter of will we find anything, it's a matter of what kind of price we're going to find things at.
So we were passing through Waxahachie, decided to stop at this place. It's been a while. It's been probably about 5 years since we've been here, and it kind of sucked, so I don't expect much.
All right, I come across something that I actually really love to collect are these old TV trays. Oh yeah.
15 though?
That's not a good price. Not a mega good shit.
This one's a Mr. T one, which I don't have Mr. T one, but this one's in terrible condition. They want $15 for it like this? I don't think so.
Generally, an antique store is this big. There's at least one person selling games, and we finally came across them.
Men.
Surprisingly, they got decent prices here.
I want something out of the ordinary. Yeah, I'm looking for that wow factor, I think.
So I'm seeing something that's really catching my eye here, and that's 2 lunch boxes.
Go box. No thermos, but it's $5. And no thermos, but it's $9.
One is a Legend of Zelda lunchbox, the other one is a GoBots lunchbox.
I'm tempted on this, but
do you not have that?
Nah, I don't have lunchbox.
And that one's only $5 too.
I kind of want the Nintendo one more though.
Get the Nintendo one. It's a little damaged up, but it's cheap.
These were plastic, but back in the day, these lunchboxes used to be metal. And the cooler the TV show or cartoon that was on your lunchbox, you know, kind of like you had a little more clout sitting at lunch, you know. I remember having a G.I. Joe one when I was a kid.
I'm gonna get one, and I'm gonna go with the Mario and the Zelda one just because I've not seen this one, and I like it. I like the GoBots one too, and maybe I'm an
てを照らさん。月光を剣とす。
生と死、君らに選ぶ余地はない。
人事なす。そうよ一体。あ、長期間見据えるのが成功の秘訣。
退け。大事ない。
月光を剣とす。時がそぐわせ。生産しましょう。すべてを照らさん。人事なす。
生と死、君らに選ぶ余地はない。
行ってカ
退け。
ブ。消化勝利。燃え去っていく。天木不破。生産しましょう。あ、長期間見据えるのが成功の秘訣。行ってカブ。ほっ。月光を剣とす。
退け。
そうよ一体。人事なす。すべてを照らさん。
生と死、君らに選ぶ余地はない。
消化勝利。ほう。月光を剣とす。 てを照らさん天木不破 習よ。生産しましょう。あ、長期間見据えるのが成功の秘訣。
生と死、君らに選ぶ余地はない。
月光を剣とす。
調整警報バス開始。
そうよ一体。人事なす。すべてを照らさん。
生と死、君らに選ぶ余地はない。システム実行増幅。脅威上昇。
行ってハム。あ、長期間見据えるのが成功の秘訣。すべてを照らさん。月光を剣とす。消化勝利。人事なす。
再評価出撃。生と死、君らに選ぶ余地はない。計算しよ
あ、長期間見据えるのが成功の秘訣。陰陽転換。
減速完了。生と死、君らに選ぶ余地はない。
すべてを照らさん。月光を剣とす。
大事ない。
生産しましょう。人事なす。
バス開始。出撃。生と死、君らに選ぶ余地はない。
あ、長期間見据えるのが成功の秘訣。すべてを照らさん。
恐怖停止。
月光を剣とす。
増援。戦列執行。
陰陽転換。
ハイリスク分野。計算中。減速完了。
人事なす。 てを照らさん。月光を剣とす。
退け。生と死、君らに選ぶ余地はない。
生産しましょう。
退け。
行ってハブ。あ、長期間見据えるのが成功の秘訣。
システム実行。限界値超
すべてを照らさん。月光を剣とす。
とどまれ。
人事なす生産しましょう。
生と死、君らに選ぶ余地はない。
あ、長期間見据えるのが成功の秘訣。月光を剣とす。すべてを照らさん。
退け。
消化勝利。人事なす。
生と死、君らに選ぶ余地はない。
湘南に過ぎないわ。行ってカブ。支障ない。生産しましょう。陰陽転換。
生と死、君らに選ぶ余地はない。
あ、長期間見据えるのが成功の秘訣。すべてを照らさん。月光を剣とす。陰陽転換。
退け。
資産没収よ。人事なす。消化勝利。支障ない。すべてを照らさん。月光を剣とす。
退け。生と死、君らに選ぶ余地はない。
人事なす。生産しましょう。陰陽転換。あ、長期間見据えるのが成功の秘訣。すべてを照らさん。月光を剣とす。湘南に過ぎないわ。これも運命。
君たちに任せた。
行ってカブ。肉の神聖がまだ。
Welcome to Best Nintendo Switch Reviews by Classic Game Room, a collection of some of my favorite Nintendo Switch reviews that I've produced for games like Blaster Master Zero, Ultra Street Fighter 2, Blazing Star, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and more. Let's kick this off with my review of The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. It's important to always keep the camera just out of reach of the sword.
It's beautiful. It's serene. It's majestic. Wait for it. Wait for it. It's also awesome. This is The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild for the Nintendo Switch, which is, as of this recording, my favorite game on the Nintendo Switch. It's great. This is the first Zelda game that I've played in many years. And to be perfectly honest, I did not expect it to be as good as it is. It's amazing. It's as good as everyone says it is, which makes it tough to review. I mean, what can I say that someone else probably hasn't already said? It's just good for pretty much every reason that a game can be good. The environment is remarkable. The production values are incredible. The music is astounding. It's even getting your zone. And hey, you can enjoy this game without even having to buy extra stuff. Yes, I'm looking. Oh, you know what I'm talking about. 3 cheers for Nintendo actually selling you the full game that you've paid money for. Ah, here we go. The shrines, where you complete these puzzles and earn hearts. Thankfully, my kids are smarter than me, so they did all the work here. My specialty is in killing everything that moves, lighting stuff on fire, and trampling things with horses. I'm really good at that. In the game, too. I love the world that they've created. It's beautiful, it's fun to explore, it's challenging. Like most of these games, you start off with this little area that you can explore and have to venture forward carefully because stuff will kill you early on. All the footage that I'm recording here is much later in the game. In fact, we've already beaten the game. Just running around completing the shrines and stabbing things because they're there to be stabbed. I got the Master Sword. Found it in a gumball machine on level 2 that most of you didn't know was there. Another thing I like about Zelda is the divine beasts, big giant monster things that you have to like solve puzzles to unlock the boss battle. Then you fight the boss battle, and when you defeat all 4 of them, they help you fight Gandalf or Gandorf, whatever his name is. The peanut gallery's correcting me. It's Ganon. Does it matter? I like the combat in the game. Hitting things with swords is good fun. It's a kick-ass game. I like The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. I like it a lot. And I think you will too. If you think the footage looks cool, if you like these giant open-world RPG kind of exploration games. You know what this reminds me of is Far Cry 4. Yes, they're very different games. One of them has flamethrowers and C4 that you can stick onto elephants. The other has, like, princesses and magic swords and stuff. But, I mean, just look at this. It's a volcano, but not a turbo volcano. That's a very special volcano. Anyway, in short, there's so much to cover in this game, it's impossible to fit it all into a 5-minute review, but The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild lives up to the hype. It's as good as everyone says it is, if not better. I don't even like these kinds of games, and I loved The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. I thought the shrines were really well done, and I hate puzzles. The boss battles were a lot of fun, and I usually don't even like boss battles. I like the exploration part, and I love the world that they created. It's wonderful. It's the best open world I've seen since Vice City. I mean, it's not as good as Vice City, but it doesn't have tanks and flock of seagulls. So, thanks for watching. And I still haven't recorded the new Lord Carnage Club yet, so thanks again to Tiago Pereira dos Santos Silva from Porto, Portugal. And thanks to Link for diving into lava when I pushed the button telling him to do so.
Welcome to Classic Game Room, where today I'm reviewing Nintendo Switch screen protectors from Amfilm. That's their name, A-M-F-I-L-M, Amfilm, who makes screen protectors, and got this on Amazon. Comes with some dry wipes, a warning sticker which looks important, some instructions I don't care about, and a bonus screen protector because I already have one of them on my Nintendo Switch, which is right here. Here's my Nintendo Switch. And oftentimes I find that I'm careless and occasionally scratch the screen or something, especially if I'm just playing with a sword. Like, you never know what could happen with your Nintendo Switch if you happen to have a sword out and about. Like, what if, for example, you stabbed your Nintendo? My Nintendo Switch! No! Thankfully, I have a screen protector. Also, it's not in the box. It's over here. Safely away from the sword, but if I happened to stab my Nintendo with the sword, it would be perfectly fine because there's a screen protector on there. Let's take a close-up look at the screen protector. Here's my non-impaled Nintendo Switch. It's safe because it has a screen protector. You can see right through it. Look, I'm playing The Legend of Zelda, and I really like it. Want to protect my Switch from things like swords and alligators. And the screen protector does just that. Here's the case from Amfilm. Tempered glass. Screen protector, glass, 2-pack. Tempered glass screen protector protects screens from swords. It doesn't say that, but it could. Zero bubble. That's good. It protects it from bubbles too, unless you get some bubbles under it. Normally I think screen protectors are ridiculous, but now that I have a sword, I really feel like I should take extra precautions. I am awfully clumsy after all. And look, they stand behind their products. So I'm terrible at putting these things on, but thankfully my wife did it for me. And there's no bubbles or anything. It looks good. You peel off something, you stick it on there and peel these things. I don't ever do that. I screwed them up completely. But here's the extra screen protector. That's what it looks like. There's the light. Once again, thanks for watching. Thanks to my friend Marcus for alerting me to the fact that I need a screen protector. And oh no! No! Protect me from doing stupid things. Remember, kids, your Nintendo Switch is vulnerable.
Ultra Street Fighter 2! The Final Challengers!
What better way to celebrate the launch of Nintendo's brand new video game console than by playing the best fighting game from the early 90s. That's right. Who's up for a game of Pit Fighter on the Sega Genesis? You know why Pit Fighter is a better fighting game than Street Fighter 2? Because back in the early 90s, you could actually get on the Pit Fighter machine. There was always a line for Street Fighter 2. Every time I wanted to play Street Fighter 2, I had to wait in line. And I hate waiting in lines. I can't stand it. But nobody was in line to play Pit Fighter. Probably because no one else understood how awesome that game was, and how awesome it still is, because every time I play Pit Fighter, it reminds me of Lionheart, starring Jean-Claude Van Damme, and that's a very underrated, very good movie, Lionheart. Go watch that one if you haven't seen it already. Go pick up the VHS tape. Lionheart. It's spelled like it sounds. Street Fighter 2 is probably my all-time favorite fighting game, so I'm thrilled to see that it gets released on the Switch. And as you can see, it's a nice-looking version of Street Fighter 2. I mean, this game is eternally fun, which is why it's still being released today. Street Fighter 2 succeeds because it's incredibly likable and not overly complicated. It's a pretty basic game, and this is a very bare-bones release. Actually, if anything, I'm a little bit disappointed that there's not more special features in this one. Maybe they could have given us some extra characters, like, I don't know, maybe Mario, the characters from Pit Fighter, Van Damme, anything.
You win.
As you can see, you can change the colors on your characters. Ever want to play green Chun-Li? That's right, it's like Gamora, except with a lightning kick. I'm playing this with the Hori RAP Hayabusa controller for the Nintendo Switch, which I also reviewed simultaneously while recording this. I love Street Fighter 2. I can just play this game endlessly. I've been playing my kids. They love it. And you can go online and play your friends. There's really nothing too complicated here. It's actually one of the less expensive Switch releases, at least as of this recording.
You win. You win.
This game kind of plays weird with the stock Switch controllers. Like, if you're not used to it, it's really hard to use the thumbsticks or the buttons. So that's why I really like that Hori fighting stick, although it's pretty much overkill if this is your only fighting game. But if this is in your collection, my guess is that you have plans to buy some other Switch fighting games in the future. The visual quality is, as you see, excellent. Music sounds good. Plenty of options, multiple difficulty settings. It's a pretty bare bones release. But it's Street Fighter 2. And if you dropped money on a Switch and you want a kick-ass fighting game to play against your friends, you can't go wrong with this one. Unless someone's down for playing Pit Fighter, which is obviously better, because it's Pit Fighter. From Hori, purveyors of high-end video game controllers for many game systems throughout the years, it's the Hori RAP Hayabusa for Nintendo Switch. This also works for PC. A bright red fight stick with a terrific 8-way joystick. Here's the buttons. Perfect for Street Fighter 2 and the collection of Neo Geo games on Nintendo Switch. This is a lot of controller for the Switch, considering there's only a couple fighting games at the moment, but I picked this up because I'm a huge fan of the Hori fight sticks. I have the Hori Vuelix, which is like the same thing except twice as big. And I actually find this to be a really nice size. It works well on the table. It works well playing Street Fighter 2, just sitting in your lap. There's just nothing quite like the look and feel of one of these big Hori fight sticks. Previously, I reviewed the Hori wired gamepad for the Switch, and that's a nice controller too. That's a better all-purpose controller for games like Zelda and Mario Kart and whatnot. This one is for fighting games and arcade games, and it is as good as it looks. It's a great-looking controller. I've been playing a lot of Street Fighter with this, and it's exactly what you want it to be. It feels like the arcade, except without the smoke. You'll be seeing this one in my upcoming 2017 release, Ultra Massive Nintendo Switch Collector's Review Guide. In fact, it may even end up on the cover. There's the Switch buttons on the side of it. They sort of hide them there. And like the Hori Vuelix that I have for PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 3, the wire, the USB cable is hidden in the back. This gives you a fair amount of wire, as you can see, but if you're playing from way across the room, you'll want a USB extender cable, which you can pick up for a couple bucks. That's actually what I use. So, to repeat, this is not a wireless controller. And that means there's no batteries, so that's a good thing. And here's some actual footage, some real-life footage of me using it to play as Ken in Street Fighter 2. Normally I play Chun-Li, but I'm usually pretty bad at pulling off all the moves in Street Fighter 2. And I'm just terrible in general at video games, but this thing rocks. It's worth every penny in the long run. And it makes a great showpiece. For your Nintendo Switch. And like I've said before, you've got to love controllers that are larger than the video game consoles that they play games on. And this is way bigger than the Nintendo Switch. Not nearly as large as the Hori Vuelix fight stick, but that thing is a beast. Watch my review of it. In fact, I'll be doing some photo work of this next to the Vuelix for the book. Maybe I'll do a comparison. RAP Hayabusa versus RAP Vuelix. Pretty much the same components as far as I can tell. The buttons on this have a textured surface, which I actually like. But I also like the buttons on the Vuelix, so it's a win-win situation. Both of these controllers will bankrupt you, but if you're buying games for the Switch, you should be used to that anyway. Here's my copy of Ultra Street Fighter 2. Which I just love this game, and I think it's hilarious that the Switch, like this brand new Nintendo game system, has Street Fighter 2. That just shows how good Street Fighter 2 is that Capcom chose to release that as one of their titles for the Switch. Just a great game, and a great controller from Hori, the Real Arcade Pro. Hayabusa! Bright red awesomeness. All right, sit back and relax. It's classic game room time. This is Blazing Star on the Nintendo Switch, a downloadable game from SNK. This was originally released in 1998 on the Neo Geo MVS. Horizontal scrolling spaceship shooter, the sequel to another incredible game on the Neo Geo, Polestar. Which I reviewed years ago on the Neo Geo CD. It's actually been a while since I played that, and what I remember most about Polestar is the horrible loading times on the Neo Geo CD. Otherwise, it's a good game. And this is like Polestar, except without the horrible loading times, thankfully. No juggling monkey in Blazing Star. Just good spaceship shooting action. I love this game. It looks good, the pacing is right, the challenge is perfect, and it's tons of fun. Makes a great Nintendo Switch game. Plays nice on the Switch itself, on the Switch screen, or on the big screen. I'm actually playing most of this with the Hori wired controller for Nintendo Switch, which is a nice choice because it has a turbo button, and you'll want that. Hold down the Y button to auto fire, and the X button to charge your power shot. Those are the two attacks that you have in this game. There's at least 5 or 6 spaceships to choose from in this game. Maybe there's some unlockables. Haven't quite gotten that far yet. When you get to the later stages, I find that one of the 2 ships that has satellites is your best bet so that you can shoot behind you. Because enemies will attack from the left side of the screen starting in round 3, and they get menacing by round 4. The ships vary in speed and firepower as well, and your choice of spacecraft directly influences your scoring ability because of the multiplier in this game. Now, you can play Blazing Star in 2 different ways. There's an arcade risk versus reward element here. You can play it safe and choose the most powerful spaceship and just blow up everything. Or you can be crazy and pick the weakest ship, which is capable of scoring the highest multiplier for big points. The third ship, the one that looks like it shoots the powerful blue laser, they're actually not very powerful, but it has like a laser sword in the front that you can use to smash through enemies and really rack up a huge multiplier. But it sucks for boss battles. I think the ship that fires the green laser is the most powerful, but it's the most difficult to chain multipliers together. A pretty cool element in this game, if you ask me. I've actually gotten my highest score with that ship that has like the laser sword, but I've gotten the furthest in the game with the one that has the huge R-type thing in the front because it gives you a good bit of defense and also has satellites that you can turn behind you. I find this one to be a lot more fun and fast and fluid than R-type. Very similar to Polestar, obviously. If you like a good side-scrolling spaceship shooter, I think you're going to love this. It's one of the best buys on the Nintendo Switch. I'm biased. I love these games. I love the Neo Geo. This one plays really well. It's bright. It's colorful. It's not that expensive. Highly, highly, highly recommended. Classic Game Room internet reviews are supported by fans on Patreon. Check it out. This will be featured in the ultra-massive Nintendo Switch console guide on Amazon, and I've recently released Best of PlayStation 4 reviews by Classic Game Room, also on Amazon Prime. Prime as in Optimus, but not Optimus because it doesn't transform into a truck. Although it should.
Welcome to Classic Game Room for the review of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I love anything with the word deluxe in it, and this is a great game. In fact, I'm going to do the unthinkable on this show. I'm going to give it a number rating. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is Truxton over Vectrex, which mathematically speaking is totally Lando.
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, let's go! Jump into the driver's seat with more tracks, modes, and features than ever before. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is on the Nintendo Switch. And a ways back, I reviewed Mario Kart 8 for the Wii U. To be honest, I don't even really remember the differences between the two games. It's been so long since I've played that. I prefer the Switch greatly over the Wii U. It's a much better game system. Far more fun to play. Just it's easier to hook up. I don't have those stupid wires hanging all over the place. And we've been enjoying it as a family of clones for many evenings. Everyone loves the game. I'm playing here in the 4-player mode on the bottom left, by the way. This one works with the Pac-Man amiibo and gives me a sweet Pac-Man helmet. And of course, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe has wonderful online multiplayer where I'm playing some strangers and my friend Marcus, who's Saber Wolf. Apparently he has over 6,000 now on his ranking, and of course I'm going to crush him in this video because it's my video and I have control of the editing. There he is in front of me, Marcus, Mr. Saber Wolf. Great online multiplayer. I mean, they just get everything right with this game. It's the best Mario Kart to date. I mean, it's different than the original one. I still like the challenge from the original one where you pick up the coins and you need more coins to go faster. In this one, you collect the coins and unlock vehicle customization options. It just plays so perfectly well. The tracks are great. And there's a lot of them. There's a lot of tracks in this game. Quite a few. And like Mario Kart 8, it'll tell you which game they're from. I guess this also includes the DLC from the previous game. I'm looking on the back of the packaging. See, I just don't remember the previous game. I think I've blocked the Wii U from my mind. There's a new battle mode in this one, which the kids like, but I couldn't possibly care less about. I think it's a great feature that you can hold 2 items at once for double the firepower, and it just plays well and looks good. It's Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. What else can I say except Nintendo, please don't pull my ads from this video. I actually like your game. I like this Switch. Don't pull the ads. If they do, buy one of my books. Offset the loss. That's how that works. Love the internet now. It's great. This game is great, and that's actually not sarcasm. It's just awesome. I've spent hours playing this. I think it plays well with any of the control setups, whether you're playing it on the Switch screen itself with the Joy-Cons, or whether you're playing this with the Switch Pro controller, or the Hori wired controller, which I've also been using. In fact, I'm using that in most of this review. When I play with the family, I always end up getting the wired controller so I don't yell at anybody else for pulling the Switch off the table. I'll take responsibility for my being clumsy. And here's me passing Marcus in a race, which happened frequently. I shot him with one of the shells and zoomed by him. Almost got first place, but somebody else apparently had some hidden magic super speed there and shot past me at the end and then drops a shell on me here, which... it's a good move. I love doing that to people, actually. I love doing that to children and hearing them cry. And there you can see Marcus Saber Wolf is number 4 and CGR is number 2. Even though I should have been number 1. But for all I know, I was actually racing Truxton. The undefeatable game. If you have a Nintendo Switch, odds are you probably already have this game. For some reason you don't and you've enjoyed any of the other Mario Kart games, get it at once. It will not disappoint. There's just so much in here. So many tracks, so many different tournaments. There's the 50cc, 100, 150, and even a 200 for super speed and super challenge. It plays smoothly and like the Zelda game and anything else I've played on the Switch. I'm impressed. I like it.
What makes this game great is everything. I was a big fan of Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U, but I like the Switch more than the Wii U, so naturally I like this better. It looks really nice, great 4-player gameplay, perfect online multiplayer. Jump into the driver's seat with more tracks, modes, and features than ever before, because it's deluxe. duke it out with a new and improved battle mode. Not my favorite feature in the game, but the kids love the battle mode. And there's new faces like the Splatoon characters. I mean, you could use more Vectrex, but really what couldn't?
Let's get back to some 4-player gameplay. Once again, I'm on the bottom left, driving using my son's Kirby amiibo, and this one to unlock a Kirby outfit. It's pretty clever how you use the amiibos and touch them to the right Joy-Con. And oh, this track is awesome. I love this one. This is this super short track. Playing it online here. It's like a roll of the dice on this one. You just basically collect as many power-ups as possible and just shoot everyone and hope to not get in last. But it's a great game. I'm just so impressed with this one. And it's a good starter game for the Switch. This one and Zelda, 2 great games to start your Switch collection. And once again, I finished in front of Saberwolf. Nice try, Marcus. Work a little harder next time.
Question for you, rapid. Do you honestly just like it? I get the feeling that this not the case. Poker face. Everyone has the right to go and see the other side. So break down the barricade before it ends in pain. find your word to bring that dream alive like the flame in your eyes. If you remain a soul unheard, what would they give? What would they give in return? If you were left alone and travel down into the depths and wave their flag, we can drive them mad.
Let's start the mission, Joker.
Let's go!
Okay,
Roger that.
here I come.
Let's do this!
It's my Leave it to me.
Persona 5, Tactica.
The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven.
It's no surprise that his disappearance has rocked the political world.
Whether it's due to illness, an accident, or something worse, all we know so far is that rumors are...
If I may ask, how much longer do you think you can keep a handle on this? I was assured I'd be fine, but the flies have already started buzzing around me.
Oh, there's nothing for you to worry about. This will all be over soon enough. He'd have to defy us to stop us, and we both know.
That's certain. With that off my...
We're back! Welcome back. Still that bad out? Oh, I'm saved. I was worried we weren't gonna make it for a bit there. I mean...
Oh, he's all curled up in a ball. Don't you just love it when cats do that?
Quit poking me. And I'm not a cat. Phew! I feel my HP coming back. Sir, top me off. You've really got this gig down. In fact, you're working like you own the place. You planning to force Sojiro to retire or something? Hey, got anything for me?
Rest assured we do. One of LeBlanc's finest offerings, straight from the source and heated to perfection. Enjoy.
This is nothing but hot water. Is this straight from the tap? Mona-chan, I have some hot milk ready for you here. Aw, thanks, Haru. You know, I'll let it cool a little first, though. This tongue of mine is pretty sensitive. When it's this cold out, everybody wants to stay inside, not just the shut-ins. Sojiro spent half the morning grumbling that he won't get any customers today.
At first I was happy we had the place to ourselves, but now I feel kind of bad.
Well, we should enjoy what time we have together while we can.
All too soon, the third years will graduate. With that in mind, even our most mundane moments together feel precious in a way.
Ah, come on. Don't be such a downer already. We might end up a little farther away, but we'll still visit each other, right?
Of course. Even when we're in college, I'll still find time to come see you all.
Yeah, we'll make plenty of plans. Oh, like going to the beach.
You know I'm down. I'm gonna wow the babes for sure this time.
You never learn, Ryu.
Perhaps that's the opportunity I've been waiting for. I believe I've designed the perfect swimsuit. It's eco-friendly, allowing me to enjoy the beach with the minimum amount of fabric needed.
Please stop making me picture that.
Oh, sorry if I set that conversation off track.
You're fine. We've just got an awful lot to look forward to after graduation.
Sure do. And why not enjoy the time we have now, too? Hit me with another soda.
Oh, brother. You're the one who could use some self-restraint.
And now, our report on Toshiro Kasakabe. The authorities' investigation.
Man, Annette's going crazy about him too. There are at least half a dozen conspiracies at this point. They've been covering him quite a bit on television lately. Lots of future prime minister speculation.
Someone like that suddenly disappearing. Really?
Haven't we been through enough? Do we seriously have to go through some DLC too? don't know anything about the guy, but maybe he's just dealing with some family stuff.
As the investigation continues,
Huh? The hell? What happened to the TV?
The remote stopped working. What's happening? Ow. Huh? What the what?
Wow. It's floating. No, it's frozen in place.
Hey, why is it so quiet outside?
I mean, there's no way. Hang on, Futaba, that's true.
Where the hell are we? We were just in LeBlanc, right?
This has to be bad. Oh, we're in our Phantom Thief outfits. Whoa! What's going on here? Trying to get away. Whoa! We've been spotted. Get ready, guys.
Hell yeah!
Who are these people? What to do here?
All right. Nice one, Joker. Better safe than sorry. Joker shot hit. This is gonna hurt.
Now it's my turn.
Marksmanship by me. Skull, doing good over there. Enemy defeated. Show us some more, Skull. Take him down. Incredible evasion. You're in perfect cover. Listen up. this?
All right.
On point as always, Joker. Nice cover. Nice, Joker. Enemy hit. All right. On point as always, Joker. Nice cover. Joker takes out an enemy. Nice going. The enemies may have increased, but we have the upper hand. Let's do this.
Better get ready.
Full stack lands right on target. Incredible evasion. You're in
Not a
perfect
chance.
cover. An incredible evasion. You're in
to do
perfect
here?
cover. Doing good, Joker. Get ready. Just look at this spot. I sure know how to pick paint. I can't help but be enamored by my own just get ready stuff. I sure know how to pick
All right,
enemies.
let's do this.
Check out my power.
What?
Attack landed. Nice going, Skull.
Uh-oh. All right. You're done.
Last enemy defeated. Nice finish, Joker. Oh boy.
What the heck's... See ya. Now it's my turn. Let's get in there. Yep. Hit!
Enemy defeated. Show us some more, Skull. You really know. Get ready. Persona. So the remote Zorro. Ah!
What to do here? Persona! Take this.
All right. All enemies wiped out.
Ah! Ah!
Good thing they're just wrapping up.
Hello?
What?
Eat this! Ha! Getting rust?
Whoa! It's almost like there's no end to them.
We're getting nowhere at this.
This is not looking.
Joker, go ahead and lend him a hand. We've got it over here.
Go behind.
Huh?
Oh, got one.
Ah!
Go. Joker.
Barely.
And now it... Oh.
Damn it, get your mitts off me!
Hmm. You may be crude, but you have quite an interesting power, don't you? Quite a mouth on you. Care to see what I can do with mine? Congratulations! You now serve me. Now, your first order is to kill those rebels!
Now.
Joker!
Come! Let's go! On set!
Take down an enemy! Nice going! Let's do this! Did you really expect anything less?
Let's get this over with, shall we?
Take it down!
What to do here?
You're done! Take down an enemy! Nice going! Leave it to me! Here should be safe. Time to set them flying! I can't help but be enamored
Just leave
by
it
my
to
own.
me!
Here I go!
Now. Now's the time! Take this!
Here's another enemy down!
Filthy rebels!
Skull!
Really? Now, let's get ready for the ceremony. It's showtime! Their cries of agony make this
The audacity.
Arena.
I know how you... Let's go.
Hey, wait!
What to do here?
Nice one, Joker. Better safe than sorry.
It's over!
Nice, Joker. Enemy hit. Nice one, Joker.
There.
Better safe than sorry. Leave it to me. Joker shot hit. Just look at this spot. Want to bake this? Show me what you got. Another hit. Excellent marksmanship by me. The goal is still a long ways off. Let's do this carefully.
For our victory! There'll be no mercy! Turn spirit into strength! Go forth!
Here I go. Incredible evasion! You're in perfect cover.
Not a
Incredible
chance.
evasion! You're in perfect cover.
Now then.
Come! Or set!
Nice going, Joker! Multiple enemies taken out at once. Get ready. This is gonna hurt. I can't help but be enamored by my own skill. Hit him hard. Another hit. Here I go. Excellent marksmanship by me. Not over yet. Ouch! Take them down.
All right.
It's over!
Take out an enemy. Nice. Go. Leave it to me. Take this. Did you really expect anything less?
All right. Right there!
Yes. Another enemy down. Finally, we're halfway there.
What to do here? Now then.
Persona!
This is terrible.
Danger!
Let's get this over with,
Let's have
shall
some
we?
fun,
Here I
shall
go!
we?
What to do here?
The goal is just ahead. Let's go!
Persona! Take this!
Let's do this!
Just leave it to me. Ready for your whipping?
You gotta do this!
Shall we begin?
Not yet! Here I go! Completely safe there! Nice and
Not a chance.
You dodged that perfectly! Nice!
Now then.
Attack landed! Nice! Leave it to me! Persona! Zoro! Yes! Another enemy down! Time for my persona! What? Another enemy down! I can still fight!
Let's get this over with, shall we?
Here I go!
You! Can't you heal? You're in danger!
What to do here?
Just leave it to me.
Hey, hang in there! Hey!
Ready for your
I
whipping?
think just two of us can do it!
Now then.
Let's do this! Nothing but a piece of cake for us!
I think we've managed. Marie is a. I see.
You saw it!
I'll explain every.
That's... Of course Whoa! I can't believe it! Even the interior...
So you and your.
All of a sudden... Yeah!
She's a Ruth. Why?
I hear you. Especially...
I should write that down. Time to write. I should write that down.
I knew this was coming, so I was mentally prepared. Being alone has been my reality all along. It's like things just circled back to where they started. I used to be nothing more than a street thug. And now here I am, the goddess of victory. Lilywise, the leader of Goddess Squad. She's the most trustworthy and also the most intimidating person. Scarlet, The genius sorts person who can slay anything in this world. But she's still not quite on my level. Dorothy. An arrogant, cold young lady. But there's
What is going on, FG3000? Back in the place to be, and welcome to Risk of Rain Hostile Worlds. So this is a brand new mobile game, obviously based on Risk of Rain. Have no idea what to expect, so let's just go ahead and jump on in. All right, so Risk of Rain on the mobile platform. So obviously I need to hold my phone with both my hands. Got it. That was easy. And I guess we're gonna move around with a little digital joystick. Of course. It's so high. Okay, I got it down. That's what she said. Sorry. That was so unnecessary. Shooting is automatic as soon as monsters are in range. Got it. And it looks like you're gonna make money and gold as you move along. And you do have to pick it up manually. So let's just keep on trucking. So as long as you kind of keep them in your little circle there, you'll do damage, you'll automatically attack. Grenades excel at annihilation. A demonstration is in order. Yes, it is. So here's my first activatable skill. And there you go. I like it. And is this a treasure chest? Yes, it is. I got the Knife of Ceremony, so I got some type of upgrade there. I already want like a pet to do all my auto looting and my auto chest opening. I want everything automated, man. Who am I? Here's a nice little dash there. Very cool. Can I go in here? Okay, I gotta go around. And we have to defeat the monsters before we can move on. So we'll go ahead and defeat them. All right, so as far as my moveset so far, I have the dash where I can, of course, target which way I want to dash. As soon as I press this, it automatically fires. So you can only aim it after it starts firing. And then the grenade, of course, you can kind of hold it and throw it when you need it. Got it, got it, got it. All right, so let's stand in here, kind of like a king of the hill. And then area 1 of 1 complete. That is my first stage of Risk of Rain Hostile Worlds. So now we can get a preview of what's to come here in the game. We have a thing called the Lost and Found, inventory, pretty straightforward. Squad management, so do keep that in mind. This is a mobile game, so you are gonna be collecting squad members. You have the captain's chair, of course, the shop, and now we're about to unlock and open the game mode. So right now we have the campaign, and then there's a thing called joint action, which is probably some type of co-op. You come up with that by yourself, FG? I did. I've been doing this for a minute. All right, so it looks like we can have 3 companions total as far as I can tell. And away we go. We'll leave this in so you can kind of get a feel for the loading screens, but you can see they're pretty non-existent for the most part. And it looks like I just need to reach the teleporter, right? So exactly like Risk of Rain 2, which is the only Risk of Rain I played, you find yourself on this hostile world and you just need to find the teleporter, all while, you know, getting stronger and hopefully having some roguelike elements here as well. And I think we got a preview of that a little bit earlier in the previous stage when I got that purple knife. But I didn't really see what it did. So now we have the Trip Tip Dagger with a 10% chance of adding bleed. You can see here, in order to unlock this chest, I need 85 gold. Once again, pretty much exactly like you might expect if you played Risk of Rain 2. I can only talk about Risk of Rain 2 because I never played Risk of Rain 1. But I hear that it just got like some type of remaster or something. I don't know what it is. but it got something on Steam. There you go. Great job, FG. We feel so informed. You're welcome. I got you. Anytime. All right, chill. I wish I could, you know what? That's fine. That's a skill issue. I was about to complain, but that's a skill issue. So let's go ahead and just defeat everyone here. I definitely want some type of pet to auto loot my gold for me because I'm a mobile gamer, dude. I need as many things automated as possible. But I do have 110 gold. So if I unlock this, it's some type of egg. Applies poison on hit. Enemies that die spread a disease. Ooh. So one of my big pet peeves when it comes to any type of roguelite, the buffs have to be interesting, right? I can't stand when I play a roguelite and the only thing that you can get are like plus attack, plus crit, plus HP-ness. Like all of that stuff is just so boring. Give me something different and unique. And it's, you know, even though I didn't play a lot of Risk of Rain 2, I did feel like the buffs that you can get in that game were very unique. So if they do at least, I don't know, a quarter of what they did in that game in this game, it's going to be quite interesting. So we got a ton of gold here, and I think that's the teleporter. So does it matter? Is this the teleporter? Let's just stand on here and check it out. Yeah, that's the teleporter. So does it matter if I open up that chest or not? I'm not exactly sure. Let's see if that egg and that tri-tip dagger that I had come along with me to the next stage. Oh, is this a good old-fashioned summon session? Give me the Spectral Galaxy Donut. All right. Oh, is it the Lost and Found? Is that okay? So the Lost and Found is basically summons, right? So, so far it costs 200 of these little Galaxy Donuts in order to do a summon. We'll let that full summon animation play out. And, and here we go. Here's our new survivor, the Field Doctor. He has corrosive, anesthesia, so he applies slow and poison. He can throw med kits, and of course he has a dash. And I'm not sure what that 15 stands for, but it's okay. Next, we're gonna head on over here to squad management and put our new little Field Doctor in our lineup. And let's go to another stage, shall we? Oh no, I thought they were all gonna be like walking with me. It's gonna be one of those switcheroony games. Ah, come on, dude. But it looks like my question is answered. Any of that gear, any of those roguelite upgrades do not come with you to the next stage. So that chest that I could have opened right before the teleporter was just, I don't know. I guess just randomly generated there for no reason. Easy clap. All right, so this is the Field Doctor here. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, that's just like a little AoE. I could throw myself a little med kit there as well. Very cool. Just a... And then let's see what we have here. Oh, you can't unlock chests while you're under fire, it looks like. Oh yeah, I still unlocked it. Very cool. I'll switch. Just make sure all my cooldowns are cooling down. Dash out of that, dash out of that. I like that. This is a really good way of kiting, right? Hit him with that poison, hit him with the slow, and then just kite. Or switch to someone else that has a lot more DPS, right? That also works. And just like in Risk of Rain 2, I really hope that there's a lot of diversity when it comes to the survivors that you can pick, because that game had some really cool and very different playing survivors. So I'm hoping this is kind of the same exact thing here, right? So far it looks like it, even though this is just kind of like the early part of the game. And I think the teleporter is right over yonder. Let's go ahead and group them up a little bit here. Hit them with the slow. And then just DPS them down quite easy. And then I'm just gonna jump on the teleporter, and that's GG. And once again, I guess it just doesn't matter. All these treasure chests that are surrounding the teleporter don't really matter. Just leave them there and keep it moving. So let's take a look at our inventory here. So here, this is my commando. You can give him gear, right? So this is like a catalyst. This is gonna increase what, my critical damage multiplier. Got it. I can also level my character up by using these 2 currencies here. Then here, the same thing for my field doctor. Go ahead and level you up to level 2. Your level is gonna be locked by your account level. So you can see here, I can't go beyond level 2, so I'm locked there. But it still remains to be seen if there's any like offline, idle, AFK functionality to kind of give you some of that upgrade material here. But we'll go through a few of the characters, right? Very cool. Technomancer. We got a Rocket Man looking like a bootleg Iron Man. There goes the Vanguard. Big dude there. There goes the Duchess. There goes your waifu if you want, Valkyrie. You have the Huntress, which I think was in Risk of Rain 2. You have the Machine. You have the Sharpshooter. Turret. Trapper. And the Tinkerer. If you're wondering what the captain's chair is, this is basically just like an archive keeping track of everything that you've unlocked in the game thus far. Okay, so let's end this video off with a boss encounter, shall we? So in this stage, there's actually 3 areas total, and you do get to keep your upgrades in between areas, but you don't get to keep upgrades in between stages. All right, that makes total sense if you don't think about it. So let's go ahead and do a full run through of this final chapter, shall we? I don't need any type of like healing stuff. Let's open this for 30. We got ourselves a little heal 15 when completing an area. We'll take that. What's in here? Defeated enemies will explode with heat damage around them. You love that. And I gotta tell you, so far, dude, my early impressions of this game, I think they did a really good job of capturing that Risk of Rain vibe, right? Too many times, you know, game companies try to bring over their franchises from PC and console to mobile, and they don't really feel like the mainline games. This one actually does. This one feels right at home alongside the other Risk of Rain games, and I'm actually pretty excited about that because I really did like Risk of Rain 2. It was just something that, I don't know, there was something that just wasn't for me. This one is more my speed. Of course it is, FG. Hey, man, you know? But I'm really digging this, like, rendition of Risk of Rain. It's actually really well done. So we just defeated Area 1 of 2. Let's go to 2 of 3, and I'll absolutely be looking out for this one once this bad boy hits official global launch. But so far, dude, this game feels extremely complete. Like, everything just flows. The UI is great. Load times are non-existent. No bugs or any type of like, you know, game-ending issues with enemy spawning. So far, so good. So get 2 gold when hit, bro. That's never gonna trigger. Get gold when hit, bro. I'm gonna be broke. Yeah, right, FG. You're right. More heal stuff there. Maybe I should just save my gold for some of these bigger chests. I'm not sure. I'm gonna go ahead and take this. This is gonna increase my damage when enemies are inflicted by more than 10 status afflict. Oh, dude, that's gonna be hard to stack up, but maybe I can get something. And you can see, dude, I am just ripping. And this is the beauty of a roguelite, right? When you start getting a bunch of upgrades, a bunch of equipment, and you feel like, don't say it, FG, you know I'm gonna say it. When you feel like this is the run, right? Like you feel like you have everything. 5% chance to deal shock damage, we'll take that. But this is definitely the run. Although, yeah, I still want a pet to pick up my gold, dude. I gotta have that. Let's see what's in here. Piggy bank. I'll heal as I pick up gold. So I have all kinds of things that synergize with gold. Hold on. So far I've just been clicking things. Dude, I can't read them before I get them. There's probably a way. Skill issue, I'm sure. But we'll go ahead and take that. And we are almost to the final, what is this? Oh, this is just a big, massive teleporter. You took some damage there, FG. No, I didn't. I'm just as broke as before. All right, so here is the final area. Oh, got a little biome change here. And it's just the boss here. Okay. So it's like, hey, I hope you got yourselves enough upgrades because it's about to go down. I'm ready. Music's turned up a little bit. Oh, look at those big telegraphs. The Beetle Queen. Already. Oh, not today, brother. Oh, I stepped in its white. I can't do it. Not on this channel, I can't. What was all that stuff? Cut it out. Beetle Queen. Oh my God. Hold on. I got so distracted. Chill. Everybody relax. Everybody relax. Easy claps, dude. Switch, give you a little slow, a little bit of poison. Get up all in that abdomen meat. Whoop, whoop. You thought I was gonna get hit? Well, I was trying to thread the needle there. Hit him some more with that, and that's gonna be GG. So very cool. I think I also have enough to do another summon, and I think I'm about to unlock my third character slot. I still will say maybe I'm slightly disappointed with not having my characters just out and follow me like Aether Gazer, that type of thing. It's more of like Genshin Impact where you switch between characters. I don't know. I get both sides of that. Sometimes I just really like the fact that I have a team that's going through stages. That's kind of cool to me, but I do understand that that can cause some screen clutter sometimes. It looks like I unlocked another room in here. Look at how big your base is, BT Dub. So here's the ship's engine. So whatever this is, and this is why I thought maybe this game might have some type of idle functionality. Once again, I haven't unlocked it yet, and I'm partially making it up, but I feel like maybe there is, and I'm gonna look at that a little bit later. We'll go ahead and grab all of our little quest goodies here. Ooh, I think, do I have enough? No, I do not have enough to do another summon, but I can do, there we go. Now I have a full team of 3, the Alpha Squad, baby. Oh, dude, now we have the real Risk of Rain experience. So careful, our enemies learn quickly and get more deadly over time. So if you haven't played Risk of Rain 2 or Risk of Rain 1, it's probably the same thing. The longer you stay in a stage and kind of dilly-dally and try to like farm up gear or whatever you're trying to do, the enemies continually get stronger and stronger and stronger. So I was wondering how they were gonna implement that. Now I know how they implemented that. So you gotta keep it moving, right? That's what it's all about. Keep it moving. Keep on killing enemies, keep on getting gold, keep on upgrading, but don't spend too long because the longer you spend, the harder everything gets. Very, very cool. So there you go, my friends. A nice little look at Risk of Rain Hostile Worlds, the brand new Risk of Rain game available on mobile, still here in beta, but I'll definitely be keeping a lookout for this bad boy.
You guys say I drink a lot of soda. 12 Diet Cokes in those. I'll drink like 1 or 2 of these, and it's like half of this in a day. Like, this dude is drinking that in an hour.
He beat Tiger Woods while severely hungover and threw $55,000 into the river during a fight with his 4th wife. John Daly is a name you'll never forget from this video onwards.
You're completely different from most athletes. You hate exercise, you despise health food, you smoke, you drink.
His insane lifestyle began after starting a golf scholarship where at the age of 18, his coach would put him on a very unique diet.
He used to smoke Marlboro Lights. He said, just start smoking. Here, have a cigarette. Whatever you gotta do to keep the weight off.
On top of smoking cigarettes, John began to eat...
Bro. Dude, I feel like this guy is what, like, foreigners imagine whenever they think of an American. It's like you watch, like, a Japanese movie or something like that, and they have, like, an American, and it's this guy right here.
The weight off.
On top of smoking cigarettes, John began to eat nothing but popcorn, Diet Coke, and Jack Daniels, stating in his book, most of the time I was drinking Jack like you wouldn't believe. A fifth a day, sometimes more. Most people would be drunk for a month on what I'd had before dinner, before later adding that he didn't even drink water.
I used to drink anywhere from 12 to 20 Diet Cokes a day. How? I don't know, because I don't drink water. I hate water. I cannot stand...
Jesus, bro. He's out of control.
And to drink water.
With this in mind, it's no surprise that vegetables were also out of the question.
He's physically sick when he eats vegetables. So true.
Quote, I don't eat beans, spinach, broccoli, any of that stuff. When I was young, my dad would force it down me and I would throw it up. However, unbelievably, this diet worked, given Daly lost the needed weight, albeit while failing almost every class as a result of the drinking. I just sit in my room and drink straight out of a Jack Daniels bottle, then go practice for 3 or 4 hours. Yet this would only help him to
come back and start drinking again,
become a better golfer.
When I had a good buzz going, I could play really good golf. And I think it's just because the body's so loose and like free.
Not to mention he was also, quote, one of the hardest working guys on the team. This, in combination with over 16 years of practice, led Daly to win his first ever professional tournament at the age of 21, writing, my winner's check was for $6,700. The next 2 months I made about $28,000 in 4 events. Yet this wasn't the only way that John Daly began to make money. On the Full Send podcast, John explained that he'd bet $100.
Bro, he got a cigarette even on the... Holy shit. He doesn't stop. This dude's a machine.
A hole against unsuspecting players.
$100 a hole. Paid for my hotel room, paid for my drinks, paid for everything.
Described in his book as playing other guys for money, usually men at the local golf clubs who thought they were better than they were, who figured they could kick this fat kid's ass. That's the way I spent my summers. Think of it as my permanent part-time job. Yet this would also introduce him to the toxic world of gambling.
Oh my god. Bro, this is like a guy that like just does everything wrong. He does every single thing wrong and he's still winning.
About 3 years after turning pro, John won $16,000 in a South African tournament before losing the entire amount at a casino less than 24 hours later. In a
easy come, easy go.
Bit of rage, Daly completely trashed his hotel room, also introducing the early stages of his potentially volatile nature.
Sometimes I'd beat my bus up. Sometimes I'd beat my car up. Sometimes I'd beat a hotel room up.
Despite this, John would go on to win his 3rd significant event, which just so happened to have been the PGA Championship, turning John Daly into an overnight superstar.
It was crazy. There was 4,000 people sitting in front of the clubhouse and on the driving range. For you. Just waiting for me to get in, and trust me, I was not used to.
All of a sudden, I was being offered tons of money to show up for Monday and Tuesday corporate outings and fundraisers. I was getting paid $25,000, $50,000, $75,000 a pop to hang with golf lovers for half a day. John was paid $230,000 for the championship win itself, yet he'd give $30,000 to the kids of a spectator who was killed by lightning midway through the tournament. This guy...
Commencing operation. Leave the support to me.
What? Who is this guy?
Kind of generosity helped John to build a cult-like fan base of people who loved his rough edges.
You have a simple motto. This is a quote. I just hit it as hard as I can, and if I can find it, I hit it again.
Which he was then able to...
Jesus Christ.
monetized through some very funny sponsorships. Daly received endorsements from Dunkin' Donuts,
Yeah, I
Hooters,
bet.
and a diet pill called Trim Spa, yet it was the golf-specific sponsorships that began to make him millions.
Oh,
I
here we
made
go.
another $236,000 in 1991 just for playing with ping clubs and wearing a ping shirt and a ping hat. And that was only the beginning. Early in
money.
1992, I signed my first really big sponsorship contract, a 10-year deal with Wilson that paid me millions of dollars a year. However, at the same time, Daly's performance began to go downhill rapidly. After placing first at the PGA Championship, Daly returned the following year to achieve 82nd place, explaining on the Full Send podcast that he'd spent all night drinking, arriving at 7:30 for a 7:32 tee-off.
There was
2 minutes. 2 minutes. Oh my god.
some times on tour that I didn't sober up to about the 13th hole. Yeah, you get in it.
Didn't sober up until the 13th hole. Aren't there 18 holes? It's almost done.
7:30 in the morning. I got a tee time at 8:05 or 9 o'clock.
You'd be out till
sometimes
7 or
yeah.
7:30 in the morning when you...
Wait, so he'd stay up all night drinking and then just show up in the Oh my god.
An 8 a.m. tee time?
Yeah.
It stated in his book, basically my golf game in 1992 played second fiddle to making money and partying. Instead of partying, I guess I ought to just say drinking, which is what it was. For the first time in my life...
How old is this guy? He's 57? He's like 60 now? And he's still going?
I let my golf game slide. That whole year, I don't think I practiced more than 2 days in a row, and it showed. Daly's poor performance brought about fits of anger, where he'd fight his opponents, break clubs, or throw them into the water, leading to a suspension from the PGA Tour on account of bad behavior. On top of this, Daly was suffering from clear midday alcohol withdrawal, made worse by antidepressants, which gave him the shakes and the sweats and diarrhea. For this reason, Daly made the choice to quit drinking. However, he'd explained that his sobriety made no difference, as he'd simply swap one addiction for another. He'd write in his book, at rehab they call it cross addiction. They warn you that when you give up one thing, like whiskey, you're gonna be looking to replace it with something else. For me, when I stopped drinking, I started eating more chocolate. Sometimes I'd eat 15, 20...
More chocolate. A lot more. Man, I'd suck down anything chocolate. Chocolate ice cream, chocolate shakes, chocolate cake, chocolate chip cookies, Butterfingers, you name it.
Packs of M&Ms around with peanuts. I ate chocolate chip muffins and chocolate croissants all day long every day of the tournament, which for whatever reason seemed to work, as John Daly was about to make a comeback. After 3 years of very average golfing, Daly came out of nowhere to win the incredibly prestigious 1995 British Open, doing so on a daily diet of 9 chocolate chip muffins.
Oh my god. Of course, I was putting away Otis Spunkmeyer chocolate chip muffins like they were salted peanuts. I'd have 4 or 5 for breakfast and then 3 or 4 more at the turn.
In true John Daly fashion, he ignored a phone call from the US president just so he could eat, stating, "But I still haven't found my dinner yet and I'm starving. Besides, I didn't even vote for the guy," showing that...
Oh my god. How does this happen?
Daly had the whole world in his hands until he started drinking again. On the brink of divorce with his second wife, Daly gave in and headed out for a big night.
Remember, second wife. At the end, he was talking about fourth wife. So this isn't. We're not even halfway done, guys.
Bar before landing himself in hospital after falling through a hotel door. He'd check himself back into rehab around 2 days later, although the media had already gotten hold of the story and his endorsements weren't happy. My 2 main sponsors, Wilson and Reebok, had dropped me while I was in rehab. The Wilson deal paid me several million a year plus bonuses, and I'd just done another 5-year deal with Reebok. As an alternative, Daly accepted a $1.2 million per year sponsorship from Callaway on the one condition that he stay sober. However, he eventually concluded that the deal wasn't worth it.
It's like, how does a person like this exist? $1.2 million a year? No, it's not worth it. No.
I'm looking forward to it.
No.
Sir came to him and said, $3 million, we want to send you to rehab though. And he looked at him and said, I'm good. And took a sip.
Although this attitude would then help him beat Tiger Woods in a pretty funny way. Daly had qualified for a small 16-person tournament, and on the night before had drunk 3 bottles.
What?
bottles of Crown whiskey, leading Tiger to make some cocky remarks about how Daly had no chance of winning.
And he says, I'm probably going to kick his ass because JD's drunk right now. I said, oh, okay.
When the tournament started the following day...
Look at him sweaty, look at this fuck. This guy's an absolute fucking machine. Oh my god.
Daly decided to troll Tiger by acting as though he was still drunk.
And he is looking at me the whole day. I've got drinks coming down. People bringing me drinks on the golf course. He goes, what are you drinking? I said, I got my Crown in here, man. I'm fine. Not 1 ounce alcohol. If you do that, you get trouble on the tour. But I got him thinking that I was really still drinking.
Helping John to completely demolish the tournament.
Wait, so you're telling me that, like, this guy, after 3 bottles of Crown Royal, he's playing a tournament and he's thinking in real time that he's trying to play mind games with Tiger Woods. After that he's drinking more. What the fuck?
Shoot 65 and beat him by like 6 shots. It's about the last time I ever beat him.
Daly then earned $4 million in 2004 and 2000.
So he beat him.
Completely demolished the tournament.
I shoot 65 and beat him by like 6 shots. It's about the last time I ever beat him.
Daly then earned $4 million in 2004 and 2005, yet this would only fuel an addiction worse than any he'd experienced before, gambling.
You know, in Vegas, I'd play the $5,000
Oh my fucking god. The man can't be stopped.
on the slot machine.
Every time you pull it, how much is that?
5,000.
Oh my god.
So one.
What the fuck? $5,000 spins.
Cool.
$5,000 spins?
While playing these $5,000 slot machines, Daly fed through $600,000 in a night without winning, before taking out another $600,000, which he'd then lose again, meaning he'd lost $1.2 million in the space of 5 hours.
Jesus.
By this point, Daly was up to his 4th wife, who confronted him about his gambling problem, initiating an argument that ended in the strangest way possible. I won like $55,000 in the casino, and I said to my 4th wife, Cherie, if you're gonna yell and scream at me about this, I threw it over the bridge going over to Memphis from Arkansas. I threw all the money out the car window and said, you know what, if you want that money, you can go find it, but let me tell you something, you don't have a job, you're not working, I'm supporting you, I'm paying all the bills. My buddy then took her to a McDonald's drive-thru and got her 2 cheeseburgers and some french fries and a soda, and it was like, okay, this is how you can live from now on if that's the way you want it. When
Time for class to begin.
This guy is insane. This is like, if you wrote a character like this in a story, people would get mad because it's not even believable. You can't even write something this insane. Oh my god!
John published his book in 2006. He'd gambled away $55 million over a 15-year period. However, the worst was still yet to come. In 2007, an article was written on Daly's golf performance stating, John Daly withdrew from 5 tournaments and missed the cut on 8 others on the PGA Tour. His best finish was 3rd place at the Skins game, which only had 4 players. As a result, Daly lost his card, and it might have had something to do with his ever-declining diet.
Jesus. Look at, those are the big bags. They don't even give you something this big unless you get like 2 meals. That's 2 of the big bags too.
In 2008, CBS reporter Will Brinson was given the job to watch Daly during a professional game, noting that he consumed 21 cigs, 12 Diet Cokes, 6 packs of peanut M&Ms, 0.0 ounces of water, and the alcohol consumption hadn't stopped either. Only 4 months after writing about his diet, Daly was arrested for passing out in front of Hooters, with the negative press resulting in another 6-month ban from all professional golf.
Damn.
As a consolation, Daly's mugshot was placed proudly inside the restaurant. However, he'd end the year with earnings of only $56,000, forcing yet another change in John Daly's life. Having grown tired of golf club dress codes, Daly decided to purchase his local course.
You don't like a dress code in golf, that you find that offensive. No. You have your own golf course that you bought. Is there a dress code there?
Well, basically, all you got to do is cover your private parts and you can play my golf course.
Initially running.
So he just goes. So they're telling him to change his clothes. He just buys the golf course.
the club at a loss just so the town had somewhere to play.
I'm losing probably $250,000 to $350,000 a year, somewhere in there. Anybody, kids or teams that want to come here and play, I think everybody should have a chance to play golf. But
And you
if you're on a
compare
team,
that to like gambling, that's not that much money, right?
you're more than welcome to come here and play free and, you know, have fun.
Here, Daly was able to practice and make a super successful comeback in 2016. Yet,
wait.
More recently, his life has taken a turn as a result of bladder cancer. Despite this, Daly has since achieved his best score in professional golf ever, has found massive success with clothing collaborations through a company called Loudmouth, and has done so all while establishing one of the greatest legacies in professional sporting history.
Holy fuck, man.
Yo, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Floss, back again with another video. And today we're going to take a look at the Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 FE Plus. Now, you can pick this one up online. I'll throw the link up in the description. The price on this one, $600. All right, so let's go through the specs real quick. Now, this one comes in 4 different colors. You got mint, gray, silver, and lavender. For the display, you got a 12.4-inch IPS LCD panel with a resolution of 1600 by 2560. Now that's 243 for the PPI Patrol. It's IP68 dust and water resistant. You got glass on the front, glass on the back with an aluminum frame.
Enemy dispatch.
If we work together, this will be a walk in the park. Move over, will ya? I'm bored stiff just standing here. I didn't come here for you. Well, why are you staring at me like that? Show them no quarter. Faster! Fortune heat is making my memory fight. Develop something like an infinite. Fly the sea! Aegis cannon, full steam ahead! Open fire! Show them no quarter. Not like this? Sorry to break it to you, but this is the end. Sorry to break it to you, but this is the end. Fire away! Cover me. Reloading. All good. Fly the sea. Aegis cannon. Full steam ahead. Open fire. Sorry to break it to you. This is the end. No quarter. Sorry to break it to you, but this is the end. Behold my ultimate. Let's keep the momentum going. Why do you keep licking my hands? Can I smell like this? Fly the sea. Sorry to break it to you, but this is the end. Behold my ultimate. Show them no quarter. Behold my ultimate. Let's keep the momentum going. This is where I belong. temptations splayed out on the beach, I'm still your only disciple. Are you going back to the beach for round 2? I'll join you once my water power is fully charged. Despite all the temptations splayed out on the beach, I'm still your only disciple. Are you going back to the beach for round 2? I'll join you once my water power is fully charged. I told you, I don't...
Whenever you feel tired, I'll be there for you.
This is my first time wearing this kind of swimsuit, so I'm a bit self-conscious.
How many of those raptures are there in total? Perhaps we share a common goal. Nikes and androids.
We should handle our own affairs.
Best of luck to you. I hope you'll enjoy our show. Ugh, I'm so embarrassed. Best of luck to you. I hope you'll enjoy our show. Ugh, I'm so embarrassed. Anka's so different from me. She's pretty. If you got a itch that needs scratching, let me know. I'll be whoever pesters my scoops. I will have plenty of use for you in the future, Your Grace. Anka's so different from me. She's best of luck to you. Is so different from me. We'll take to the high seas. I'm sure of it.
Don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of. You're safe with...
Are you going back to the beach for round 2? I'll join you once my water power is fully charged. Despite all the temptations splayed out on the beach, I'm still your only disciple. Are you going back to the beach for round 2? I'll join you once my water power is fully charged. If you keep splashing me like that, you'll be able to see through my...
Nikes and androids share some similarities.
You guys did a great job out there.
So best of luck to you. Anka's so different from me. She's prettier and more fun. This is so relaxing. Awaiting your command.
Did you bring the schedule? Let me see.
want to engage with my fans more. Can you help me with that?
Honey, can you use this to send a message for me?
Oh, jeez. Helma's really gonna let me have it now. What should I do with the dogs today? The hot sun, the burning sand, the emerald water. Is this the fabled It would be even better if I could take a dip in the ocean.
Listen, Rookie. 2 for the price of 1 is as good as you're gonna get. Listen, Rookie. 2 for the price of 1 is as good as you're gonna get.
I had a great day. I ate a lot and got...
Whenever I get tired of school, can I come and see you? I can keep it a secret.
Commander, how about you, Yumi, and I just give in to it and free yourself?
Hands off. You break it, you buy it.
I didn't come here for you. Move over, will ya? I'm bored.
If you've got nothing to do, at least come and massage my back. I may be into older things. If you've got nothing to do, at least come and massage my back. Don't you?
Let's
Your orders, please. Your orders, please. What are your orders?
Let's go find something delicious. Nicely done. Nicely done.
What are your orders?
I'm Neon, and firepower is my... Hello, this is the electronic integration system of the central government. Time to soak these suckers! I may not be the best, but I can have water power! Water power! Let's have some fun! Master
I should start preparing for the next class.
Let's enemy sighted. Water power! Water power!
Time for class to begin.
Victory! With me on your team, did you expect anything else?
All clear. On my way.
Now that I think of it, I've never shared a drink with you before.
Moving out. As you wish. On duty. Nothing to report. Moving out. On duty. Nothing to report. As you wish. As you wish. On duty. Nothing to report. Moving out. On duty. Nothing to report. As you wish. Moving out. Moving out. On duty. Nothing to report. As you wish. On duty. Nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. Moving out. On duty. Nothing to report. As you wish. On duty. Nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. As you wish. On duty. Nothing to report. On duty, nothing to report. As you wish. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. On duty, as you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. As you wish. As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. On duty, nothing to report. As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. As you wish. On duty, nothing to report. As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. As you wish. Moving out. As you wish. On duty, nothing to... As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. On duty, nothing to report. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. As you wish. Moving out. As you wish. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. As you wish. On duty, nothing to report. As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. As you wish. As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. On duty, nothing to report. Roger. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. As you wish. Moving out. Roger. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. On duty, nothing to report. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. As you wish. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. On duty, nothing to report. As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. On duty, nothing to report. As you wish. Moving out. On duty, nothing to report. Moving out. As you wish. As you wish. On duty, nothing to report.
Marina! We have a star in our midst.
Build you everything you need.
We have everything in our shop except what we don't.
Looking to get something on the up and
Looks like we've got company.
take as much time as you like.
Have fun shopping. Are you looking for something? Let me help you. You can take your time, Commander. Welcome, fellow shopaholic.
Just in time, dear client. I'm sure you'll be more than happy with your purchase.
You're lucky to have a Nikkei like me who knows what she's doing. Everyone, we have one goal. If you keep splashing me like that, you'll be able to see through. If you keep splashing me like that, you'll be able. This is my first time wearing this kind of swimsuit. Subordinate, are you doing this on purpose? My main go-to is firepower, but I think I can learn to appreciate water power as well. Are you going back to the beach for round 2? I'll join you once my water power is fully charged. Soldier EG. I'm Neon, and firepower. This shot will make you stronger. I may be a
Soldier FA, awaiting your...
Is Florta around here? Nice to meet you.
Armament check. I'll be part... Soldier...
At this rate, am I closing in on Lilith? I'm stronger!
everything with time.
I'm here. Are you calling me? I'm still not very familiar with this place. I won't hurt you. I'm here. Are you calling me? I'm still not very familiar with this place.
Red Hood, I can't breathe. Could you turn that down? Got us a victory? Nikkei! Meow! Talking about the good old days never gets old. We've really come a long way, haven't we? Talking about the good old days never gets old. Even today's meeting will one day become a treasured memory. Talking about the good old days never gets old. We've really come a long way, haven't we? Even today's meeting... We've really come a long way, haven't we? Talking about the good old days never gets old. We've really come a long way, haven't we? Check out my parrot! His name's Morgan. Isn't he awesome? One of these days, Morgan and I are gonna go check out the ocean. I made these clothes myself. Just kidding, I bought them.
Hey, punk, what's your problem?
Empty your mind. Be as free as the...
Hey, partner.
Come. The Admire is invincible. I just have to prove it.
Money makes the world go round, dear client.
Now that I think of it, I've never shared a drink with you before.
Talking about the good old days never gets old. We do honest business here. I'm serious. Commander, it's summer. It's summer.
Hello! It's burger time! Not yet, this is technically a sausage bap, or a mini sausage bap, but it looks like a burger. That'll do. So, as exciting and unbelievable as this is, I was in a shop earlier, and I saw Rustler's Burgers. All sorts of ones that I hadn't seen before. Look, this one's new. It's got a sticker that's peeling off and everything. Can I remove it and put it in my new stickers collection? Not quite, it's ripping a bit. Oh well, I'll just stick to the ones I've taken off apples and bananas then. So, basically, to my mind at least, Rustlers are kind of the highest quality of the microwave burgers. And yeah, there's quite a range of these things out now, so let's have a look at what I bought today. It's flame-grilled Rustlers mini sausage bap. We've actually add your own sauce. I didn't see that, so it doesn't come with any sauce. Well, everyone's got sauces, I suppose, but isn't the point of these everything's in there? Well, there we are. The sausage sandwich question, do you have red sauce, brown sauce, or no sauce at all? The choice is now very much yours. It's probably going to be no sauce at all if you haven't got any cupboards. This is actually really small in the packet. I didn't realise that. How much was this? This was £1. Ah, so it is a sort of budgety one, but not that any of these things are crazy expensive generally. But if you look at this, the next one we're looking at, the packet's much smaller. Why is the packet so big for something so small? Odd. I have no answer to this. Anyway, made with 100% British and Irish pork. Heat to enjoy. Keep refrigerated. Keeps quite a while actually. 5th of November from now. That's about 1.5 Prime Ministers, I think. Brilliant. So, how to cook. Remove burger from the packaging. Good start. Pop the bun in the toaster and the patty in the microwave. Sensible. Heating on full power. Rebuild your burger, add your own sauce, and enjoy. Kind of just realised they've missed out the word eat. You just add your own sauce and enjoy. Just enjoy the smell of it. Wafting. I'm definitely going to eat it. That's kind of the point. Right. Let's see what we've got inside. I think we've got a pretty good idea, to be brutally honest, from what we can see through the packet. I now can't get the top off at all. It's completely stuck back down. Perfect. There we are. Great. Right. Yep, you've got bread bun and you've got a bit of flat sausage. A sausage that somebody's been sitting on for a while. Looks a bit sort of anemic, but I'm sure it'll be all right when it's heated up. Right, let's jump cut to that. Boom. There we go. So, first thing that became apparent is, yeah, that's a lot smaller than the bun, particularly by the time it's heated. So, unfortunately, I am not allowed to put any sauce on it. Under review rules, you can only put on what comes with it, and you must put on all the sauces. Those are the rules I just invented. So, this is going to be fine, surely. There's really not much to it. I appreciate sort of the quid, basic Billy, well, very Billy basic one, shall we say. The super value. The one you kind of wish you spent a bit more money on. Anyway, let's give it a bite and see what it's like. Whole lot of bun. Bun's surprisingly sweet. Suppose it's got a fair bit of sugar in it to keep it fresh for longer. Oh. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not great, I've got to say. The pork thing doesn't really taste of anything. Hang on. I'm going to get a bit of the pork on its own. Oh. Okay, there's more to it than that. Yeah, there's slight porkiness to it. It's a bit sort of sweaty and it's not that great, this. I think this would be massively improved by some sauce. So if you are going to buy one of these, make sure you've got some sauce in the cupboards. And make sure your cupboards are attached to your wall. Because if not, everything goes all over the floor. It's terrible. Yeah, that's not one of the better Rustlers offerings. I wonder if price comes into it there. But yeah, for £1, that was a bit, You know, I'm definitely getting the images of sort of pig's eyelids and anuses and stuff from that. It really doesn't taste like the top quality pork. But then what do you expect? It's a microwave burger you bought for £1. We're not buying these for haute cuisine. We're buying them to keep in the fridge for emergencies. Or you keep them in the fridge until they're nearly out of date and think, oh, I better eat that now. Right, next up, barbecue rib burger with our smoky barbecue sauce. Made with 100% British and Irish pork. Oh, same as the last one. So, this looks like one of those longer barbecue rib things, which they still do. They had one in the shop. But just in a different format, I suppose. How much was this one? Let me check the receipt here. That was £1.15. Ooh, so a little bit more expensive. Okay. What's the heating here? Heat for 1 minute then, blah, blah, blah. Pop in the microwave. Oh, this one doesn't say about toasting the bun. How odd. Okay. Now, I have an extreme weakness for these things. There's a sort of a combination of the sauce they have on these and the sort of spiciness they put on those. I'm not sure there is any on that. It does look a bit sort of plain, which I absolutely love. I just love the sort of tanginess of the sauce. And I know it's bad for you and all that, but oh my God, it sets something off in my brain. I always enjoy them. So I think, assuming this is just a different...
Have a good day.
Hello, LA Beast here, and today my mission is quite simple. And that is to dominate this gauntlet challenge of some of the most sour, acidic foods in existence with ease by putting to the test these miracle fruit tablets, which trick your mind into thinking that things that are sour actually taste sweet. Now in the past, I've straight up gotten my ass kicked by trying to consume some of these sour food items. But today, I plan on 100% redeeming myself. Now all that miracle fruit tablets are Syncephalum dulcificum, which is a plant known for its berry that, when eaten, makes sour foods such as lemons and limes, subsequently consumed, taste sweet. And this effect is due to miraculin. And it's a fucking miracle that I just said that out of my mouth. So hopefully, what I plan on doing right now is consuming these 2 lemons, followed by devouring these 4 limes. Then I'm going to take this malic acid, which contributes to the sourness of green apples, for example. And when you add malic acid to different food items, such as this lemon fruit cake, it causes extreme tartness. So what I plan on doing is adding this to this lemon cake, which is going to be an extreme explosion of tart in my face. From there, I'm immediately going to jump into the toxic waste hazardously sour candy challenge to see if I can put 2 full barrels in my mouth for at least 60 seconds to become a full toxic head. Then I'm going to start cleaning myself up by brushing my teeth with this fresh minty toothpaste, chugging down this ice cold bottle of orange juice, and smoothing everything out by chugging down 15 ounces of lemon juice to finish off this sweet, sugary meal of things that are sour. Without further ado, I am the LA Beast, and after consuming 5 miracle fruit tablets, I plan on dominating this sour gauntlet challenge with ease. Have a good day. Alright, so what I'm going to do, this is a lemon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to eat the lemon, the limes, go right down the line, bada bing, bada bang, and do this as fast as possible, and try to describe what I'm feeling to eat the food. Right off the bat, it tastes like burning. It kind of tastes like a bag of sugar, but it... Burning is the initial thought. I bite my nail. Holy shit. I bite my nails. You know what? I think I'm gonna try a lime. Let's try the limes. Now, for those of you who don't know, I did try and do a lime challenge, and I completely failed multiple times trying to eat limes, and then I blended lime, just eat the lime. Oh. I don't know what I was thinking. I thought that the limes, there's actually a piece of paper. I thought that the limes were going to taste like pina coladas. It tastes like if I took a bag of sugar and a bunch of matches and ate flaming sugar. Okay, you know, and this is going to be a taste test gauntlet, which I just decided. So I'm going to have a second lime. I feel like the guys from Dumb and Dumber. It tastes good with some fava beans and a bottle of Chianti. And you know what? On that note, call this a fail. I already failed the challenge. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to take this malic acid, and I learned about malic acid through Furious Pete, who discovered that, like on candies like Warheads and Toxic Waste, all that malic acid really is. It just adds extreme tartness to whatever it is that you're eating. And what I just did was douse this lemon cake with malic acid. Holy f***ing shit. Excuse my language. And all I'm going to do, this is a malic acid lemon cake, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to eat the entire thing. Truly, I didn't think I was going to. I just ate a lime and a lemon. Oh, this does not taste sweet. This tastes like burning. I'm just going to take one more bite from the top. We're going to make this a quick, easy video. Holy shit. Oh, but man, this is tough. I thought that the miracle fruit tablets, which is Sinipricum defrencadum, I thought it would actually work. But I figured out on that last one, I can't feel my taste buds any longer. Oh man, I had Warheads. I made it through 86 Warheads, my tongue started to bleed. And it already feels like the acidity is burning my tongue. Malic acid lemon cake, ladies and gentlemen. Holy shit. Now, what the Toxic Waste Challenge, for those of you who don't know, Toxic Waste, just like Warheads, it's one of the most sour candies available. And I'm just going to shut up. The challenge is to see if you can have just one piece and hold it in your mouth for 60 seconds. And I'm going to take 2 barrels and see if we can do it. Start the clock now. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. Burn. It tastes like burn. Oh. Oh. That's enough. That's enough. My tongue and my taste buds, it feels like I just ate a hot pepper. That is no joke. That is no joke. Oh, that is no joke. This is a mistake. The miracle fruit tablets, ladies and gentlemen, so far is burning my mouth. Oh. And through the old wise tales of old challenges on the internet, if you take toothpaste and then drink orange juice, that is also a very acidic, unpleasant flavor. So that's all I'm going to do right now is ever so gently take a nice glob of this minty toothpaste. Oh my God, dude. Okay. Bon appetit. Okay. Finish it all off. I feel nauseous. Finish it all off. This is real 100% lemon juice. I'm going to finish this meal of deliciousness ever so sweetly. Have a good day. Oh my God. I am the LA Beast, and that is how you handle sour things. I need help. My initial afterthoughts are, that was a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. I did a taste test with the toxic waste candy after having some miracle fruit, and it felt like it tasted very sugary and sweet. And as soon as I took the first bite from that lemon, it was game over right from the get-go. I don't know what happened. Yes, the things that were on the table there were very acidic. This is my tongue. That's it. That's my tongue, and oh. Does miracle berry fruit work? Maybe. Have a good day.
So apparently Pokimane made like a new thing of food.
Pokimane has responded to allegations that she is selling some people called it a scam, other people are calling it a rip-off. If you didn't know, Pokimane released brand new cookie called Miner. She pitched these cookies as the next new health snack that they've created.
We basically made this brand because why are there not more snacks that are simply healthy, tasty? So yes, we never call.
What do you mean? What do you mean it's all you need? Like you just eat beef jerky the whole day. It is healthy. What do you mean? Beef jerky's fucking healthy as shit.
Compromise on taste, but we prioritize health. Health is also a non-negotiable.
Her website claimed they created these cookies everything alluded to the fact that these were new original creations from Pokimane and her team, and they've been working over 2 years to bring this to market.
Sorry, I love seeing these behind me. Like, it brings me so much joy. 2 years, bro. 2 years!
It then got exposed that there's actually cookies from Costco called Midnight Mini Cookies from Tootsie. Which had the exact same nutritional values as Pokimane's cookies, looked exactly the same as Pokimane's cookies, and have the exact same name as Pokimane's cookies. The only difference was Pokimane's cookies had vitamin D in it. These cookies were only $10 for 14 ounces. Pokimane's cookies were 16 ounces of these cookies was $28. A ridiculous markup for an existing product. Pokimane got called out.
That's a lot. Holy shit.
About this. I made a video about it showing what a cash grab it truly is.
Yeah.
This isn't something that's a labor of love. It isn't a passion project. Pokimane has slapped her name on these bags of cookies, promoted it as her own, said she created it, and marked up the price. Well, she has responded to these allegations of them being like a scam, rip-off.
Yeah, I saw some stuff about this. I didn't really know what to expect, right? Because, like, usually this is the thing with Pokimane, is that I think Pokimane gets a lot of, like, unnecessary criticism. So whenever I first heard about this, I just assumed it was bullshit. So I'm actually kind of curious to know what really happened. This sounds necessary to me. Well, what I'm saying is, like, historically, like, that's not really the case. Like, usually, like, you know, Pokimane, I remember, like, for example, like, whenever the Sniper Wolf thing happened, people, like, there was this super viral tweet about how Pokimane and Sniper Wolf were the same. And it's like, nah, bro, not really. Like, no, they're not. But, like, everybody thinks that, so it's, you know.
And she certainly changed her tune about making these products and a new creation that she's invented. The batch of minor cookies we're currently shipping were made 3 weeks ago. They are not a dropship product, and we own our formula. The cookies they are being compared to were also made by our manufacturer, Creation Food, which specializes in healthy foods. The compared cookies had one test batch sold before they were retired. Months later, we partnered with Creation Foods and fell in love with the flavor profile of the Midnight Cookie. We then decided to work together to refine and improve the formula. We're really happy with the final product. Yeah, so this is what was completely omitted and left out by Pokimane and her team. And why you were called out is because you've admitted that you're now refining and improving the formula, when actually you were pitching it as a new creation, something you created and came up with. In your video, Pokimane, you talk about how there's no options for healthy snacks.
We basically made this brand because why are there not more snacks that are simply healthy, tasty? So yes, we never compromise on taste, but we prioritize health. Health is also a non-negotiable.
Well, you found the option and marked up.
I'm gonna be real. I think if you're looking for a healthy snack, you gotta eat beef jerky. Calling it healthy is weird. Yeah, I don't know. Is it healthy or not? How about don't snack and have some self-control? Well, people don't do that. The originals were gluten-free. They just added vitamin D. Cookies aren't healthy. No way she's making money. Is this what business looks like? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the cookies aren't bad for you, right? It's just that, like, she's maybe selling them at a markup.
The price, and then go to say, well, I wouldn't ask you guys to buy something if it isn't worth the money.
I don't want you guys spending your money on something unless it's really, really worth it.
These are selling at $10. You're selling yours at $28, only 2 ounces more. It's quite clear what we have here is a complete cash grab. She goes on, while the ingredients list may look similar, they are entirely different in terms of ingredient quality, quantity / ratio, sourcing, the size / texture of the cookie, and of course, the added vitamin D.
I could maybe believe this in terms of, like, the quality. I actually could believe that part, but I don't know.
Pokimane can go on about, like, guys, we refined the formula. It's so different. The ingredients are exactly the same. Look at the ingredients list between the two. I'm going to read out the ingredients list for the Toasties cookies and put Pokimane's cookie up and tell me how much they're the same. Gluten-free flour blend. Almond flour, organic cassava flour, organic coconut flour, palm oil, organic coconut sugar, white chips, sugar, palm, kernel and oil, natural flavor, sunflower and salt, cocoa powder, organic agave syrup, soluble tapioca fiber, vanilla extract, baking soda, sea salt, natural chocolate flavor. The only thing they added was mushroom powder.
Mushroom powder? Who the fuck wants that? This is like putting out your own burger by selling a literal Big Mac, but then adding some random vitamin and claiming it's your own IP? I don't know.
Which is where the vitamin D comes from. The nutritional values are all exactly the same.
Yeah.
I don't know how much quality or difference there is, but the cookie looks the same, has the exact same nutritional values, and the ingredients are the exact same. So Pokimane can throw this bullshit.
I think that it's fair for... The only thing that I think is fair is to say that it could be that the quality of the ingredients is different. Like, for example, if you're making a shirt, the type of fabric and things that you make a shirt with, they're going to... This is a spectrum. It's the same with building like anything, like a computer, right? You're using, you know, like top of the line RAM versus RAM that's just like sold and there's like, it's sold wholesale, right? Like the quality is going to be different. Like the food, cleaner chemicals. Yeah, no, I'm just saying like it'll change the nutritional values if you have better ingredients. See, I was wondering about that. I thought about that myself. I don't know if that's the case or not. Mushroom powder in the walls. Yeah, hard to believe her after the initial lie, to be honest. So people don't believe this because of like her saying that it was original and then like the cookies are about the same?
You're out there like, guys, we're sourcing in different places, this and that. It's pretty clear they've just got the same product and slapped her logo on it and her face. Like the video right now if you agree. Refining formulas is a very common practice in the food industry. Plus, around 70 to 80% of the foods you see in the grocery stores are white labeled. So now she's using, guys, you know, everyone does white labeling. People do this all the time. The difference is, Pokimane, these big food companies and brands don't go on camera and start saying, I've made this really amazing product, 2 years in the works, guys.
Sorry, I love seeing these behind me. Like, it brings me so much joy. 2 years, bro. 2 years.
It's amazing.
I do think that, like, I do think companies, yeah, they do that all the time. Like, they all say this stuff. Yeah, I don't think this is, like, anything unique to Pokimane.
I've never found any healthy snacks before, but now you can get one.
We basically made this brand because why are there not more snacks that are simply healthy, tasty? So yes, we never compromise on taste, but we prioritize health. Health is also a non-negotiable. Sorry, I love seeing these behind me. Like, it brings me so much joy. 2 years, bro. 2 years!
Blatantly lying to everyone to try and push your shitty product. And once you get outed, only then are you writing this notes and coming clean with what actually happened. Pricing.
And this is an issue that a lot of content creators run into, and I think it's been happening a lot recently. And I kind of have like a very personal experience with this too. A lot of you guys might know. Is that whenever you're a content creator and you're selling a t-shirt or you're selling a hoodie or a pair of sweatpants, right? Like this is the Wild West shirt that I have that like Nick and Milena made. And I really like it. But at the end of the day, like you're basically buying, you're buying merchandise to support a content creator, right? And I think the problem is that whenever you go into an industry and you try to start selling a product based off of like that's in a like an existing industry, like for example computers or food like this or anything else, you run into like a completely different set of expectations and basically things that people want out of a product, such as like Mr. Beast Feastables, etc. So what a tame ass take? No. Let me go ahead and get to my point. Right? Is that this is a problem that we ran into with Starforge. Like that's my point. Is that we've literally had this happen. Is that whenever Starforge launched, we obviously had a lot of pricing that people didn't agree with. They didn't like the pricing. They said, oh, the product should be better. It should be a different price. We should use these things instead. And we took all of those things into consideration and we improved the product to make it better because it exists in a market that's outside of our own influence. Because whenever you're asking a person to buy, you know, a $20 t-shirt or something like that, it's not really that big of a deal, right? But whenever you're asking somebody to buy, you know, a $3,000 computer, it's a much bigger deal. And you're competing in a space that's a lot bigger than yourself. So like content creators, you can't take the same strategy of making YouTube videos and making doing Twitch streams, you can't take this and apply it to selling an actual product. Because an actual product is going to be judged individually and externally from yourself. So if you're selling a product and people don't like that product, think it's a scam or something like that, you can't just label all of this as like hate, or you can't label all of it as, you know, the people don't understand. Because it turns into a situation where the age-old saying is actually true, the customer is always right. Is selling bathwater? Yeah, well, the thing is selling bathwater would be better. Because nobody is going into buying bathwater thinking that it's anything more than a meme. And that's the point that I'm making, is that people buy shirts and they buy bathwater or something like that, and they know that it's a meme. But whenever you're trying to sell a genuine product, people are going to compare it to other genuine products. And like, we've had this happen. That's how I know. It's not quite right. It'd be like Starforge purchased a pre-built computer from iBuyPower, took the logo, replaced it with Starforge. Well, the point is that, like, I mean, of course, like, you can never make a one-to-one comparison with anything. I'm just saying, in a general sense, this is a problem that I think a lot of content creators are running into, is that they're trying to sell their products, because like the reason why content creators are doing this is because it makes money, right? Like, let's be honest, this is the big reason. People are getting older, you know, maybe they don't want to stream forever. Like, there are very few people that I think, if you ask them, like, if I were to think like, who are the people that are still going to be streaming 50 years from now, there's a very, very small list of who that is. I think a lot of people plan on retiring and moving away from streaming, stuff like that, right? SQC, yeah. I mean, like, yeah, we know, obviously, like, there's all the usual suspects. But the point that I'm making is that a lot of people also are not like that. They want to move past it after a certain period of time or whatever. And this is how they're trying to do that. And I just hope that, like, more people that are making these products, they need to understand that, like, whenever you're making a product and you're selling it to a market, you can't rely on just the value of like your brand. And I think a good example of this, right? Nobody has a bigger brand than Mr. Beast, right? But he canceled the Mr. Beast burger because it was making him look bad. Because he's trying to go into a market that he didn't fully have control over and understanding of, and it ended up hurting him. So you have to make a good product. You can't rely on just people buying it because they like your stream. My point is that whenever you sell a product that people buy for a function, the buyer and the customer has a different set of expectations. That's my point. It's okay for somebody to buy it, to price up a t-shirt, because people don't buy it for like a specific function in the same way they buy food for a specific function, especially if it's, quote, health food. You're deflecting, though? Address that. Wait, am I misunderstanding something? What am I deflecting? Address the fact that she slapped her name on an existing product and called it her own. Okay, I mean, I'm pretty sure that probably happened. Do you think that was disingenuous? Yes and no. The problem also is, like, a lot of companies do this. Are these companies also being disingenuous? Yeah, I think they are. And this is also like the double-edged sword of like content creator marketing. Like, a lot of companies do this, a lot of people do this, so it's okay. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be kind of hard for me to go and torch somebody for doing something that's a common industry practice. It is. Like, I'm not gonna torch somebody for that. Yeah, it's like, what are we doing here? A lot of people steal. Is it okay to steal now? Well, you think this is the same as stealing? I don't think so. So this is kind of the problem with like influencer marketing. Is that whenever you do influencer marketing, what ends up happening is that you get way more scrutiny for things that in a certain industry, it is. No, it's not. It's not the same as stealing. If you think it's the same as stealing, you're stupid. Like, just stop. Like, I'm willing to talk about this in a real way, but there are a lot of people who are, I think, being unreasonable here. So what's the point? The point is that whenever you're a content creator making a product, whenever you're selling it to an audience of people who aren't familiar with what the industry does or what things like this, like, a lot of companies white label stuff. This happens constantly. If you guys seen like how many store brands there are that are cheaper, and then like the name brand is basically the same fucking thing, people buy the name brand. People do this constantly. Like it happens all the time. Like go around in Walmart and just look at all the different things in the store. Making excuses for? Yeah, kind of, but not really. Like, so basically what I'm saying is that I think that this is a problem with discussing somebody like Pokimane, is that because people have such strong opinions about them, they're not willing to look at it and think. They're just looking to burn the witch. They're looking to immediately shit on the person, and any type of a nuanced conversation that doesn't just outright just completely condemn her triggers people and they lose their mind. I'm saying this isn't really good. I'm not saying it's good. I never said that it was good. All I'm saying is that whenever you're doing something like this, there are a number of factors to consider, and I'm one of the only people who can talk about this that has an experience with it. Who else knows it better than me? Very few. People can't handle nuanced takes. Yes, exactly. She's going to deserve it, though. It's all about her deserving it, and that's my point, right? Is it's all about people shitting on her because she deserves this. Oh, well, she deserves this. I don't care about that. And I want to make sure everybody understands this. There are a lot of times where I defend things that I wish I didn't really have to, but it's just simply something that isn't true, or I think that it's inaccurate. Who gives a fuck? I do. I think that it's important for people to look at things and base their feelings and their thoughts on things in reality. And to the extent that you do something that is not in line with reality, you are making a mistake. This is a bias. Just take the L? Why would I take the L from something I didn't do? What is the L? See, this is the kind of person that makes comments like this. What is your fucking... Oh my God. No, never mind. I'm not even going to read that. You think it's disingenuous? No, I don't think it's disingenuous at all. Appreciate the content dude made the screen. Yeah. And kind of scammy. I think that, yeah, you are misleading people. But, like, do you understand the difference of, like, for example... Everybody knows that whenever a content creator is selling t-shirts, they're selling them up at a massive markup, right? Like the t-shirt's like $25 t-shirt, it doesn't cost $25, right? Like we all know this. And so because there's the tremendous markup on t-shirts, but nobody really complains about this, right? Like, yeah, obviously, like somebody is going to say, oh, this is too much money in chat. But like, you don't get videos made about this. You don't get like people, this isn't like a trending topic on Twitter. If Logan Paul did this exact same thing, would you defend it? Would I? I mean, yes and no. Like Logan Paul has a history of scamming people. Pokimane doesn't have a history of scamming people. That's the difference. She does now. Well, and if she does it again, this would be in consideration. She does now, exactly. Yeah, the context matters. Logan does the same. He has a drink brand. And yeah, I think I've shit on Prime too, already. Food products are a bigger gray area. Health food products are a scam. And that's the point that I'm trying to get at, right? Is that whenever you have a health food, people are going to evaluate the value of that health food differently than they would evaluate the value of a content creator's t-shirt or Belle Delphine bath water. Because they're looking at this health food to provide a specific value. And that's the point that I'm making. If people don't understand that and they think this is somehow me defending her, you're fucking stupid.
Happened. Pricing. Making a healthy and quality snack with real gluten-free ingredients and added vitamins is not a cheap practice. Oh, what? So adding vitamin D to your cookie jacks the price up over 2 times the original price? Yeah, sure. If you've been following me for some time, you know I rarely take sponsorships because I try to be mindful of promoting or endorsing products. I haven't sold merch in years. I cap my donations. And frankly, if I wanted a cash grab, it'd be silly to do that for a startup because they're extremely unlikely to profit in the first few years.
Yeah,
no.
Sure.
You're not talking about a business startup in the traditional sense where, yes, business startups rarely profit in their first few years. You're an influencer launching a product. You want to go for the Prime effect. Prime of...
Is Honkai Star Rail dying? No, Honkai Star Rail's not dying. It's just right... Right now, we're currently in, and this happens all the time with Hoyoverse games. It happens all the time. People freak out because there's a slow patch, and let's just call it what it is, right? 1.5 is a slow period, right? I mean, the main story quest feels more like a character quest, and everything is just more about fun than actual progressing anything. There's not really any, like, new endgame content. Now with 1.6, obviously floors 12 of the Memory of Chaos will be adding a lot of nice quality of life changes will happen. But then after that, 2.0 is going to be announced, and then things will go back to how they used to be. Yeah, I mean, trust me, I get it. When you look at the Genshin Impact category at 16.2k viewers and the 3k viewer mark, I mean, it can be a little bit jarring to some people. It can. And this can lead people to be discouraged and want to stop playing because, you know, a lot of people with like gacha games like, oh, well, if the hype's down, then why are you saying hi YouTube? Why are you saying hi YouTube? I'm legit just talking. This will not be a YouTube video. I don't think. Because you switched up? How did I switch up? Regardless. People like to, okay. Okay. Streisand effect? What does that even mean? What do you mean by that? Is it going to skip a 1 point? What do you mean by that? Is it going to skip a 1.7 to 1.8, 1.9 and straight to 2.0? Yeah, I am underneath the influence that because Honkai Star Rail is a smaller game, I don't think the company would ever just say, oh yeah, we're just gonna just leave you in the Zhenzhou Luofu for a year. They're just not gonna do that. I mean, there's shorter update cycles for a reason. There was no tragedy in China recently that caused them to do 5-week cycles like they can do and did do for Genshin Impact. There's shorter cycles, which is 5 weeks, and I don't think they're gonna make its way to a year. I do genuinely think it's going to go 1.6, and then I think it's going to be 2.0.
How you been, man?
Been doing great, man. But this is the time where a lot of drama happens on the internet. People start bitching about random shit. And, you know, I did keep, you know, the Honkai Star Rail category alive for a very long time because I used to stream it every single day. And now I've, you know, been playing other games and doing other things. But that's not because I don't like Honkai Star Rail. I love Honkai Star Rail. It's my favorite mobile game. It is the best mobile game ever made. And I would genuinely stand by that. Now, Genshin does have the benefit of being born during the COVID craze. And, you know, people and their viewership just kind of being happy, just watching whatever and just sitting in the category because it comforts them seeing their favorite characters that they most likely masturbate to every single night. Let's just call a spade, right? But this is the part where people are going to freak out and wonder, oh, is the game dying? Is it dead? Well, I mean, listen, there's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of things not going on. Like, for example, on the horizon, we have Project Mugen, Zenless Zone Zero, and Wuthering Waves, which are going to be 3 games that are going to be huge in and of themselves. I think that also Honkai Star Rail needs to hurry up and announce the version of 2.0 because shortly after 2.0, they're going to announce the release of Zenless Zone Zero. I do think Zenless Zone Zero will be released within the first or second quarter of 2024. But as far as the game state goes right now, it's actually still very good. There's been very good quality of life changes added, and the content right now is still very good from a filler perspective. It is, but this is kind of the part where you don't really need to play the game too much every single day. Everything's been kind of figured out, and we're waiting for the end game to be added for things to really pick up again. Because we do need that. We do need that. We do need a, you know, a little bit more challenging content because I am free to play and I have almost everything in the game that I want, and then I also can get everything that I want to get. Like, for example, when Ruan Mei gets announced, I'm going to be pulling for her. When Black Swan gets announced, I'm going to be pulling for her. When Hanabi gets announced, I'm going to be pulling for her. And I don't know what characters you're saving up for, but I'm sure we can all agree that we're all skipping Argenti and we're pulling for Hanya, and we're praying to God that we don't get that red-haired piece of shit. Because it is a shame, because he is very cool, but let's be real, what the f is a physical erudition gonna do? Let's just keep it 100%. What is a physical erudition gonna do? Okay, and with the new content being added, like whatever the new endgame thing plus Memory of Chaos 12 coming out, we're going to get our collective ass whooped. And now this is a game where strategy is key and team building is everything, and nobody's gonna want to build a piece of shit on their team. We all know Ruan Mei is gorgeous and good, and that's kind of the new standard. Like Jing Liu, she's gorgeous and she's good. Kafka, gorgeous and she's good. When Black Swan comes out, you best believe Kafka is going to get even better. Now, I will admit, if they announce Black Swan and Hanabi and the same update patch, I'm glad that I'm skipping all of 1.5. I'm very glad. And I'm hoping when 2.0 comes out that we get some insane rewards. Okay, because right now I have about 100 pulls, most likely getting to 120 pulls before I have to pull for Wuhan May, which I will win the 50-50. And then I will win the 50-50 again for Black Swan. And then I will win the 50-50 again for Hanabi. And after that, my account's pretty much done. And the shattering reality is we might go from 2 teams to 3 teams in Forgotten Horror. Maybe that's not so far away. I think that would be very cool. Will it happen? I don't know, because that's a lot of characters to build, but I can tell the game is still going to try to get harder and more endgame and permanent modes are going to be added. The good news is for Honkai Star Rail, Honkai Star Rail truly doesn't have a massive barrier to entry like Genshin Impact does. So when 2.0 comes out, there's going to be a lot of content, and the resurgence of views, analytics, and content is going to shoot through the goddamn roof because it will be the best time to get back into the game. You don't have to sit there and do 500 hours of story quests that you most likely don't enjoy, but this, and I've been here before. That's why I'm not freaking out, because I do a lot of Honkai Star Rail content on my main channel. Sure, views are going low, but I don't worry about it. When Zenless Zone 0 goes back up, views will go back up. When 2.0 Honkai Star Rail goes up, the analytics will go back up. And when people see that there's new content, they'll come back to play. But I don't think anybody should be worrying because, 1.5 didn't give it the viewer boost that it, wanted to give. And, the Genshin Impact live stream had 180,000 viewers, and the Honkai Star Rail one only had 30,000 viewers. I don't really think it's any cause for concern. I'm not somebody who needs to play a game because it's the most popular thing. I just like playing the game because I like to play the game. And that's a concept that's lost. A lot of people like to say, oh, you fell off, the game fell off, blah, 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 blah. I really don't care. I play games because I like them. I don't need other people to enjoy them for me to enjoy them. And also, I also play Honkai Star Rail every day, but I truly don't need to. I play the game when I want to play it, and then when I don't want to play it, I stop playing it. Am I going to play right now on stream? Absolutely yes. Am I still going to play Classic WoW? Absolutely yes. But I just want to let everybody know, if you are one of those people who really worries about like, oh, is the game dying? What's going on? It's just in a lull period right now, guys. It's a filler patch. It's not a big deal. We'll get 2.0. Things will be hype again. It'll be great. But we just got to have a little bit of patience. Honkai Star Rail is my favorite game, and I hope if you guys are enjoying it, that you continue to enjoy it, whether views be down on certain channels or certain streams or not. I don't think it's a big deal at all. And also, Genshin Impact's pretty good right now, and I hope you guys are enjoying 4.2. Really hope you enjoyed the video. That's just my take. Chat, stop knowing when I'm in YouTube mode, you parasocial freaks, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace, boys.
That terrible. Of course, nowadays, looking at Blackout compared to more modern Battle Royale games, yeah, it definitely was built in a short amount of time and did not have a lot of regular content updates and features that would keep player interest alive. But the first couple of months of Blackout were actually a pretty good experience. You see, during 2018, there still was a demand for a more realistic Battle Royale game that was different from games like Apex and Fortnite. PUBG was kind of the closest experience you had, but the fact that that game kind of was known for having all over the place performance issues in the earlier years, and maybe still sometimes nowadays, and the game primarily being a third-person game with some mixes of first-person in between with some combat, essentially meant that there was still room for a different type of Battle Royale game to become really popular. And I think Blackout did a lot for showing how the formula could work in a Call of Duty setting, and I think that was the biggest takeaway that Blackout contributed. Also, it was really cool that they built a unique map that took locations from popular Black Ops games in the past, even one from Call of Duty World at War, which was cool, and gave a pretty straightforward experience where players would run around and find weapons and attachments. There were vehicles, and you wanted to position yourself in the best spot in the circle. However, I don't think that Activision ever planned on Blackout to maybe be the de facto game as a service for their Battle Royale moving forward. If anything, maybe they were just trying to establish their market share before they could have a real Battle Royale experience developed and built out for the masses. Blackout lacked a lot of very important features that would have maybe established Blackout as like a longer term experience. First of all, the game was paywalled, so you had to buy Call of Duty Black Ops 4 first before you would have access to the Battle Royale game, which already was a pretty steep entry level compared to games like Apex and Fortnite that were free. And while crossplay wasn't as commonplace back in 2018, the lack of crossplay definitely didn't help in the later years of Blackout's life, as finding a game in some platforms could be harder than in other platforms. And then lastly, the updates for Blackout were really slow, and when they did finally release some sort of content update, it was kind of a minuscule change to the regular gameplay experience. They did eventually add a new map to Blackout, Alcatraz, which was a cool addition, but by the time that this actually released, interest in Call of Duty Black Ops 4 was already fading fast. The game itself just wasn't built to support the demand of updates that Battle Royale games typically need to have in a rather frequent manner. Fortunately though, Blackout laid out some great groundwork, and a lot of these issues would be addressed when Call of Duty would release its follow-up Battle Royale experience as a free-to-play game in March of 2020 with Call of Duty Warzone. And of course, nowadays, you at least can still play Blackout if you're patient enough and you jump on and try to find a lobby. So if you're feeling nostalgic, you can still go back and play the game, so it's not fully dead, but you definitely understand what we mean when we're talking about dead Battle Royale games. I don't even remember the last time there was a content update to Blackout, and it doesn't look like there's any plans to continue to make new content for Blackout moving forward. It's essentially a dead game. So Blackout was, at least for a little while, a success. It set the groundwork up for the future, but one game that tried to jump in also that definitely did not set anything up for the future and just flopped hard, Battlefield 5 and its Battle Royale mode. Now, interestingly enough, the Battle Royale mode for Battlefield 5 was announced at E3 2018, and the game itself, though, would be set to release in November, but the Battle Royale mode wouldn't be ready for November. I'll be honest, and you'll hear me say this anytime we talk about Battlefield games, I've always struggled to just get into Battlefield as a whole. I think it's just the bigger settings makes it harder for me to feel in multiplayer that like my contribution matters, but Luke, on the other hand, he loves Battlefield games. So he tried this all out when Battlefield 5 first launched and stuck around through the Battle Royale release as well.
And honestly, when they announced the Battlefield 5 Battle Royale mode at E3 2018, I was pretty excited for it. I always loved Battlefield's gunplay, and I thought a BR centered around that gunplay could work well. And during the announcement, they did say that the Battle Royale mode would not launch with the game, but shortly after, which to me, and I think many others, made it seem like it would be coming in a couple weeks after launch. But a month before the release of Battlefield 5, EA posted this roadmap that showed that the BR mode wasn't coming until March of next year. That would be 5 months after the launch. And at that point, Battlefield 5 already had some negative news around it, and the late launch of the BR mode didn't help. It honestly just seemed weird that they announced the Battle Royale mode that early and then didn't have it ready for another 5 months after launch. Now, the release of Battlefield 5 also wasn't that smooth. It just felt like there was a lot of things missing, and the map variety wasn't as great as some other Battlefields before, and I think that just kind of made it hard for players to stick around and keep playing this game if the content just isn't there. And then what do you got to look forward to? The BR mode 5 months down the road? That's a long time. They did keep updating the base game slowly, and the BR would finally launch in March of 2019. And honestly, the BR mode, it was subpar. The best part about the BR mode was the map and the destruction that you could cause on the map. But the other mechanics, like the looting system, which was really slow and really tedious, the slow pace of the game, I would play games and sometimes not see anyone for like minutes, and the game's only being like 20 minutes long. If you don't see anyone for 6-7 minutes, it's just boring. And also remember the progression system being basically non-existent compared to other BRs. It just seemed like a mess. And on top of that, the integration of Battlefield 5 was just kind of a double-edged sword. There was a seamless experience for players that already owned Battlefield 5. They could just hop into the Battle Royale mode, but for new players, they had to just straight up buy Battlefield 5. And there's a reason most Battle Royale games are free. And I think that reason just comes down to it is easier to fill up these big lobbies if your game is free to play, and you can keep a bigger player base because of it. And Battlefield 5 Firestorm did not have any of that. The wait times have always been long. I mean, you can still find games nowadays, but you'll be waiting for a while. And while I don't think Battlefield 5's Firestorm was awful, I just think it didn't deliver enough to make it stand out. And I think Battlefield players at the end of the day just want to have a true Battlefield experience. They don't want some extra BR mode or some Tarkov style extraction shooter like the new one has. They just want the base Battlefield experience. And it seems like every time they don't deliver that, players just reject it.
Then there are a couple of other games out there in the Battle Royale genre that released and technically then would fall off pretty hard. Nintendo had Pac-Man 99 on Nintendo Switch, which was a really interesting idea. It took the whole concept of Pac-Man and had everyone competing against each other in this epic battle royale. It kind of was like Tetris 99, but this time around it was, you know, Pac-Man. This, oddly enough, would be sunsetted back in October of 2023, and I don't know why these games have to be limited. Maybe it's because Nintendo wants to try out different games in this style and not necessarily have a player base spread across Tetris 99 or Pac-Man 99 or something else 99. Back in 2020, some of you might remember there was Super Mario Bros. 35. This game, similarly to what we were just talking about with Pac-Man 99 or Tetris 99, essentially had 35 players pitted against each other in a game of Super Mario Bros. It was kind of a cool concept to bring something like a platformer into the Battle Royale realm in one way or another, but this game was planned on just being a limited time event and closed 6 months after its launch in April of 2021. Okay, and now we have Cuisine Royale. Where do we even start with this game? Okay, so this game started off as an April Fool's joke in 2018 based on the engine used for the Enlisted games. However, as the popularity in 2018 was growing for Battle Royale games, full development would go underway with an open beta test happening soon after this decision was made. PUBG was becoming very, very popular, and this game was kind of just like a subtle parody on PUBG. I mean, it's called Cuisine Royale, and there's like food items thing in it. Now, at the peak of the Battle Royale genre over the following years, the game would launch on PS4 and on Xbox One in December of 2019, and would climb the ranks in the free-to-play sector of video games. In January of 2020, Cuisine Royale was the third most downloaded free-to-play PlayStation game. Now, at the time, PUBG was kind of a bit of a janky mess and was a PC-centric game with an Xbox version that was apparently going to be a console exclusive. So with that popularity that PUBG was having, for some reason Cuisine Royale was like the closest true to form experience to PUBG, something that looks realistic, that let you have these gun choices and the looting setups in the way that it did, and Call of Duty Warzone wasn't out yet either. But there was more. For whatever reason, they decided halfway through the life of this game they were going to do a full-on rebrand, and this rebrand hopefully would bring in more players to take this game seriously. So instead of being called Cuisine Royale, they did the big second edition or 2.0 update, which was called the second edition. But now, if they change it to the second edition, they could rename their entire game, this time around calling it Cursed FOAD, which apparently stands for Cuisine Royale Second Edition Fulfillment of Desires. That sounds dark, but the gameplay is still pretty much on par for what you would expect from a game like this. It does feel a lot like PUBG at times, but also sometimes it feels like there are a couple of really odd decisions that were made with this game. Now, at the very least, if you are a huge Cursed FOAD fan, fortunately enough, it does seem like this game still gets some level of support in player base. It's not fully dead just yet, so there's still hope if you're looking for a more varied experience, but you don't want to dish out the money to buy a game like PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds or Call of Duty. They also added this new skin to the game, which I swear to you, it looks like Howie Mandel. I've reached out to ask them about it, and I still don't have my answers.
And another game that was a pretty big mess was the Culling 2. The original Culling was actually one of the earliest Battle Royale games that I can remember, and it had this crafting system that just added a little bit more depth that wasn't there yet in the BR games at that time. And also like the whole game show-like atmosphere and the dark humor and stuff was kind of funny. It just made the game stand out. And when the Culling 2 was announced on July 8th of 2018, and it would release just a day later on July 10th, 2018. Now, there wasn't any hype for this. There wasn't like a big "the Culling 2 is coming" crowd. People barely noticed that this even released. And they did take a lot of the original concepts like the crafting and the focus on melee combat out of the second game, which immediately isolated anyone that had played the Culling 1 and kind of liked that game, because the second game just took out all the unique stuff that the first one had. And nobody gave a damn about the Culling 2. It was so bad, the play count was so low that the game was pulled from sales and the servers were shut down within a week of its release. That's crazy. And the development studio quickly announced that they would be reverting focus back to the original Culling, and they would re-release the Culling 1 as a free-to-play game in an attempt to make up for the Culling 2 blunder and maybe win some players back. But I don't think that worked, because they got really desperate in 2020 when they released the Culling Origins, which was supposed to be a relaunch of the original Culling, and it had one of the most unusual monetization approaches I've ever seen. Basically, you had one free match a day and you had to purchase purchase tokens in order to play more games. So you literally had to pay for every time you would drop in. There was a pass you could buy for unlimited play, but the whole system was just so egregious and was just another big mistake by the developer. It just seemed like they would make worse and worse mistakes every time they changed something. I do think eventually they did go to a proper free-to-play model, but it was too late, and the game is gone by now. The servers are shut down. I don't think you can buy the game anymore. It's delisted from all the storefronts. So the culling is just this weird blemish on the Battle Royale history that is forgotten now, and it's probably for the best.
Now, besides some of the big, massive games that released right at the booming point for the Battle Royale genre, there were some other games that were backed by pretty big studios that quickly tried to pivot their games into becoming a Battle Royale game just based on Fortnite alone having huge success pivoting their Save the World survival type game into that giant BR that was hugely successful. Like, for instance, Realm Royale is a very interesting case study here. Now, the publisher Hi-Rez Studios had been working alongside their developer Evil Mojo Games to create the game Paladins, which had been in development for quite a long time, and it looked like originally it was supposed to maybe release in 2016, but with the huge popularity and launch of Overwatch, I think they kind of pumped the brakes a little bit to give this game more time to be developed to make sure that when it did release, it would be different enough and stand out enough for players to take interest to it. And the game would finally release in May of 2018. But during the betas leading up to the launch of Paladins, there was already a Paladins Battle Royale game mode baked into the game. It was just called Paladins Battlegrounds. 1 month after the actual launch of the game, Hi-Rez Studios announced that they were branching the game off into 2 separate games, where Paladins would exist on its own, and Paladins Battlegrounds would be retitled to Realm Royale and would go with a free-to-play route. Now, I think when Realm Royale came out, there was a little bit of potential here, just because the Battle Royale thing was just now getting really popular, and honestly, the gameplay was very similar in some instances to Fortnite, but it was a different game and a different experience altogether. Hey, Realm Royale was cool, because when you died, you got to turn into a chicken, and I think that's pretty neat. There were different classes, much like what the main game Paladins kind of had. Actually, this game was hugely successful during the popularity boom of the Battle Royale genre. At one point, it was even the most watched game on Twitch and Mixer, and later in 2018, it hit 4 million players, and by 2019, it had hit 10 million players. So what went wrong here? Well, quite a lot, actually. I think there's a reason that Fortnite is still on top of its game when it comes to Battle Royales. Like, it still has a major player base compared to all of the Battle Royales that came up. And it was because Epic Games was really quick on their feet in realizing that Fortnite was going to become this big, huge thing, and made some pretty drastic calls in their development pipeline, moving developers from other smaller projects and bringing them in to work on Fortnite so that Fortnite would have a regular and consistent update release schedule. You'll notice, like, after a year of Fortnite existing, the updates became more and more frequent and bigger and more content driven than the previous releases. And I think that really helped keep Fortnite relevant way longer. And a lot of these other teams that were working on Battle Royale games didn't have the manpower to regularly cycle through and evolve their game over a shorter period of time. Realm Royale was popular at the beginning because it was an alternative experience to Fortnite, but when Fortnite started creating their own alternative experiences and new seasons released on a regular basis, I think people just latched onto Fortnite with all of the cool things and crossovers that were coming up over there. I think the following years, Realm Royale really struggled with its player base just tanking, and essentially they lost any big momentum that they had. In 2020, there was an update called the Deviled Eggs update, and then there was no update for 2 years. You would think Realm Royale would just, like, shut down after that, but no. Surprisingly enough, Hi-Rez Games still felt like there was something with Realm Royale that was worth keeping around, and just last year it got a pretty big update called Realm Royale Reforged. This update, though, only ever so slightly moved the needle with its player base, and while this game still has maybe a couple hundred players playing at any given time, it doesn't look like it'll ever reach the heights that it once had. Apparently, according to Wikipedia, there are 2 developers who work under Hi-Rez Studios who are still working on new content for Realm Royale Reforged, and occasionally we'll get assistance from Evil Mojo Games who develop Paladins, but I don't see this one coming back. Is it possible we will still see meaningful updates for Realm Royale Reforged in the future? Probably. Will it be frequent? Probably not. Actually, if anything, I fully expected this game to go down the route of something like Spellbreak, another Battle Royale game that similarly quickly released during that time where Battle Royales were really popular. There was a small developer studio known as Proletariat that was working on a old school combat type game that was focused on magical powers, and they decided to pivot that game into the Battle Royale genre. Once again, this game would be a breath of fresh air against a lot of the other Battle Royale games, and it had okay reviews after its release, but the development team was, at the time, just about 6 people first working on this game. And while this game was a big deal for the studio getting it off the ground and released all on their own as their own developer and publisher, just 2 years later in 2022, Proletariat announced that they would stop working on future updates for Spellbreak as they had been acquired by Activision Blizzard, and the team members would be incorporated in the team that was working on developing World of Warcraft. So this game officially shut down just earlier on this year. Okay, so Activision had Warzone, EA had Apex Legends, Epic Games had Fortnite, and what does Ubisoft have? Well, they needed to have something, right? Well, Ubisoft assigned their studio at Ubisoft Montreal to come up with a Battle Royale game in a first-person type setting called Hyperscape, and this game would try to really double down on like the live streaming side of things and have integration directly with live streamers through Twitch that could affect the outcomes of every match. Now, when this game released, a lot of people were excited to give it a try. The main problem though was the game balancing didn't feel very good. Like, sure, the world was cool and, you know, the graphics and all of that were interesting, but overall the gunplay and the game mechanics were the biggest and most lacking parts of the game. After its initial pre-release era, Hyperscape fell off really hard. And I think like people just tried it out for a bit, felt like they got cheated in a bad
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet have been a blast for me personally, but I have to say, the game runs horribly, and the graphics are, well, they are something. I'll tell you that. But what if I told you it didn't have to be that way? If only there was some magical way of making the game look nicer and smoother. PC, baby! Today we'll be exploring emulation and an incredible
Fallout Online, sometimes abbreviated as FOOL. The game started development in 2009 and was cancelled in 2012 following a legal dispute between Interplay and Bethesda. Not a whole lot is known about the project, and what we do know, well, to be perfectly honest, it's all quite uninspiring. You could play as a glowing ghoul. There was supposed to be Crazy Ivan's gun store that sold AKs and super duper stim packs. There's a bunch of concept art, but none of it captures me. Nothing about this game does. In fact, its real legacy is that it shares the name with actual, really existing Fallout Online, making the latter hard to find with search engines. And that's only a part of the problem. Despite having a cult following, the now decades-old Fallout MMO doesn't even have a central wiki. The fans and the devs never bothered to set it up. The best source of information appears to be this website that covers subjects relevant to the Russian equivalent of 4chan. Oh well, to quote the Belarusian dictator and the friend of the show, Alexander Lukashenko, it's time to take action and veto the taboo. In this episode, we will uncover the mystery that's wrapped inside the enigma that is Fallout Online, or Phonline. What if classic Fallout had multiplayer? Personally, I never asked this question, but other individuals did. Fallout Online is a free game engine designed to take advantage of the resources of the old Fallout games and replicate their mechanics while adding mass multiplayer functionality. The first prototypes were created in 2004 by a small team of student modders led by one Oleg Mareskin. In 2006, Anton Svet Svetinsky joins the development team. Very soon, Svet seizes the power in the project, becoming the lead developer. That's his words. In this interview, he describes his actions like those of a warlord. Nobody is strong enough to overthrow me. Svet is originally from Belarus. I used to work as a security guard. I had nothing to do during the night. Saw a thread on Fallout.ru message board. Someone was looking for helpers. I was interested in programming since I was a kid. I made a game called Businessman. But then my PC got stolen. I turned 14 and now I was into other things. Smoking, girls, booze, hooliganism and indecency. Massive multiplayer online role-playing games, or MMORPGs, used to be popular back when millennials were kids and teens, but then subsequently lost prominence. Real-time strategy games, point-and-click adventure games, old-style shooters did eventually come back, but MMOs never did, because MMOs are crazy expensive to produce. Back when this type of a game was more relevant, there used to be a grand philosophical debate between the two genres of MMO. On one side, we had the sandboxes like Ultima Online or EVE Online, and on the other side, the so-called theme parks like World of Warcraft and Knights of the Old Republic. Which type of the game was better? Funny, we, the enlightened people of the future, know the answer to this question, and that is, nobody cares. People still play EVE and WoW, but these properties are not exactly thriving. That said, Phonline is definitely the first type of MMO. A sandbox where you are given a huge social space to make your own fun. And just like Ultima and EVE, Phonline is very difficult. You can be attacked and killed basically at any time, and dead players drop all their items when killed. Svet never
Have a good day! LA Beast here, and last week before I went on a well-needed vacation to Jamaica, to where all I did was double fist red stripes the entire time, looking out at the beautiful blue ocean, my wife suggested to me that I try and obtain and consume a black chicken, to where she showed me this photo, and as soon as I saw it, I said, heck yeah. And after further research, even though my research is going to be me reading off of my phone right now after I searched it on the internet, a black chicken, which is known as a silky or Chinese silk chicken, is a breed of chicken named for its atypically fluffy plumage, which is said to feel like silk and satin. The breed has several other unusual qualities, such as black skin and bones, blue earlobes, and 5 toes on each foot, whereas a normal chicken usually only has four. They're often exhibited in poultry shows and also appear in various colors. Now, the taste of a silky is a bit of a traditional roasted chicken, but with a light touch of duck, and has an exotic flavor. So here in my hands, right here, right now, I'm holding a rare black silky chicken. And honestly, I did all the cooking stuff prior, as I ordered 3 of these things. And the reason why I'm actually not taking this out of the bag honestly, is because right here, my thumb, ooh, like that's the head of the silky chicken. And for some reason, I don't know. We're going to get into the cooking segment here in a second. As I'm about to eat, I'm going to eat this rare silky chicken. It was very reminiscent of when I consumed balut eggs. Just seeing that baby duckling's head, it smelled like barnyard pee. So without further ado, there's a second part of what I'm about to do. So what I also plan on doing, because I'm partially crazy in my head, and most likely probably in my entire body, is take this regular rotisserie chicken, and hopefully safely on a bonfire, burn the ever-living heck out of it, to try and replicate this rare, silky smooth chicken, and then take the entire thing down. Why? Because I just said that I was most likely crazy in my entire body. But overall, I feel that the end results, it's going to be some pretty great comparison shots. So without further ado, let's get started on the cooking process, which I already did prior to me doing this intro. So without further ado, I'm definitely getting multiple different smells in my nostrils right now. And all that I plan on doing is just kind of comparing, well, definitely based on looks alone, the regular rotisserie chicken and the silky black chicken look identical. And I guess hopefully one of them is going to taste like an exquisite, exotic 5-star meal. And then the other one is probably going to taste like as if I'm eating a bad child's stocking on Christmas Day. So here we go. Just let's get started. That is a very rare silky black chicken, even though I'm pretty sure you can get them anywhere. Okay. Oh, and then here we go. I have an official burnt to ever living hell rotisserie chicken, and they kind of look very similar. So, without further ado, let's just get a quick close-up here. Oh, interesting. Interesting. The camera's definitely a little bit blurry, or I don't know if just it... Okay, great. Awesome. I am the LA Beast. And you know what? Even though during the cooking process I was a little bit freaked out, I'm going to first officially taste what a rare silky black chicken tastes like. Okay, you know what? Who needs a knife and fork? Even though this thing just literally had a head not too long ago. I think I overcooked it. Oh. Okay, well, you know what? We're still recording. I just wanted to officially... the silky black chicken has multiple, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I'm only counting four fingernails there. So, that's cool. That's great. Here Here we go. There's still hair on this thing. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Okay, well... Ooh, okay, well, definitely the first initial smell for me, that was when I was actually 8 years ago. I was boiling down balut eggs, which is a baby duckling in the egg, popular in the Philippines. And to me, it smelled like barnyard pea piss. I'm definitely smelling a whole lot of barnyard pea piss. Oh God. Okay, you know what? I'm eating something exotic. This is an exotic meat, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. Okay, well, here we go.